Twirling Naked in the Streets and No One Noticed, written by Jeannie Davide-Rivera, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Introduction. In 1974, 1 in 5,000 children were diagnosed with autism. When I began writing this book in 2012, that number was estimated at 1 in 88. In early 2013, the Center for Disease Control, CDC, released yet another statistic. 1 in 55 children are now diagnosed and identified as being on the autism spectrum. What has changed? Are there more autistic children being born now than ever before? Is there an epidemic? The reason for the rising autism rates is twofold. First, doctors are trained more thoroughly and recognize the symptoms that were once lost on many of us as children. And second, the diagnostic criterion has changed drastically over the years. The new diagnostic criterion lets doctors recognize more children and adults on the spectrum. The more that is learned about autism, the more these parameters have and will continue to be changed. The idea that only 1 in 5,000 children had autism in 1974, I believe, is a gross underestimation. Autistic children were in your midst then. However, doctors, teachers, and parents did not recognize the autism. When I was growing up, autism was narrowly defined. To be diagnosed with autism, you had to be unable to speak and have a lower than average IQ. Today, we know this to be false. Those on the higher functioning side of the spectrum, those with Asperger syndrome, not only can speak but often could speak early and profoundly. To complicate matters further, these same children were labeled gifted, spoiled, too smart for their own good, and the list goes on. Many children with Asperger syndrome not only have average IQs, but many have IQs that are well above average. What happened to all these children who were intelligent, verbal, but still struggled because they were autistic? They became adults. In 1994, Asperger syndrome, AS, was added to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders 4, DSM-IV, and recognized as part of the autism spectrum. Although autism is a neurological disorder, it continues to be classified in DSMs. According to the DSM-IV, to be diagnosed with AS, a child or adult must display qualitative impairment in social interaction as manifested by at least 2 of the following: marked impairment in using multiple nonverbal behaviors, such as eye-to-eye gaze, facial expression, body postures, and gestures to regulate social interaction. Failure to develop peer relationships appropriate to developmental level. A lack of spontaneous seeking to share enjoyment, interests, or achievements with other people, or a lack of social or emotional reciprocity. In addition, the individual must display one of the following restrictive, repetitive, and stereotyped patterns of behavior, interests, and activities, as manifested by at least one of the following: an encompassing preoccupation with one or more stereotyped and restricted patterns of interest, abnormal in either intensity or focus; an apparently inflexible adherence to specific, non-functional routines or rituals; stereotyped and repetitive motor mannerisms, such as hand or finger tapping, twisting, or whole-body movements; persistent preoccupation with parts of objects. Davide-Rivera, Jeannie, Twirling Naked in the Streets and No One Noticed, Growing Up with Undiagnosed Autism, P5, Unknown, Kindle edition. A diagnosis of Asperger syndrome also requires that these disturbances impair social, occupation, or other areas of functioning. There can be no language delay and no delay in cognitive development. AS was now recognized as a part of the autism spectrum. Before 1994, these children and adults went undiagnosed. They were missed. I was one of those missed children and became one of the missed adults. This is my story. Chapter 1, They Missed It. They Missed Me Surviving. I am a survivor, an autism survivor. I was torn down, pulled to pieces, and had my heart ripped from my chest, slammed on the floor, and stomped into the ground. Yet I am still here to talk about it. I grew up in a world before autism advocacy, born 20 years before Asperger syndrome was acknowledged in the U.S. Now I hear talk about autism being an epidemic. More autistic children are being identified than ever before. People often say they didn't see many autistic children when they were growing up, but I am here to tell them we were always there. My parents did not notice, my teachers were blind to it, and my doctors misdiagnosed it. When they saw me on tiptoes, they made me a ballerina. When I twirled round and round, they thought I was just dancing. When I had imaginary friends, they believed that was just what little girls did. When the light bothered me, they said I was allergic to sunlight. When smells overwhelmed me, they thought I had a sensitive stomach. When I only ate a few select items, they called me picky. When I could not stray from my rigid routine, they labeled me hard-headed. When I seemed smarter than my teachers, they found me obnoxious. When I couldn't stand certain fabrics touching my body, they said I was being a princess. When I cried and screamed, they thought I was spoiled. When I rocked back and forth, they believed I was concentrating. When I sat alone, they said I was in my own world. When I couldn't keep up, they accused me of not living up to my potential. When I didn't think like others, they claimed I was too smart for my own good. When I didn't connect with my peers, they assumed I didn't care about them. When I misinterpreted situations, they saw me as inconsiderate. When I asserted myself, they labeled me inappropriate. As a mother, I faced even harsher judgments. When I couldn't keep my children on a schedule or keep the house in tip-top shape, they called me lazy. When I couldn't stick to a budget, they deemed me irresponsible. When I didn't understand, they called me stupid. When I stayed in my pajamas for days, they said I was depressed. When the world overwhelmed me, they labeled me agoraphobic. When I felt tired and frightened, they diagnosed me with an anxiety disorder. When I realized something was wrong with me, they accused me of making excuses. My entire life's experiences screamed one thing: everything was my fault. No one recognized my autism. No one saw I had Asperger syndrome. How could they? Asperger syndrome, Aspies, I did not exist, not yet. Imaginary friends and obsessions. Many people believe autistic children do not engage in imaginary play, but what about imaginary friends? My earliest companions were old men with bats. Were they part of imaginary play or born from special interests and obsessions? Some suggest imaginary friends arise from loneliness and isolation, but at not yet 3 years old, I was oblivious to such feelings. My imaginary friends, like Reggie Jackson and Catfish Hunter, were as real to me as any other person. Some of my earliest memories were of my imaginary friends, who were actually real people, tied to my first all-consuming special interest, baseball. Born in the spring of 1974 in Brooklyn, New York, to an avid Yankee fan, I spent countless hours watching ball games with my father. He would lie in bed, eyes fixed on our small black and white television, while I lay sprawled across the foot of the bed, engrossed in the game. I had to watch my friends play. By the age of 3, I had memorized the entire Yankee lineup, including stats. Dad beamed with pride at my fact-memorizing abilities. When my father couldn't throw the ball back and forth with me in the driveway, my baseball men stepped in to help with my training. I was obsessed with baseball, the Yankees, and my baseball men. They were my constant companions. Leaving the house, going on vacation, or visiting a restaurant without Reggie Jackson, Catfish Hunter, and Thurman Munson was unthinkable. Such an absence would trigger a meltdown with me screaming and crying. They even had assigned seats in the back of our car. When my brother John was born, the baseball men had to sit on each other's laps to fit, and there had to be room for my 10 imaginary puppies. Like my baseball men, these puppies never stayed behind. One day, our car got a flat tire, and my father had to pull over on the side of the Belt Parkway. As he opened the door, a few of my imaginary puppies scurried out to keep him company. When my father finished changing the tire, he hopped back into the car, and we continued on our way. My memory of this event is vague, but the story lives on in family lore. As we started down the parkway, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the back seat. My father thought I might have caught my finger in the door, but that wasn't it. He had left 3 of my puppies on the side of the road. Unable to calm me down, he took the next exit and doubled back. Dad walked through the grass, searching for my imaginary puppies, finding only 2. He lost one. I was inconsolable until the baseball men, also off in the grass on the side of the Belt Parkway, returned with puppy number 10. Everyone resumed their assigned seats. I lined up my 10 puppies across the floor at my feet, and Dad continued our journey to my grandmother's house in Queens. You had your father roaming through the grass looking for imaginary puppies just to shut you up, my mother often recounted. There isn't much else I recall about those puppies. Maybe they grew up and moved on, or perhaps they simply faded away as baseball took center stage in my universe. I don't have any narrowly focused special interests, no all-consuming obsessions. Not during childhood. I protested my diagnosis, albeit briefly. I was a baseball-obsessed preschooler. I knew all the players. I knew their numbers. I memorized the lineup and stats. I knew the TV airtimes and never missed a game. I even knew the route to Cooperstown, New York, where the Baseball Hall of Fame is located, though we never made the trip. I had a map. Baseball was my obsession. I was 4 years old. During practice, when my father and I played ball in the driveway, one of my 3 baseball men coached me. Dad and I threw the ball back and forth. When I pitched, Catfish was right there, instructing me on how to stand, where to look, and how to lift my leg like he did on the mound. When Dad threw the ball, I was a catcher, crouching down as per Thurman's instructions. I positioned my glove between my legs, adjusted my imaginary faceplate, and prepared to catch the ball. My coaches deemed me extraordinarily talented. Modesty was not a trait I possessed as a child. Since I needed pitching and catching coaches, it made sense to choose a batter from the team to coach me when it was my turn to hit. Reggie taught me how to stand with my feet squarely facing home plate, where to position my hands on the bat, and continually reminded me to keep my eye on the ball. I wonder what my father's role in all our baseball playing was. Did he know he was the guy who needed to throw that ball to catch when I pitched it back, and run after the balls I hit with the bat like Lou Piniella in the outfield, or like Greg Nettles, number 9, on third base? My coaches taught me everything I needed to know about baseball, at least in my mind they did. In return for all their help, my 3 baseball men accompanied us on family outings, ate dinner with us, and I often was reported to be making them hot dogs for lunch. This is also when my extensive baseball card collection began, Yankees only. 1979 was a sad year for baseball. Thurman Munson died in a plane crash, and Catfish Hunter retired. 2 of my 3 baseball men were gone. My imaginary friends did not outlive their physical lives or their Yankee baseball careers. But 1979 was the year the Yankees picked up Dave Righetti. Dave Righetti, number 19. Righetti started pitching for the New York Yankees in 1979, and although he did not become one of my imaginary friends, he rapidly became my favorite player. In 1981, Dave Righetti was assigned number 19, the day of my birth, thus starting my lifelong obsession with the number 19. I was wrong. I had special interests and all-consuming obsessions even when I was young. Chapter 2, The Little Encyclopedia, Hyperlexia, and Early Reading. I remember lying next to my father on the bed, the small black and white television flickering with a baseball game in the background. He would open a storybook, thinking he could skip a few lines. But I was always ready, pointing out exactly what he missed. The book's pages felt smooth under my fingers, and my father's voice was a comforting rumble. The room was filled with the soft glow of the television, the murmur of the game adding a cozy backdrop to our reading sessions. Before 1994, Asperger syndrome did not exist as a diagnosis in the United States. Autism would not have even been considered if a child was verbal, least of all very verbal, or if a child was not intellectually challenged. I was verbal, too verbal. I was smart, too smart for my own good. Baseball stats were not the only bits of data I consumed and stored. I consumed books. I memorized them. And don't you dare read the storybook to me and think you will skip anything. Had I already heard the book, you were in trouble. My father used to read to me, but many times he tried to skip things, thinking I wouldn't know any better. I couldn't read, or could I? I would promptly point out what he missed along with the page the text appeared on. Long before I entered kindergarten, I didn't need him to read to him any longer. I taught myself to read. I felt a mix of pride and frustration. Pride in knowing every word by heart, frustration when he thought he could skip parts without me noticing. My curiosity drove me to teach myself to read long before kindergarten. Reading became my solace and my escape, a world where I could control every word and line, unlike the unpredictable world outside my books. When I entered school, I honestly could not figure out why we were learning to read. I already knew how to read, so I assumed all the kids around me did too. We were wasting time. The brightly lit classroom felt confining, and the slow pace of the reading lessons left me restless and bored. My mother, always candid, would say, "We thought we had a little genius on our hands, but you were just a little bitch." That was how she described me, not realizing I was hyperlexic. Hyperlexia is an ability to read way above what is expected for the child's age and is accompanied by a below-average ability to comprehend spoken language. The hyperlexic child usually learns to speak through rote memory and heavy repetition. This child appears and is very intelligent, but often fails to comprehend the context of their words or their meanings and social implications. I was not a quiet, withdrawn child. I never shut up, ever. I rattled off my newly learned facts to anyone who would listen, and to those who wouldn't. The interesting part was I would only talk adults. Children had nothing to contribute to the conversation. They thought I was odd. Sometimes they ran from me, or they ran off to play. Adults thought I was brilliant. Misinterpretations and communication challenges. Sometimes my speech and comprehension seemed advanced. To my parents, it likely appeared that I was being obstinate and difficult, that I only wanted my way. But the truth was that I had no idea of the real implications and meanings behind the words I recited from songs and books. At a family dinner, I quoted lines from My Life by Billy Joel in response to my father's demands. "You cannot tell me what to do. It's my life." I shouted, "Go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone." I didn't fully grasp the impact of my words. The clinking of cutlery stopped, and the room fell silent. My father's face turned red with anger, and my mother's eyes widened in shock. I felt a mix of defiance and confusion. The words felt right, but I didn't understand why everyone reacted so strongly. Since I already read, I often used scripts to speak to people. I recited passages from books that seemed appropriate. I sang song lyrics or screamed song lyrics at others. I also repeated what I heard adults saying, applying it to my situations haphazardly. My parents, thinking I was being clever and rebellious, did not realize I was using these scripts as a way to communicate. Because I was smart, everyone assumed that the words were my own, my thoughts, and that I knew exactly what I was saying. I am sure I did not. As my hyperlexia and unique communication methods continued to baffle my parents, another challenge loomed large in our household: my attachment to my bottle. Despite my advanced speech and reading abilities, there was one thing I clung to that seemed at odds with my grown-up demeanor. As grown-up as I sounded at almost 4 years old, I still had my bottle. It was something I was unwilling to give up. The doctors were not concerned and encouraged my parents to let me have it if I wanted, since I ate next to nothing. "Milk is food," Grandma said, "so why would I need to eat anything else?" My father, however, didn't share this view. When he insisted that I eat the dinner my mother prepared, I, as always, refused. This time he persisted. "You're going to eat it," he said. "Why?" "Because I said so. Now eat it." I had somehow made him angry, but not as angry as he made me. Maybe he shouldn't have played so much Billy Joel music around me. He should have seen this coming. "You cannot tell me what to do. It's my life," I said. "Go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone." The smell of pasta and meatballs filled the kitchen, but to me it was unbearable. I clutched my bottle, the cool milk a comforting presence against the chaos. I ran up the stairs, my bottle in hand, seeking refuge with Grandma. My grandparents lived on the second floor of our two-family home. Grandma says milk is food. I need not eat my mother's food. I have my own. This time, Grandma was on their side. She wanted me to eat. I sniffed the pasta, meatballs, and cheese, and then I retched. "No, I don't want your stinky cheese. I don't need your stinky cheese. I have my bottle. Milk is food." That was the last time I saw that bottle, or any other ones. So for the next year, I lived on peanut butter. I felt a surge of anger and defiance. My father's insistence made me feel cornered, and I lashed out with the only words I could think of: "You cannot tell me what to do. It's my life." That night, as I clung to my bottle, I felt a mix of sadness and anger. The comfort it provided was gone, and I had to navigate a world without it. I felt betrayed by my parents and even by Grandma, who had always been my ally. The familiar taste of peanut butter became my new comfort, though it never quite replaced the bottle. My grandparents owned a house in upstate New York, in Sullivan County, their weekend home. It was a 3-hour drive from our house in Brooklyn. Every Friday night, right after my father came home from work, we packed our things in the car and headed upstate. As soon as we crossed the Hudson and headed up into the mountains, it started. They knew it was coming. My eyes grew wide as I watched the mountains come into view. Soon the road would go up and down. I waited for it. As the car started driving on an incline, I started. Up the hill. The other side brought a decline. Down the hill. A steeper hill justified a louder voice. Up the hill. And a deep drop, a softer voice. Down the hill. On our way, up the hill, my head leaned back so I can look up into the sky. On our way, down the hill, my head sagged forward to look down at the floor. The entire way there, you drove us crazy, my mother said. The only thing that ever changed during the trip was the volume of my voice. This continued for the rest of the trip into the mountains, for 2 more hours, every time we drove there. These car rides into the country were worse for my parents if my Uncle Patrick came along. He made me sick. If he was sitting in the back seat with me, I would vomit before I made it to my hills. Soon, I rode upstate with my grandparents. I took a long time to figure out why my Uncle Pat made me sick. He smelled like motor oil. No matter how many times he washed his hands, the grease from working on his cars did not completely come off, and I could smell it. Even now, I cannot stomach the smell of motor oil. I will avoid mechanic shops at all costs. Shopping for clothes and sensory sensitivities. My up the hill, down the hill routine lasted for many years. When I grew older, I learned to whisper it to myself to avoid the smack that would inevitably come from the front seat. Mom decided there was nothing wrong with me. I wanted my way, to be stubborn, to be a little bitch. I was not the most organized child. Actually, I was a mess. You would lose your head if it wasn't attached, Mom often said, and she was right. I lost everything, including my grandmother's handmade hats, scarves, gloves, and sweaters. I lost them all the time. It is a good thing Grandma could knit quickly and always had extras on hand. She spent hours and hours, usually alone, knitting away. I didn't realize until much later how incredibly expensive it was to make my Angora scarves. Holding my hand, Grandma and I walked down 18th Avenue, where I grew up in Brooklyn. We crossed the 4 lanes of traffic at 65th Street. When the light said it was safe to do so, we followed the rules. Walked past Da Vinci's Pizzeria on our way to the fabric store where Grandma bought her yarn. Sometimes we stopped along the way so I could go on the quarter rides sitting in front of the store windows. I liked to walk to the fabric store. The avenue smelled good. I loved the smells coming from the bakery. Freshly baked Italian bread and cookies. We always stopped for cookies, amaretto cookies. The smell of baked cheeses and tomato sauce floated out of the pizzerias. I liked how the cheese sizzled and the sauce bubbled on the round pies that came out of the oven and then slid onto the pizza trays. I loved everything about the trips to the fabric store. Grandma roamed up and down the narrow aisles searching for the right yarn. "Do you like this one?" she asked, handing me a fluffy ball. I rubbed it on my cheek, nodded, and continued following behind her. Grandma went up and down the aisles until we collected enough of those tiny balls of yarn for my sweater. "Making a baby blanket?" the woman behind the register asked. "No, a sweater for my granddaughter," Grandma said, pointing to me. The woman's eyebrows arched upward like 2 arrows pointing to the sky. I looked up, wondering what they were pointing at. Why was she making that odd face? "She has expensive taste," Grandma said, a smile spreading across her face, just like mine. Then she paid the lady with the arrow eyebrows, and we were on our way. My new sweater would be soft. There would be no itching, no scratching, no tearing it off my body, and no tags. "You tore out all your tags, so I never knew what size anything was," Mom said. I did. I tore them all out of every piece of clothing I owned. If the item was tolerable, the tag had to go because it was not. I knew the trouble the hole left by the tag would get me into. It didn't matter. There was no discussing it. I had no choice. The tag had to go. The hole left behind was a good thing. It was a mark indicating that I would wear the clothes, my mark of approval. I guess my mother didn't see it that way. Attempts to force me to wear clothing I couldn't tolerate resulted in a naked kid. I didn't mind being naked either. I preferred it. Ripping my clothes off started as soon as I wriggled out of my cloth diaper and took off running through the house. My mother thought she was fortunate. She had babies when new disposable diapers were all the rage. It's too bad that I could not wear them. Even as an infant, I was hypersensitive. I had tactile sensitivities. My skin blistered under the disposable diapers, so the doctor determined that I must be allergic to them. Allergies were used to explain away many of my sensitivities throughout my childhood. If my mother forced me to wear the clothes that I didn't want to, I would wind up taking them off and leaving them somewhere in the street. In the cold New York City winters, tossing your hat and scarf into the street to be rid of them makes for an icicle child. My mother would have just let me freeze until I learned to not throw away my mittens. But Grandma didn't want me to get sick. She continued to make my winter bundles. Grandma began sewing her own custom-made tags on the inside of my things. I remember her designing and ordering the tags from a company that specialized in custom clothing items. The tags were made of a soft sateen white material. The baby blue embroidery, I liked everything to be blue, said, "Specially made by Grandma Firkin Thread." Now there was a place to put my name on my clothes, and yes, a size too. Grandma carefully sewed each tag in by hand, weaving in and out of the fabric with silken thread. She sewed them flat so the tag did not stick up to irritate my skin. Chapter 3: The Princess, Her Socks, and Her Late Pass, Navigating Childhood with Sensory Sensitivities and Unyielding Routines. You tried on 10 pairs of socks every morning before deciding which pair you would wear. Mom, I hated socks. The way they bunched up in my shoes, the seams rubbing against my toes with every step, and the heat they trapped made me miserable. Overheating meant one thing: ripping them off immediately. My mother, however, loved buying thin nylon socks trimmed with lace, which were the worst. The scratchy lace and sweaty feet sliding inside hard patent leather school shoes were torture for a clumsy kindergartner like me. Every morning I tried on multiple pairs of socks, desperately searching for the least uncomfortable pair. Rarely did they match, but that wasn't the issue. It was about finding a pair that didn't irritate me. Mom thought I was just being difficult, but if I truly hated all socks, why would I try each pair on? I needed to feel how they were on my feet before deciding. Once dressed and with my 3-year-old brother in the carriage, we often rushed to school. "You could not make Jeannie move fast," Mom would say, exasperated by our morning routine. "You could not make Jeannie move fast, Mom." Every morning, we set out to walk the 5 blocks to school. We headed up the avenue, passing familiar landmarks like the pork store, my favorite candy store, and the bagel shop. "Jeannie, you're going to be late," Mom would say as I stopped short at the side entrance to the school. She turned toward the schoolyard where the kindergartners entered, but I always turned left. "You can still go in through the schoolyard," Mom said. I stayed silent, determined to follow my path around the corner to the front entrance. The bell rang just as I stepped inside. "Good morning, Jeannie." A woman greeted me from the desk by the entrance. I kept walking, my mother still wrestling my brother out of his carriage. Climbing the towering steps, I paused at the first landing to fix my shoes. "Hurry, Jeannie, you're late," the woman called from below. "I have to fix my shoes." Satisfied with my adjustments, I continued to the first floor and marched into the main office. Ignoring the ladies behind the desk, I walked past the school secretary and into the principal's office. Mr. Hyler, a towering figure, greeted me with a smile. "Hello, Jeannie," he said, handing me a small piece of paper ready and waiting for me. "She still won't come in through the schoolyard," my mother said, slightly out of breath from toting my brother up the stairs. Mr. Hyler smiled. "Why won't you come in through the schoolyard?" he asked. "She just wants to be late," my mother said. "I have to see Mr. Patey Hyler for my late pass," I insisted. "You wouldn't need a late pass if you went in the other way," Mom argued. "I need to see Mr. Hyler for my late pass," I repeated louder this time. Mom's face turned red. "It's all right. Jeannie can come to see me whenever she likes," Mr. Hyler said. "Now off to class. Mrs. Devine is waiting for you." I smiled and walked out, scowling at my mother. Why didn't she understand? She knew I had to get my late pass. To my mother, I was being difficult, wanting to do things my way. This scene played out repeatedly throughout the year. The leaves dried up, snow fell, flowers bloomed, and days changed. My patent leather shoes turned into snow boots and boots to sandals, but the routine never changed. I marched to the front entrance, up the stairs to the landing, fixed my shoes, walked into the office, ignored the ladies, and drifted into Mr. Hyler's office to retrieve my late pass before heading to Mrs. Devine's class. Looking back, I now know my morning sock routine was because of tactile sensitivities. I needed to find a pair I could tolerate. I know this because I am the same today about my socks. What about the rest of my routine? Was my pause to fix my shoes on the landing due to the irritation from my socks and shoes? Why did I only fix them on that landing every single day without deviation for the entire school year? I couldn't stray from that routine. It was likely the routine I adopted on the first day of school, and it had to stay that way. Yes, I was late on my first day of kindergarten because of the rocks in my socks no one could find. As an adult, I adhere to similar patterns. If I unpack boxes from a move and put something away, it becomes its place, even if it's not where I want it. That initial placing, the initial routine, becomes set in stone. Kindergarten was only a half day, which was probably a good thing. I was told I didn't share well, but it wasn't about keeping all the toys for myself. I just didn't want anyone to mess them up. I tried to help the other children play the right way, but they couldn't learn. The block corner was my favorite place to be. The only problem was that it was popular with the other kids as well. I spent most of my time stacking the blocks, carefully piling them high into the sky. I remember trying to make skyscrapers like the ones I watched whiz by from the back seat of my father's 1979 baby blue Cadillac. As soon as Dad got on the up ramp to the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway, BQE, I watched for them. Then I hopped to my knees to watch out the rear window until they were out of sight. Skyscrapers are not meant to fall, not meant to be knocked over by giggling boys who want to kick their pieces and throw them around like footballs. Blocks are meant for building, so I built and built and built. If only the school had enough blocks for my skyscrapers and for the other children, everything would have been perfect. Maybe. I couldn't let them touch the blocks. They weren't doing it right. I tried to teach them the right way to stack blocks. I wanted their help building, I did, but they just couldn't get it right. When one of the boys in my class decided it was his turn and tried to destroy my building to get his meaty hands on my precious blocks, I clawed him. I dug my fingernails into his spongy flesh and dragged it down the top of his hands. He screamed, he bled, and he let go of my block. By the time the teacher was beside us, I was already engrossed with rebuilding the roof that he so carelessly ripped off. I don't know why scratching became my weapon of choice. Maybe it was because I was so tiny and could never overpower one of the other kids. I was number 3, which means there were only 2 children smaller than me, Tony and Laura. Shane was number 4. He stood right behind me. Those 3 never got clawed, not that I can remember anyway. It was always the bigger ones. Kindergarten should have only 1 activity per day. That way we wouldn't have to change activities. Even now, I cannot switch activities easily. If I am interrupted, it is impossible to resume what I was doing without delay. My brain needs time to make the switch. When I am writing, as I am today, and the phone rings or the kids interrupt, it takes a few minutes to even process what they are asking me. Most of the time, I am angered by the interruption, and I am an adult. Part of the problem is that I get so engrossed in what I am doing, I forget about the world around me. The interruption becomes an unexpected intrusion. To compound the problem, getting back to my activity can take some time. Depending on the interruption, resuming can take from a few minutes to several hours. It is never instantaneous. This makes switching from one activity to the next difficult and time-consuming. When we had to switch play centers and I was moved from the blocks to the play kitchen, I could not do it. I could not run and play house without finishing what I was working on. I didn't refuse. I wasn't trying to be ornery. I just didn't move. If a switch succeeded, I would spend all my play time rearranging the house area. They did not have the kitchen set up right. The eggs belong in the refrigerator, not the cabinet. I had no interest in pretending to play house, only arranging things to be in their proper order. While the other girls and boys played mommies and daddies, I fixed the cupboard. The girls toted baby dolls around, and I fretted about who moved the plastic bananas. Where had they moved them to anyway? Why would they put them in there? I never considered that there could be more than one right way to set up the kitchen. There wasn't. I realized that my play was always modeled after real life, only better, more orderly, and more predictable, unless others were involved. I did not build rocket ships that launched off to Mars. No one went to Mars. I did not play with dolls pretending they were babies. They were plastic. There was this one doll, though, one doll I had to have, the Joey doll. My grandfather watched Archie Bunker on the TV show All in the Family every night, which meant so did I. Joey was Archie Bunker's grandson. Baby Joey was a controversial doll. He was the first doll to be like a real baby. Joey was anatomically correct. Like a real baby? Okay, I can do that. First lesson in anatomy and the excretory system. Put water in Joey's mouth, and it comes right out, immediately. Standing in front of our house, I proudly displayed my stripped Joey doll. Boys have penises, see? I may have traumatized the little old Italian woman in the black dress next door. There were a lot of unrecognizable words coming out of her mouth. Then she made the sign of the cross 3 times, kissed her crucifix, and rushed off into the house. What? I thought she knew. Joey was fascinating to me because he was like a real baby, something I could understand and explain. I didn't see the big deal in pointing out his anatomical correctness. It was just a fact, like anything else I learned and shared. The reactions from adults were often puzzling, like the neighbor's shock and horror. I simply couldn't grasp why she reacted that way to something so straightforward. My preference for real-life play over imaginative scenarios like rocket ships or baby dolls highlighted my need for predictability and order. I needed things to make sense in a tangible, logical way. Joey, with his realistic features, fit perfectly into my world, where facts were concrete and everything had its proper place. My fascination with playing at real life did not stop with dolls. When I played with other children, I always insisted on acting out activities I did normally. Growing up, we never moved. I didn't leave that house, except episodically, for 25 years. This stability meant I had invaluable built-in friends because other families on the block grew up there too. Some are still there today. When I was young, I played with 3 friends on the block, Teresa, Daniela, and Cindy. Teresa and Daniela lived one house away from me. Teresa was 2 years older than I was, and her family moved there in 1973, the year before I was born. I have literally known her my entire life. Daniela was 2 years younger. Cynthia was 3. Together, we put on dance recitals in the backyard. Teresa's father grew grapes in their yard to make homemade wine. The grapevines wound around a metal frame that we thought would be perfect for holding a stage curtain. The 3 of us carefully set up the stage by hanging bed sheets and blankets over the grapevines. We practiced, had dress rehearsals, and then invited our parents to the shows. We collected music, dressed in tutus, and twirled around like the ballerinas we aspired to be. I wonder if they ever tired of our shows. We always seemed to be putting on a performance, often to an empty audience. The backyard, with its earthy smell of grapevines and the faint scent of fermenting wine, became our theater. The feel of the soft grass beneath our feet and the rustle of the makeshift curtains added to the excitement. The anticipation before a show, the thrill of the music starting, and the joy of dancing together were magical moments that bound us together as friends. Despite the sometimes sparse audience, our dedication never wavered. We meticulously planned and practiced, perfecting our routines. The sense of accomplishment after each show, even if only our parents watched, was profound. These performances were more than just play. They were a way for me to connect with my friends and express myself in a structured, predictable way that brought immense joy and satisfaction. I was obsessed with walking on my tiptoes. I always did. I'm told that I walked on my toes everywhere I went, especially when I was young. My grandparents had a pianola in the living room. A pianola played music all on its own. It was like magic. Grandpa would unroll paper scrolls dotted with small holes and put them into a secret compartment on the front of the piano. He slid the cherry wood door to the compartment shut and flipped the golden switch. The piano jumped to life. The keys bounced up and down on their own. The foot pedal tapped by itself like there was a ghost sitting and playing. The ghosts played beautiful music. I could twirl around and around for hours to the velvety music that filled the room. And I did. "She has ballerina feet," Grandma said. "Look at her twirl. She's a natural." And so, off to ballet class I went. The sensation of walking on my toes felt natural and freeing, almost as if I was floating above the ground. The pianola's enchanting melodies created an irresistible urge to dance. The smooth, polished keys moved gracefully, producing a symphony that filled the living room with warmth and magic. The soft hum of the pianola's mechanisms and the rhythmic tapping of the pedals added to the mesmerizing experience. My grandparents watched with delight as I twirled endlessly, lost in the music. Their smiles and encouraging words made me feel seen and appreciated. It was no surprise when they decided to enroll me in ballet class. The joy I felt while dancing was something they wanted to nurture and support. Ballet class became an extension of the happiness I found in those magical moments with the pianola. The structured movements and graceful routines aligned perfectly with my need for order and predictability. Dancing allowed me to express myself in a way that felt both natural and exhilarating, bringing a sense of harmony and balance to my world. I loved ballet class. For the clumsy mess I was outside the dance studio, it is a real wonder how I didn't severely hurt myself dancing. When I was dancing, twirling, and listening to the music, I could drown the world out. Everything disappeared. There was only the flow of the music. I loved the sound of the piano. The intense focus let me dance without mistake because I could not tolerate mistakes. Everything had to be perfect. That is, perfect the way I saw perfect. The only problem was I wanted to dance alone. I got my wish. My drive for perfection got me noticed. With me, it was all or nothing. I saw no point in doing anything halfway. I focused on learning my positions, where to place my feet, first position, second position, third, fourth, and fifth. I learned fast, quickly becoming the one who showed others how to do it the right way, and they listened. Miss Helen, my dance teacher, was a small, older woman with short blonde hair. She encouraged me to go around and correct the position of the other girls' feet. I liked that job. She pulled me to the front of the class to show, then to lead the class in our routines. It didn't take long for me to memorize them. Soon, I was given solos of my own to perform. I preferred them to dancing with the class. Many times I was granted solos within the class dances or set out front to do my own routine with them in the background. I was the new little star. Mom thought I loved the attention. I loved being helpful, being correct, and showing others how to do the same. I see a pattern here, the beginnings of a perfectionist. I didn't want everyone to do things my way, but the right way. Unfortunately, I had no ability to distinguish between the two. There was one right way. I knew what it was, and there was no telling me anything different. I was not very flexible. I developed an instant love for ballet and for the classical music that sent me twirling into my own world. I loved the feel of the leotard on my skin. The leotard was smooth, tight, and silky, and the ballet slippers hugged my feet. I tried to wear this outfit often, to play outside, to dinner, to go shopping, and to school, but my parents drew the line at that. Chapter ending. As I reflect on my early years, it's clear that ballet was more than just an activity. It was a sanctuary where my need for order and my love for music found harmony. The dance studio became a place where my perfectionism was not only accepted, but celebrated. It was a structured environment that allowed me to channel my energy and focus into something beautiful and orderly. The lessons I learned in ballet, discipline, precision, and the joy of perfecting a craft have stayed with me throughout my life. They became the foundation upon which I built my understanding of the world, one pirouette at a time. In ballet, I found a way to express myself that felt right, a way to connect with the rhythm of life that was otherwise elusive. It was in those moments of dance that I discovered a part of myself that could transcend the everyday chaos and find a semblance of peace. As the music played and my feet moved in perfect synchrony, I knew that this was my place, my escape, and my sanctuary. Looking back, I realized that my journey through ballet was not just about learning to dance. It was about learning to navigate life with grace and resilience. It taught me that while I may seek perfection, it's the pursuit itself that brings fulfillment. And so I danced on, one step at a time, embracing the music and the movement, knowing that in the dance I was truly free. Chapter 4, Banished to the Hallways, School Made No Sense. When did I start despising school? It's hard to pinpoint the exact moment, but I remember vividly how it all began with a deep love for learning. On my first day of kindergarten, I walked into the brightly lit classroom, the walls adorned with colorful posters, and the smell of freshly sharpened pencils in the air. The soft murmur of children chatting and the occasional laughter created an inviting atmosphere. I loved to learn. Each new fact felt like a treasure, and raising my hand to give the correct answer filled me with pride. I remember my teacher's smile and the warm praise that followed every right answer. "So smart," they would say, and I would bask in the admiration. My small hand would shoot up eagerly, always ready to share what I knew. Every gold star on my work felt like a badge of honor, a testament to my abilities. By the time I was in the second grade, school had become overwhelming. The once inviting classroom now felt like a nightmare full of loud sounds, bright colors, and noisy children. The constant chatter that used to be comforting now felt like an assault on my senses. The admiration I once received for being so smart faded with each grade. Instead of praise, I was constantly getting reprimanded. The structured environment I thrived in had turned chaotic, and nothing made sense anymore. The transition was gradual but relentless. The bell's sharp ring at the start of the day sent jolts through my body. The vibrant posters that once captured my imagination now seemed too bright, too cluttered. The chorus of children's voices blended into a cacophony that made it hard to focus, hard to think. I remember sitting at my desk, trying to block out the noise, my hands over my ears. But the louder it got, the more I felt myself slipping away from the love of learning that once defined me. The simple joy of discovering new facts was replaced by a constant state of anxiety and confusion. Each reprimand for not paying attention or for speaking out of turn felt like a blow, reinforcing the sense that I no longer belonged in this place that once felt like home. The disconnect between what I knew and what I was experiencing grew wider. I couldn't understand why the rules had changed, why my efforts to participate and excel were now met with disapproval. The classroom had transformed into a hostile environment where the pursuit of knowledge was overshadowed by the struggle to survive the sensory onslaught. And so, my love for school slowly faded, replaced by a sense of dread and disorientation. Even Mr. Hyler no longer meant what he said. He promised I could come and see him whenever I wanted, but he lied. One day, I got out of my seat, walked out of the classroom, and went down the stairs to the main office to see him. Instead of the usual warm welcome, I was met with stern faces. "Young lady, you cannot just walk out of Ms. Montori's class and come down here." Tears welled up in my eyes as I tried to make sense of it. Miss Montori stood in the doorway with her black, pointy witch's shoes, furious as a tomato. My mother was on her way up to school. The trust I had in Mr. Hyler shattered, leaving me feeling betrayed and confused. "Fine," I finally found my voice and crossed my arms before stomping off. "Where are you going?" Miss Montori demanded. "To the bathroom," I retorted. I turned on my heel and marched out of the office, down the hall, and into the girls' bathroom next to the stairs. The cold tiles and the echo of my footsteps only amplified my sense of isolation. I sniffed and snorted, refusing to let the tears fall. He was a liar, and I wasn't going to let him see me cry. Curled atop the bowl in the bathroom, I sobbed quietly, trying to understand what I had done wrong. "You can't just get up and do what you want. You must listen to your teacher," my mother scolded later. "But why doesn't she have to listen to me?" I countered. "Because she's the teacher." "I should be the teacher then," I muttered defiantly. I tried to listen to Miss Montori after that, even though I didn't understand why I had to. I tried to answer questions in class when I could hear them. Sometimes I even remembered to raise my hand. It's not my fault she didn't see it. There were a lot of things she did not see. She didn't see Joshua poking me with a pencil, She didn't see him taking my papers or telling the class if they sat next to me, they would get the chicken pox. She didn't see everyone laugh, but she always saw when I clawed at him and made him bleed. That she noticed every time. My desk was moved to the hallway where I could sit by myself and think about things. What things was I supposed to think about? I can't say I sat in the hallway every day, but it sure felt like it. I longed to get away from the noisy classroom and be alone in the hallway. Out in the hallway, I could hear the lesson going on in the classroom. The distance made all the madness of the classroom less assaulting. No one poked me or threw things. It was a lonely place, but it was my sanctuary. My desk was moved to the hallway where I could sit by myself and think about things. What things was I supposed to think about? I can't say I sat in the hallway every day, but it sure felt like it. I longed to get away from the noisy classroom and be alone in the hallway. Out in the hallway, I could hear the lesson going on in the classroom. The distance made all the madness of the classroom less assaulting. No one poked me or threw things. I didn't have to try to listen to the teacher when other children were constantly talking. When they were talking, I could hear nothing but noise, just noise all around me. "Shut up!" I screamed, holding my ears. "I can't hear. Jeannie, out in the hallway." Ms. Montori pointed toward the door to the desk that sat permanently out there waiting for me. There was no point in staying in the room. She wasn't teaching us anything we didn't already know. Why would she teach an entire class to read? That is a waste of time. We knew that already. Then our times tables, really? This is kid stuff. I raised my hand to answer the question. I did. I waved my arms back and forth, trying to keep my butt in the seat like she said I should. Still, she didn't call on me. Someone else, besides Jeannie. Does anyone else know the answer? When no one had the answer, I could no longer contain myself. I blurted it out. In the hallway. I know. Go think about things. Things are a problem. She was the last one in the school and the last one out. She made the whole class wait for her every day. Mom. School was a minefield. For starters, I was late every day because my alien leaders, the ones that dropped me off at my mother's house when I was born, didn't give her an instruction manual, and she was not a fast learner. Every morning was a battle over what I would wear and what I would eat, which was usually nothing. I didn't sleep well either, so I was hard to wake in the morning, but still easier to wake than my mother. School nights meant little in my house. My parents liked to party. My brother and I stayed in their bedroom to go to sleep while aunts, uncles, and friends played loud music, drank, smoked, and played cards. I tried to sleep curled up in a ball under the covers, cupping my hands over my ears, trying desperately to drown out the noise. The smell of cigarette smoke and beer made my stomach sick and my eyes tear. In the morning, navigating the sea of sleeping bodies sprawled out across the living room carpet, surrounded by empty beer bottles and half-spilled ashtrays, brought on the vomit. Vomit brought on the screaming. My screaming because even then, I hated to vomit, although I should have been used to it, and my mother's screaming because now there was a mess to clean up. Now, there was a mess to begin with. Vomit was hard to get out of mustard-colored shag carpet. Mornings sucked, school sucked, and we were late. At least I no longer needed to go see Mr. Hyler for a late pass. He was a liar. The chaos of home life bled into my school experience, making each day a struggle to navigate. My parents' nightly parties meant I rarely got enough sleep, and waking up was a constant battle. The mornings were a chaotic blur of groggy steps over unconscious bodies, trying to find a clear path to the door. The smell of stale smoke and spilled alcohol was a nauseating reminder of the night before. Getting dressed was another ordeal. The clothes never felt right, and my protests about how they scratched or bunched up were often dismissed. Breakfast was usually non-existent. The very thought of eating made my already queasy stomach churn. By the time we made it to school, the day had already started on a sour note. Arriving late became routine, not because I wanted to be, but because the morning chaos left us no other choice. The relief of not needing to get a late pass from Mr. Hyler was a small comfort in an otherwise dismal start to the day. The overwhelming noise and confusion at school mirrored the chaos at home, making it impossible to find any sense of calm or order. Despite the chaos of my mornings and the struggles with getting to school on time, I was never in a rush. That much is true. But I did not intentionally make the entire class late coming out of school every day. Not intentionally. The end of the school day was always the same. Pack your things and line up, Ms. Montori would instruct. Lining up, I had down. I was number 3, Tony was number 1, Laura was number 2, then me, and Shane was number 4. Line up, check. It was the packing up part, the part that needed to be done before lining up. That was the problem. My desk was a wreck. The small space inside the metal-framed desk reserved for books was jam-packed with my things. Papers were shoved inside, crumpled and torn. Pencils fell to the floor when I pulled on something I thought I needed to pack up, followed by an avalanche of debris that scattered across the floor, making my head spin. The mess, the chaos, and the lack of things having their own place made me sick. My brain stopped working. I stopped responding. I stood there staring at the mess, having no idea how to begin to clean it up. "We are not leaving until Jeannie cleans up this mess and packs her things," Miss Montori announced, her voice echoing throughout the room. I froze. There was that word again. Things. I made several attempts throughout the year to pack up my things. All of them were wrong. I never arrived home with any of my textbooks and couldn't do my homework. I spent the nights crying because my homework wasn't done, and the mornings being screamed at because my homework wasn't done. Going to school without my homework meant writing, "I must do my homework," 20 times on the blackboard. I longed for the end of the day, longed to be out of the clutches of the classroom. "Jeannie, pack up your things." The dreaded words seemed to echo throughout the room. The whole class grumbled while I stood there staring blankly at my desk. They knew we were not leaving until I got my things together. The mothers waiting outside would be angry and grumbling that everyone always had to wait for me. "If someone doesn't help Jeannie pack her things, we are going to stay here all day," Miss Montori declared. I didn't know what to pack. Shane, number 4, rushed over to help. He helped me shove everything into my book bag and slung it over his shoulder. Shane wanted to go home. From that day on, Shane helped me pack, or rather, he packed my things for me. He packed everything and carried it because then it was too heavy and I couldn't lift it. I had to drag the book bag along, slowly. When Shane packed my book bag, I was able to do my homework. He packed the textbooks. I never did. The teacher told me to pack my things. The textbooks did not belong to me. They were not mine. They could never be my things. They were their things. Schoolwork was easy, but navigating the school day without stepping on a landmine was not. Each day felt like a battle, a constant struggle to understand and meet the expectations set before me. Transitioning from the chaos of the mornings and struggles with school to the confrontation with my teacher felt like moving from one battlefield to another. Each day presented new challenges that I struggled to navigate, leaving me perpetually on edge and overwhelmed. This particular incident was a stark reminder of how misunderstood I was, even by those who were supposed to guide and support me. I tried to be a good girl. A good girl listens to her teacher, and these instructions were clear. "You're too skinny. Drink this," Miss Montori commanded, holding out a glass filled with a clear, jellied slime with a yellow floating ball. I stood there, staring at the concoction, my stomach churning just from the sight of it. I tried to drink it. I did, but the minute the slime touched my lips, everything inside my stomach found its way outside. It's a good thing I never ate breakfast, or it would have been worse. I refused to drink it. I cried, I screamed, and I was brought to the office. This time, Grandma got the call, and she was furious. My teacher expected Mom to show up and instruct me to listen, to behave, and to drink her slime. She didn't expect Grandma. If you thought a screaming, crying second grader could cause a commotion, you should have seen Grandma. My crying was nothing compared to what happened when she got there. "How dare you?" Grandma's voice was loud and filled the whole office. She walked past me, sitting on the chair against the wall, past the startled school secretary, and went right for the woman with the witch's shoes and evil potion. I've seen Grandma mad before. Whenever my father would snatch the meatballs from her pan, everyone heard the whomp. Dad would come out of the kitchen rubbing the red welt Grandma's spoon left across his knuckles. But now she was even angrier than that. I wondered if Miss Montori would get whumped with the wooden spoon, too. Raw eggs? Are you crazy? Grandma's voice grew even louder. She's too skinny. She needs more protein. That's when the yelling began. Grandma didn't like back talk. I tried to listen, but the room felt like it had started spinning. All the words jumbled together so I couldn't understand them. I covered my ears, closed my eyes, pulled my knees to my chest, and rocked back and forth on the chair until it stopped. Come on. Grandma took my hand from my ears. Let's go home. I didn't look at anyone when I left. I only followed Grandma out of the building. I don't know what she said to Miss Montori that day, but she never tried to make me drink raw eggs again. You didn't like school, so you made your own, Mom. Some autistic children line up cars, arrange their toys, books, and coin collections. I did all these things too. I methodically ordered my baseball card collection and carefully arranged the stamp collection I started in the 4th grade. For me, arranging things and making order out of chaos was the most important part of playing, the part that brought me the most joy. Playing school was one of my favorite activities, which is ironic considering the real thing was a nightmare. Maybe I longed for learning, for knowledge, for once again feeling smart. I loved facts, memorizing them quickly for instant recall when the teacher needed the correct answer. Don't correct your teacher in front of the class, my mother said. Why? I asked. If she didn't need so much correcting, I would have done it less. I didn't understand why it was necessary for math problems to be long and drawn out. If she didn't know the answer, why didn't she ask me? I knew it. School was an endless struggle with confusing instructions. They wanted me to know the answer, but didn't want me to tell them what it was. They wanted me to raise my hand to be called on before answering, but they didn't call on me. Instead, they asked someone who clearly didn't know the answer and was not raising their hand. All of it made no sense. My school was better. There were rules, they were clear, and they had to be followed. In my school, I was the teacher. I spent hours setting the tables and chairs just right, arranging them so my students could see the chalkboard. I collected textbooks, paper, pencils, crayons, chalk, and erasers. I gathered black and white notebooks for the class to practice writing their multiplication tables. Pretend things would not do. I needed real supplies. In my classroom, pencils were sharp and children were quiet. I assigned classwork and administered tests. I even assigned homework and expected my students/friends to have it done the next day. By the time my classroom was finished and ready to play, my friends had run off. I remember arranging a perfect classroom at Cindy's house, in the porch room right by the door to the terrace. I was content arranging the items we needed and had no idea how long it had been since Cindy left to play dress-up in her room. I liked playing school, but apparently it wasn't fun for everyone else. No one wanted to play with me. They didn't want to do my homework assignments. I couldn't imagine why. I suppose I should have been upset by this. I should have felt lonely, but I was content playing alone, setting up my classroom with my things. I was creating an orderly, quieter, better version of school. Since real school had rules that I could not understand, I made my own. Looking back, I realized that creating order out of chaos was my way of making sense of the world. While the real school was a minefield of unpredictable rules and confusing instructions, my pretend classroom was a sanctuary of logic and precision. In my world, everything had a place, and every rule was clear. And in that world, I found peace. This pattern of seeking order and creating routines has stayed with me throughout my life. It's how I navigate the chaos around me and find a sense of control and stability. It's how I survived then, and it's how I thrive now. By understanding and embracing these patterns, I've learned to appreciate my unique way of interacting with the world. It may not always align with the expectations of others, but it's a part of who I am, an essential part of my journey and my story. Chapter 5, The Insta-Vomit Kid Navigating Sensory's Impact on Daily Life. It wasn't only the slime of raw eggs that produced instant vomit. Anything slimy that went into my mouth triggered the same reaction. If I didn't like the texture, taste, or more importantly, the smell of it, the vomit was instantaneous. My sensitive palate decided, for me, beyond my control. A few days ago, my family and I ordered Chinese food. As I sat there with my husband and boys, I reached for a spring roll. I like egg rolls, but the restaurant only had shrimp, and I can't eat shrimp. The one bite I took off the spring roll sent me scrambling for a napkin, trying to make it to the bathroom. The inside was warm and slimy. It felt like wet mush in my mouth. I can't eat food that is wet or placed on a wet napkin. If you're going to ask me to eat on a freshly rinsed plate, dry it first. The instant need to expel the mush from my mouth was overwhelming. At 38 years old, I almost spit the food out onto the table. Unfortunately, as a child, I spat it right out. It was that or spew everything I'd eaten wherever I stood. I was a joy to eat with. You'd think my mother would have stopped trying to force me to eat. Thank God for the dog. I slipped my food under the table when my mother's back was turned. There were few things I would eat. I spent an entire year only eating peanut butter sandwiches. No jelly, no crust, and the bread had to be fresh. If it was even a few days old, it had lost its fresh bread smell. I pulled each slice of bread out of the bag and pressed it against my nose, taking deep breaths, inhaling the smell of freshness. It didn't take long to figure out that I only liked the smell of Wonder Bread. If it wasn't Wonder, I would not eat it. There was no fooling me. I could tell the difference. Thinking back now, I see how Grandma's eating habits were similar to my own. She too would eat the same thing at the some time, day in and day out. Every so often, the routine started over with a new favorite food. I wish this was something that lessened with age, but it did not. Today, I am very much the same as I was then. I eat many more items because I cook them myself and can control what goes in the pot, but I routinely eat the same things repeatedly. Grandma and I spent many years shaving lunch together. For months, we ate lettuce and tomato with cottage cheese and salt at the same time every day, just before Grandma's stories came on television. Grandma watched all my children every day. "I have to be home for my stories," she said. Whatever we were doing ended, and we zipped home, making sure there was enough time to make lunch and sit down before it started. When we arrived home, Grandma peeled the tomatoes, no skin on fruits or vegetables, ever. She chopped the lettuce into small, bite-sized pieces and pulled the Breakstone's cottage cheese out of the refrigerator. We could only eat Breakstone's, no other brand, and only whole milk. When she tired of salad for lunch, we moved on to one-eyed eggs. One-eyed eggs were what Grandma called them. She took a slice of Wonder Bread, pinched out a small hole in the middle, big enough for an egg yolk, and then pan-fried the bread in butter to toast it lightly. She separated an egg, discarding the slimy whites, and gently placed the yolk in the center of the bread. It cooked for a few minutes and then was flipped over with a spatula. When it was finished, I could cut pieces of the bread and dunk them in the center like a sunny-side-up egg, but without ever having to touch the whites or pick the toast up with my hands. I'm not sure if this was an actual recipe or Grandma finding a way for me to eat the toast and eggs. In Ever Minded the Yolk, I like to dip my toast, but if my toast even accidentally touched any slime and then touched my mouth, you guessed it, insta-vomit. Food textures were not the only thing that sparked the appearance of the insta-vomit kid. Smells were even worse. Enter the super sniffer. I smell things no one else can. Even remnants of odors in the area are registered by my super sniffer. I suppose it may have been easier to steer clear of smells that turned my stomach if I didn't need to smell everything before I ate it, and I mean everything. Did you know that our sense of taste is based 80% on our sense of smell? I'm not surprised. For me, it is even higher than that. I can literally taste what I smell. I will know exactly how something will taste by sniffing it. Many times, I can pick out the individual ingredients used in the food, even if only in small amounts, the things no one else seems to notice. In my house, this is my superpower because I can recreate recipes from our favorite restaurants. It is not surprising to me that smells produce the reaction they did. Have you ever tasted motor oil, body odor, or dirty socks? How about a dirty subway station, restroom, or bus exhaust? Rotten fish market? You get the idea. These smells bring on the insta-vomit. Some smells are so bad they make me feel like I can't breathe. Aerosol spray gets stuck in my throat. Ammonia, bleach, pine sol, and most air fresheners are intolerable, and perfumes are the worst. There are real reasons I only use things, lotions, etc., that smell like foods I like. Berry deodorant, fruit-scented candles. Who wants to taste lavender or lilies all day? Growing up, I smelled all my food before I ate it repeatedly, like sniffing the bread repeatedly. This was partially to ensure I could tolerate the food, but was also a stimming behavior. Stimming is short for self-stimulatory behavior, sometimes called stereotypical behavior. Stimming refers to behaviors like hand flapping, rocking back and forth, and spinning. It is a way for autistic people to adapt to the sensory stimuli around them. Stimming can occur when the autistic child or adult is happy, sad, overstimulated, or anxious. Food flapping, pencil tapping, hair twirling, spinning round and round, smelling objects or people sometimes, and rubbing skin are all examples of stimming behaviors. They are meant to be calming actions which help regulate the overwhelming sensory input that the autistic person is experiencing, or to introduce sensory stimuli. For me, smelling something good has a calming effect. It feels good. I can spend hours sniffing candles or opening and closing the bottle of cucumber melon lotion. Smelling foods was the same way. Breathing in the bread made me calmer. The more anxious I was, the more things I sniffed. Crowds of people made me anxious, and eating with strangers made me want to run and hide. If I couldn't get away, which was often the case, I needed to find something to smell. Smelling food was a given, but if you added stress to the mix, it became worse. My father finally grew tired of my embarrassing behavior. Every time he took me somewhere, I refused to eat unless I smelled it first, which didn't guarantee I would eat it. Often, I wrinkled my nose, turned away, and pronounced, "I'm not eating that." I wasn't trying to be difficult or rude. I didn't even comprehend those ideas. I did not know that my behavior could hurt someone's feelings. Why would I? My intention was never to make anyone feel bad. It had nothing to do with them. It was just that stinky food. Every Christmas Eve, my parents packed us in the car to go to Aunt Jenny and Uncle Eddie's house for dinner. Uncle Eddie was my grandfather's youngest brother. It was a brief car ride, as he lived only 7 blocks from our house. "You are going to eat whatever Aunt Jenny gives you," my father announced on the way there. "Do you understand me?" I said nothing, but the ball bouncing around inside of my belly got bigger. There were often many stinky things on the table, like artichoke hearts. What if she gives me artichoke hearts? If I didn't eat them, Dad would be mad. Aunt Jenny's table was set with a red tablecloth, fine white china trimmed with gold, with matching gold utensils. Napkins, the color of Christmas spruce, were rolled inside golden-leafed holders. Ivory candles rose from the holly leaves in the center of the table. The kids' table was set up in the center of the living room in front of the Christmas tree. The plastic tablecloth had pictures of Santa, reindeers, and elves. There was an assortment of candies in small bowls in the center. The plates were paper and the utensils were plastic. I never enjoyed sitting at the kids' table. Not because I didn't like the table, but because I would have to sit with the other kids I did not recognize, even though they always seemed to know me. Cousins is what my grandmother called them, but they were strangers. I preferred to sit at the grown-up table. The strange cousins ran around screeching and laughing as they went by while I sat near the tree, worrying about when it would be time for dinner. This time, I wanted to sit at the kids' table. My father had me sit next to him, something he never insisted on. A heaping load of steaming lasagna was slid onto my plate. Sauce oozed down the sides of the pasta. Cheesy strings of mozzarella hung off the side of the plate. I breathed at last. I can eat that. I liked lasagna. After waiting for my lasagna to cool down, I scooped some up with my fork. I brought it to my nose and took in a deep breath, breathing in the smells of fresh basil, hot tomato, and cheese. It felt like an explosion. My breath caught in my throat. Tears filled my eyes. My hand stung. The fork flew across the table, landing with a resounding clank, splattering sauce on the table. "Joseph, what the hell is wrong with you?" Grandma yelled. "She is going to eat whatever is put in front of her," he said. My chest quivered with each sob that started coming out of my mouth. The table burst into shouts and commotion. "Joe, calm down," Aunt Jenny said. "It's all right. She doesn't have to eat it." But it wasn't all right. It was never all right again. From that night on, every time I smelled my food before eating it, which was every time I ate in front of my father, he smacked the food out of my hands, yelling, "Just eat it." The more he tried to smack the habit of smelling my food out of me, the more I needed to smell it. Eventually, I became immune to the smacks. Chapter 6, Striving for Perfection in a Chaotic World, Handwriting, Tics, and Sensory Sensitivities. The more life spun out of my control, the more I tried to control it, or at least control parts of it, like handwriting. I physically had control over my handwriting. Homework took hours, hours of being yelled at to hurry and finish, hours of erasing letters and starting over, hours of sitting on the kitchen chair cross-legged, rocking back and forth to drown out the crazy world around me. I became obsessive about my writing. It had to be perfect. Every letter and every line had to be perfect. If I didn't like the look of the letter on the page, if it slanted slightly in the wrong direction, I erased it and started again. The letters were never perfect enough. Sometimes they went under the line, and I had to do it again. Sometimes they were of different heights and not evenly spaced across the page. That would cause me to do the entire page over, not just erase and rewrite one letter or word. The contents of the sentences were unimportant. They didn't have to make much sense. I rarely cared what the words said, just that each letter was perfectly constructed. Homework took hours, each night turning into a battle of wills. I sat at the kitchen table, my legs crossed on the chair, rocking back and forth. My focus was entirely on the letters, each one needing to be perfect. If a letter slanted slightly in the wrong direction, if it went under the line or didn't match the height of the others, I would erase it and start again. The process was endless. The content of the sentences irrelevant. It was all about the perfection of each letter. I began stuttering and mispronouncing words when I was excited, upset, nervous, or stressed. I couldn't seem to get the correct words out of my mouth. Formulating and blending letters became more difficult, not easier with time. The school said I was putting too much pressure on myself. The rocking back and forth while doing my homework was just what I did to concentrate. They were concerned about my speech, so speech therapy began. I liked going to speech. It got me out of my classroom every day. I had no problem working one-on-one with the teacher. After several years of speech, they proudly announced that my speech was improved, fixed. But that was only because there was no stress involved with sitting with one teacher and practicing the sounds of letters. That was a relaxing environment. It did not improve my speech outside that small classroom. Outside the classroom, I still stuttered and struggled to make my mouth form the correct sounds and make my brain say the right words. The efforts to fix me or smack behaviors out of me met colossal failure. The constant stress triggered nervous tics. At least that is the name given for my blinking, squinting, nose wrinkling, mouth stretching, hand flapping, and foot tapping. "She's just stressed out by the homework," the doctor said. "It's nothing to worry about. Just have her do only as much homework as she wants to. Then the tics will get better." No more homework for me. The doctor said, "Only do as much homework as she wants to," and I heard him. After that, if I wanted to do the homework, I did. If I didn't want to do it, I didn't, but the tics did not stop. I squeezed my eyes shut tightly and wiggled my nose after opening them. I opened my mouth, stretching my jaw as far as it could go. These movements were always in the same order. For this series of nonsensical body movements, there was no explanation. When I started blinking all the time, the doctor thought I should have my eyes checked. I needed to close my eyes anytime I walked outside, anytime I walked inside, and anytime the lighting changed. The bright light outside in the mornings caused me to keep my eyes shut tight even if I was walking. Opening my eyes was painful. It didn't matter if I walked into the light pole, fell down the curb into the street, or tumbled over piles of snow because I was not watching where I was going. I could not see where I was going, even if I did open my eyes. The eye doctor could find no reason for my blinking, or squinting, or holding my eyes shut in the daylight. My vision was perfect. His diagnosis: I was allergic to sunlight and the fluorescent lights and to the bright light bulbs. I walked out of the eye doctor, the proud owner of pearl-framed prescription-tinted glasses. They made me look like a cross between a Martian and a bug. The tint was to protect my eyes from the light, and prescription lenses were precautionary. If I needed to see a little better. Those glasses made it worse. I could not see through the black tint, and they made the world fuzzy, even in the shade. My sensitivity/allergy was attributed to my pale blue eyes. He said my eyes could not handle the bright lights because they were so light themselves. I suppose my blue eyes caused me to hear the buzzing in the light bulbs, too. Many of my strange behaviors were explained away. Rubbing my face on the dog, incessantly smelling the bubble gum, and sticking my head in the fence all had explanations. Grandma bred German shepherds. She loved dogs. She liked dogs more than people. I don't blame her. When I was in the first grade, Grandma let me choose one puppy for my own. I named her Mindy. Had she been a he, I am sure his name would have been Mork, since I enjoyed watching Mork and Mindy on television. I imagined that I, too, must be from Ork, or some other planet. Mindy followed me wherever I went, maybe because she knew that food was coming her way. I slipped her food under the table and sat with her on the stairs, sharing my pretzels. One bite for Mindy, one bite for Jeannie. I often referred to myself in the third person. Mindy was my protector and my comforter. When my parents fought, which was often, she stayed by my side. When dishes flew across the room, slamming against the wall while my brother and I slept nearby, Mindy stood guard over us. When I was nervous or upset, I used her as a pillow. She was soft, her fur was silky. I rubbed my face back and forth across her fur. If I was sitting up, I held on to her and rocked back and forth while rubbing my hands up and down the tuft of fur under her neck. Some thought my behavior was odd, but Grandma thought it was normal. I used to do the same thing when I was a little girl, she said. Grandpa owned a vending machine route of gumballs. Every night he sat in his golden yellow armchair in the parlor, which sat next to Grandma's pink one, and put his capsules together. The machines that had gumballs were easy to fill. You just opened the box and poured them into the machine from the top. But the plastic capsules that had small toys and other prizes were not as easy. The capsule needed to be put together. I sat with Grandpa for hours in the evening. The two of us filled the bottom of the capsule with the prize, snapped on the top, and tossed the finished ones into a big box. The nightly routine and repetitive motion were comforting. It gave me something to do, and I got to help Grandpa. Besides, it was always more peaceful upstairs in their apartment than downstairs in mine. The gumballs were kept in the garage. I followed Grandpa through the driveway and into the backyard, where he flung open the rolling garage door. There were boxes tied to the ceiling filled with toy prizes, hard candies, and gumballs. I searched for the green ones. I loved to sniff the watermelon flavor. I didn't want to chew them. I only wanted to smell them. Your grandfather didn't let you chew the gum, my mother said. That's why you always stood there smelling them. She always had an excuse for my odd behavior. She was partially right. He wouldn't let me sit around all day chewing gum, not with my awful teeth. He was sure that if I took a bite into the hard-coated gumball, my teeth would shatter. He may have been right, too. I've always had awful teeth. Milk teeth, my mother called them, although I don't know what that means. The dentist said I had soft enamel. By the time I was 4 years old, I knew my dentist by name. Many teeth had to be extracted, probably because of several factors. I refused to give up my bottle, sleeping with it until I was over 3 years old, and the milk, I'm told, rotted my teeth. I had soft enamel and bad oral hygiene. Brushing regularly was an all-out war. I hated the feel of the toothbrush on my gums, and the taste of the toothpaste made me gag. None of these reasons were why I sniffed the bubble gum then, or the reason I love to sit here and just smell fruity candles and gum now. Some things I did had no justifications. The explanations made no sense. You just wanted to see the red fire truck. Mom. My husband and I were driving from a doctor's appointment last week when a fire truck drove past the van. I gritted my teeth, squeezed my eyes shut, and put my fingers in my ears. The sound of that siren scratched my brain and made my teeth hurt. When the engine was far enough down the road that the sound was bearable, I unclogged my ears and watched it roll out of sight. That's when I realized there was no way I was intentionally trying to make the fire truck come to our house when I was a child. I have a long list of strange things I used to do as a child. Sitting close to the top of the list is getting my head stuck in the fence. We lived in a two-story, two-family house in Brooklyn. My grandparents lived on the second floor, rented the first floor, and we lived in the basement apartment. A tall maple tree stood in our front yard. A black wrought iron fence enclosed my grandmother's second-floor porch. I often played out on Grandma's porch, either while she was inside the small attached room, knitting, or sitting outside sipping coffee. I don't know what made me stick my head between the bars and the fence. Maybe something interesting in the front yard I could only see by sticking my head as far through the iron fence as I could. I wasn't a baby, a toddler, or even a preschooler. I was already in elementary school. My head should not have even fit through the bars. Grandma heard my screams and came running out onto the porch. I had got my head through the fence, but I couldn't get it back out. I was stuck and stuck good. She called my grandfather, and neither of them could dislodge my head. My ears were in the way. They called the fire department. I heard the roar of the sirens blazing down 65th State and could see them stop to make the turn onto 19th Ave from my space in the fence. The neighbors came out of their houses to see what all the commotion was about. Doors opened, and neighbors walked out onto their terraces to watch the firemen dismount from their truck. 2 men entered the front door to come upstairs, while the others waited out front. When they came out onto the porch, one firefighter knelt next to me. I saw the metal cutter in his hand. "What are you doing?" I asked. "I'm going to get you out." "How?" "I'm going to cut the fence." "Why?" I said, whipping my head around to look at him. "Don't do that." To his amazement, I was free and back into my grandparents' apartment. Soon the neighbors came out only sometimes when the firemen arrived. Instead of worrying there might be a fire, they assumed Jeannie was stuck again. Chapter 7, My One Friend, My Only Friend, Navigating a World of Unseen Dangers. If others could have colored me in with precise, conforming colors, their lives would have been easier. Trying to color me in was like using melting crayons. Every time they pressed too hard, they ended up with a puddle of something warped and mushy. My colors ran all over the page, blending into hues no one had ever seen before, refusing to stay within the lines. I was different, unique, bold, and hard-headed. I was simply me. Efforts to fix me or demand I conform to the normal world around me only resulted in my retreat. I withdrew into my universe, where the colors were softer, the lines blurrier, and everything felt more like home. The boundaries of my memories are strange, some vivid, others shrouded in mist. The sounds of my world were different too, more muted and gentler, a stark contrast to the harsh noises of reality that often felt like they were piercing through my and place's very being. I remember details about myself, specific situations and places, but few people stand out. Interactions with friends or family linger on the periphery of my memory, always on the edges, fuzzy and faded. They were there, but not really a part of my internal world. The smell of my grandmother's kitchen, the feel of the smooth pages of my favorite books, the comforting hum of the fan in my room, these are the things that painted my world. In my world, I was safe, unbothered by attempts to reshape me. It was a place where the cacophony of the outside world couldn't reach me, where the persistent demands to fit in were nothing but distant echoes. Here I could be myself, with colors that ran free and wild, refusing to be confined. Looking back on my early years, particularly my first school experiences, it's clear that no one truly understood me. The prevailing assumption was that my difficulties stemmed from a stubborn mind. In some ways, they weren't wrong. My autistic brain is indeed stubborn, unyielding, and immovable. My thoughts and routines were like well-worn paths in a dense forest, difficult to change and nearly impossible to reroute. School was a bewildering landscape where sudden changes in routine and abrupt shifts in activities were the norm. For me, these disruptions were like unexpected storms, throwing my carefully constructed world into chaos. The teachers and students around me saw a child who resisted change, but they couldn't see the turmoil that every new demand created within me. I couldn't simply go with the flow. To me, the flow was a torrent, and I was desperately trying to keep my head above water. I didn't just want to do things my way. I was incapable of doing them any other way. The concept of alternative methods or different ways of being was entirely foreign to me. An internal logic that seemed simple and clear to me, but utterly confusing to everyone else, governed my world. It was as if I was navigating a maze that only I could see, each twist and turn making perfect sense in my mind, but leading to bewilderment and frustration for those trying to guide me. I didn't recognize the odd stares or understand what it meant to be left out when other children didn't play with me. I was content in my world, where the rules of play were mine to create and follow. The absence of playmates didn't translate to loneliness. Instead, it felt like freedom. I never realized that my differences set me apart, or that they created a barrier between me and others. To me, my solitary play was just as fulfilling, if not more so, than any group activity. It was a world where I could be entirely myself, without the confusing expectations and judgments of others. I had friends when I was young. Although they were always built-in friends in my life because of other situations. I played with the children of mother's friends, or the children that lived on our block. They were inserted into my life, always present, and so a natural part of my being. I had friends when I was young, but they were what I now call built-in friends. These were children who were part of my life because of our parents' friendships or because they lived on our block. They were woven into the fabric of my everyday existence, seamlessly present and naturally accepted. I didn't seek them out or make conscious efforts to build these friendships. They simply existed within the parameters of my world. Our interactions were straightforward, devoid of the social intricacies that typically accompany friendships. These built-in friends were like familiar landmarks in my otherwise unpredictable landscape. Making friends outside the realm of my built-in circle was an entirely different story. The concept of forming friendships in school, Girl Scouts, or dance class was foreign to me. I didn't know how to maintain or cultivate these connections, and as a result, they simply didn't exist. During this period of my life, I had no desire for multiple friends or the complex dynamics that came with them. I found it impossible to tolerate more than one friend at a time. One friend was all I ever needed, and even that felt like a full-time commitment. The thought of managing several friendships simultaneously was overwhelming and unappealing. If my friend couldn't play with me alone, or if other children joined us, I would simply leave if possible. If leaving wasn't an option, I would retreat to a corner and play by myself. This preference for solitude was not born out of loneliness, but out of a need for simplicity and control. Group play was a chaotic and confusing endeavor I couldn't relate to or understand. The need for group interaction felt foreign and unnecessary. I was perfectly content with my company, where I could control the environment and the rules of engagement. Groups have always been overwhelming for me. There are too many things to focus on, too many voices to listen to, and too many people to ensure they are playing correctly. It's mentally and emotionally exhausting. Throughout my life, I've only ever needed one friend at a time, one person to confide in, share my life with, and navigate the world alongside. This has been true from the age of 4 and remains true today. One friend was all I ever needed, and I discarded the rest. In adulthood, I make more efforts to stay connected, but I often fail more than succeed. Friendships are time-consuming, dramatic, and require an energy I often struggle to muster. Don't worry about the lonely child with only one friend. I was never lonely. I had Vanessa, my constant companion, sharing in all the mischief and madness that life threw our way. We didn't choose each other. Our mothers did. Both our mothers yelled, both our fathers drank. We were a perfect match. Vanessa and I navigated the world together, understanding each other's quirks and standing by each other's side through it all. Our bond was strong, and it remains so to this day. Autistic children often exhibit a surprising lack of fear when faced with danger, even when the risks of harm are obvious. This might be more apparent in a young child who suddenly bolts into the street or dives into deep water without knowing how to swim. But what does this look like in an older child on the brink of adolescence? It manifests in ways that are less about impulsive actions and more about a fearless approach to life's challenges and unknowns. We called my maternal grandmother Nanny. I've never called her grandma. She was always Nanny, my other grandmother. Nanny worked in amusement parks for as long as I can remember, including Rockaway Amusement Park, Rye Playland, and Cross Bay Amusement Park, a small kiddie park on Cross Bay Boulevard in Howard Beach. The summer I turned 12, Nanny got Vanessa and me jobs working with her at the amusement park. At the amusement park, we learned how to operate the kiddie rides, securely strap in the children, and vigilantly watch over them as they rode. I was in charge of the motorcycles, while Vanessa handled the boats. The constant barrage of honking horns and dinging bells often left my head spinning. The park closed at 10 p.m., and the last bus into Broad Channel ran at 11 p.m. Typically, we finished work and caught the bus into Broad Channel with Nanny, where my Uncle Alan would pick us up and drive us to her house in Rockaway Beach. On nights when Nanny wasn't working, Vanessa and I navigated the bus ride alone to meet my uncle. One night, after closing the rides, we lingered at the park instead of heading directly to the bus stop. Before we realized it, 11 o'clock had come and gone, and we had missed the last bus crossing the bridge. Without payphones on the corner or cell phones in our pockets, calling for a ride wasn't an option. We needed to get over the bridge, but first we had to reach it. With no concept of danger, we quickly devised a plan. We would walk to the bridge. Not the best plan, but it was all we had. As we started our journey, a motorcyclist stopped and offered us a ride. We were ecstatic. To him, two young girls walking down a deserted street must have looked like they needed help. The problem was, we both couldn't fit on the back of the bike. And even if we could, it would be dangerous. Not wanting to leave Vanessa alone, but needing to reach the bridge, we decided I would go first. Vanessa would hide behind a bush, and the man would drop me off at the bridge entrance, then return for her. Thankfully, neither of us were harmed, and we were safely dropped off at the entrance of the bridge, the vehicle entrance. We noticed a walking path separated from the road by a wire fence. The only way to reach the walkway from our position was to climb the fence. Without a second thought about the danger, we started our ascent. We were only halfway up when we were suddenly blinded by headlights and deafened by the blaring of a horn. "What are you doing? Get down from there. You want to get yourselves killed?" My uncle's voice cut through the night as he rushed from his car, pulling us down off the fence before I even realized who was yelling. When we didn't get off the bus, he must have come looking for us. It never crossed my mind to wait at the amusement park or that my uncle would come to pick us up. In my mind, I had to get to the meeting place, to the bus stop, and that was what I was determined to do. I saw myself as a fearless problem solver. Once I got an idea in my head, it was set in stone, immovable and unchangeable. Many children fail to perceive the dangers lurking around them, the real-world threats they face. Now, as a parent, I often explain to my own children why their actions are dangerous and warn them of the potential consequences. I can usually see the light bulb go on as they process what I say and recognize the danger in their actions. My light bulb, however, never seemed to turn on. I couldn't fathom that a motorcyclist offering a ride to two hitchhiking young girls could be dangerous. I wouldn't kidnap anyone, so why would he kidnap me? The thought that his intentions might differ from mine never crossed my mind. I dismissed any lectures about danger, unable to grasp that others might have harmful intentions. Roaming the streets of Brooklyn at night should have felt dangerous, but to me, it was just another adventure. Vanessa and I often snuck out of our houses after dark, exploring the neighborhood under the cover of night. When our parents discovered us missing in the morning, we told them we had left early to go jogging. After all, joggers were out before dawn exercising, weren't they? Our parents accepted the jogging excuse without question. Did they ever realize we had roamed the neighborhood all night long? Mine were too wrapped up in their own worlds to notice. I was fortunate to have a friend like Vanessa, who joined me on these nocturnal adventures. On nights when she couldn't come, I wandered alone. As life at home became more unbearable, my nighttime wanderings increased. Sleep was always elusive. Even when I fell asleep, my parents' screams would wake me. What started as occasional disturbances grew into nightly battles, becoming a constant backdrop to my childhood. Their fights were primarily about money. My father's gambling problems spiraled out of control, leaving him both broke and angry. The more he gambled, the more he drank. The more he drank, the more he gambled. It was a vicious cycle. The walls in our home bore the brunt of his frustration, often sporting fresh holes from his drunken outbursts after a night at the racetrack. My mother was no saint either. She hurled plates at my father, smashing them against the walls. A lack of money, a lack of partying, a lack of alcohol, and a lack of drugs fueled their fights. To escape the chaos, I retreated into my world, finding solace in the night's quiet as I roamed the streets. Just before my 12th birthday, I decided I was going to run away. I wasn't running away alone. Theresa, who lived 2 doors down, was going to join me, and Vanessa was coming too. We devised a plan. Take the train into the city, switch to the PATH train, and head to Theresa's uncle's house in New Jersey. There, we would start new lives and work in his pizzeria. It was a foolproof plan in our young minds. I stayed at Vanessa's house the night before, and at 4 a.m., we prepared to embark on our new life. What we hadn't expected was her dad being awake, getting ready for work. "Where are you two going?" he asked, catching us by surprise. "Jogging," Vanessa quickly replied. "Can you give us some money so we can go eat breakfast when we're done?" Our well-practiced jogging excuse had paid off. We were on our way to meet Theresa at the 18th Avenue train station with train money in hand. The 3 of us boarded the N train, heading toward the city. We didn't get far. At the 36th Street station, Theresa reconsidered and decided she needed to go home. She had no real reason to run away. My mind was made up. I was running away. There was no turning back. Theresa, 2 years older than me, was crucial to the plan. She had arranged our new life. What was I going to do now? Theresa suggested I go home too, but I refused, and Vanessa couldn't let me go alone. They couldn't change my mind. I couldn't change my mind. I was going. The problem was, where? Our summers working at the amusement park in Howard Beach had taught us how to navigate the buses to the Rockaways. Vanessa and I made our way to Nanny's house using the trains and buses. I would have run away to Grandma's house, the one who understood me, but she was just 1 flight of stairs away. That was too close. I needed to get further away from the fighting, further away from the madness. By the time we arrived at Nanny's house, they were expecting us, and my parents were on their way. Desperate, I tried to climb out the 2nd-story bedroom window onto a nearby roof. There was no escape. My parents were coming, and they were going to take me back home. I braced myself for the inevitable slaps, but this time they didn't come. My father yelled, demanding to know why I had run away. To me, the answer was obvious. His words blurred together as I retreated further inside myself until I couldn't hear him at all. I had completely shut down. I sat in my room, staring into space, as my father put it, for hours. "It's like talking to a brick wall," he muttered before storming off into the other room. When Vanessa's parents asked why she had run away, she simply replied, "I couldn't let Jeannie run away alone." Vanessa was grounded for a month. I never got grounded. My mother believed keeping me inside with her was more of a punishment for herself. God forbid I intrude on her world. Chapter 8, Acting the Part. The Struggle for Identity. I immersed myself in books, TV shows, and magazines, finding friends within their pages and screens. My friends often lived inside my books and the television set. I imagined interactions with the characters and tried to think of what they would say in different situations. Every interaction was replayed before it happened. If I could foresee an event, I would rehearse the conversation in my head. For example, if I contemplated asking a friend to come over to the house to play, I would have the conversation repeatedly in my head before approaching the girl. Many times, my own words sounded stupid when I played them out, and I decided not to offer an invitation. After an interaction, I'd replay the scene hundreds of times, judging if I sounded stupid. I imagined what would have happened if I said this or that, often berating myself for saying the wrong thing. My voice, my words were usually wrong, so I tried to become other people, to take on other personas. I tried to be the beautiful model in the picture hanging on the wall of the hair salon. If I could be her, then all the girls would want to be my friend. This model had short hair, shaved in the back, with long waves on top. the hair you can only get from having a professional stylist work on it for hours before a photo shoot, which is something I did not understand. I wanted to be her. I wanted that haircut, and so my mother let the hairdresser cut my hair short. I didn't look like the model. I looked like a boy. I was unaware of this until I went to school the next day. In the 4th grade, a boy's haircut does not make a popular girl, so I had my ears pierced. For sure now, with studded earrings, I could not look like a boy. But at school, my pretty ears did nothing to detract from my head. Pretending to be someone else became an obsession. I watched my grandmother's stories, soap operas, and picked out characters to emulate. They were not the best role models. When I found out that they were just actors and actresses playing a part with a script, I knew I needed to be an actress. I could do a script, and I was already used to dancing on stage, so this would be a cinch. Scripts were like dance routines. They were choreographed for you, and as long as you followed the script, you were doing it right. Anything I wanted to do perfectly. People often tell me that practice makes perfect, but that's not true. Perfect practice makes perfect. If you routinely practice something the wrong way, you will always do it the wrong way. The only way to achieve perfection is to practice perfectly. I allowed myself no room for error, ever. I became obsessed with perfection. Scripts and routines were my sanctuary, providing structure in a world that often felt chaotic. Homework took hours of being yelled at to hurry and get finished, hours of erasing letters and starting over, hours of sitting on the kitchen chair, cross-legged, rocking back and forth to drown out the crazy world around me. Every letter and every line had to be perfect. If a letter slanted slightly in the wrong direction, I erased it and started again. The letters were never perfect enough. Sometimes they dipped below the line, and I had to redo the entire page, not just a single letter or word. The content of the sentences was unimportant. It didn't matter what the words said, only that each letter was flawlessly constructed. This fixation extended beyond handwriting. I began stuttering and mispronouncing words when excited, upset, nervous, or stressed. Formulating and blending letters became more difficult, not easier with time. The school claimed I was putting too much pressure on myself. The rocking back and forth while doing homework was my way of concentrating. They were concerned about my speech, and so speech therapy began. Speech therapy provided a break from the classroom, one-on-one with the teacher. The pressure lifted. The small classroom felt like a haven, free from stress. After several years, they proudly announced my speech was improved, fixed. But outside that small room, I still stuttered and struggled to make my mouth formulate the correct sounds and my brain say the right words. Efforts to fix me or smack behaviors out of me met colossal failure. The constant stress triggered nervous tics. Blinking, squinting, nose wrinkling, mouth stretching, hand flapping, and foot tapping became part of my daily routine. The doctor said, "She's just stressed out by the homework. It's nothing to worry about. Just have her do only as much homework as she wants to. Then the tics will get better." No more homework. The doctor's words were music to my ears. From then on, if I wanted to do homework, I did. If not, I didn't. But the tics didn't stop. I squeezed my eyes shut tightly, wiggled my nose, then opened my mouth, stretching my jaw as far as it could go. These movements always followed the same order, an inexplicable series of actions. The blinking concerned the doctor enough to suggest an eye exam. Bright light, whether from the sun or fluorescent bulbs, caused me to keep my eyes shut tight. Opening them was painful, and I walked into poles, tumbled off curbs, and tripped over piles of snow. The eye doctor found nothing wrong. His diagnosis: I was allergic to sunlight and bright lights because of my pale blue eyes. Grandma bred German shepherds and let me choose one. I named her Mindy. Mindy followed me everywhere, perhaps because she knew food was coming her way. I slipped her food under the table and shared my pretzels with her on the stairs. One bite for Mindy, one bite for Jeannie. When nervous or upset, I used Mindy as a pillow, rubbing my face back and forth across her fur, rocking while holding on to her, and rubbing the tuft of fur under her neck. Grandpa owned a vending machine route with gumballs. Every night, we filled capsules with prizes. The routine and repetitive motion were comforting. The gumballs were kept in the garage. I followed Grandpa there, seeking the green ones to sniff their watermelon flavor. I didn't want to chew them, just smell them. Scripts were my lifeline, so acting school seemed a natural step. Vanessa and I convinced our mothers to sign us up for an acting school in Manhattan. To get in, we created our own Toys R Us commercial, combining acting, dancing, and singing. It was mostly dancing and singing. We practiced until we had every step and every word down perfectly. On the train to the city, excitement buzzed between us. The audition went well and we were accepted. Acting school was mostly fun and exciting until the day we had no scripts, improvisation. We were to perform a simple silent skit, no words, no props. Panic set in, my insides shaking. I couldn't do it. I acted out making macaroni and cheese in my kitchen. It was a disaster, ending my acting school career. Despite trying to adopt different personas, switching between them was a struggle. Improvisation was my downfall. At least I still had my dancing. Dancing was my identity. Junior high school was approaching, and I hoped to attend Mark Twain Junior High School on Coney Island, a school for gifted students. Entrance required an exam, interview, and talent audition. Despite rarely doing homework, I remained at the top of my class. Thanks to hyperlexia, by the 3rd grade, I had an 8th grade reading level, and by the 5th grade, a 12th grade reading level. I breezed through the entrance exam. Step 1, top grades and a high passing score. Check. Step 2, choose 2 talents. Dancing was a given, but I played no musical instruments, wasn't confident in my singing, and my drawing and painting were mediocre. This left acting. I had training and experience on stage, and preparing a monologue was right up my alley. No interaction with anyone else needed. The dance audition was first. I chose a solo piece from Swan Lake on point. Every step was in tune, every movement graceful, every pirouette perfect. I nailed it, and I knew it. Smiling judges applauded. I was beaming. Now we're going to play a random selection of music for your freestyle dancing. Just do whatever comes naturally, one judge said. What? My heart sank. I stood there staring at the panel of judges. No one told me about this, and I had nothing prepared. I stood frozen as the music began. You can begin, a voice prompted from the table. I began with my prepared ballet routine, adjusting for the pace and tempo of the music, which was something out of Flashdance. It didn't make my attempt at freestyle dancing any less ridiculous. The rest of the day went by in a haze. My rushed monologue was a mess, my face red from the embarrassment of the dance audition. The final test was even worse. Imagine you're alone at a school dance, the judge instructed. I stared at the polished wood floors and paced back and forth, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. Finally, I sat down in a chair against the wall, twisting my hands in my lap. I shouldn't have come here today. I want to go home, I mumbled. The call for the entrance interview never came. Chapter 9, A Confusing Middle Ground, Adolescence Without a Compass. Remember, hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. Stephen King. My hope was dying. My fragile facade, the tattered house of cards I directed, came crashing down. The identity I became, the self I adopted, failed. She didn't dance, she didn't dwell, she didn't shine, she faded. Thrust out of the safety of elementary classes with no hope of specialized schooling, the confusing transition to middle ground began. People rushed around me in every direction. I was caught standing in a busy intersection that was the school hallway, but there was no traffic light and no street signs to guide my way. I was lost on the 3rd floor again, I think. Or did I get off the staircase on the 2nd floor? I was sure my computer class was in this corner of the hall. A paper plane made of white-lined loose-leaf paper hit me in the head, sticking to my hair. That's when I felt the thump on my back and watched my book bag fly to the floor, almost taking me with it. I noticed the laughing before I saw the contents of my bag sprawled across the hallway. Papers were stepped on as thousands of kids trampled by. A sneaker hit my pen just as I was about to reach it, launching it further into the sea of legs rushing past. I scrambled across the floor to gather my books and haphazardly shoved them back into my bag. The bell rang and the traffic sped up, clearing most of the hall. Flushed and disoriented, I stood up and looked around. "She's lost again," a girl said, shaking her head as she walked toward the entrance of a classroom at the end of the hall. "What an idiot," another girl snickered before disappearing into the room. Another bell rang. Great, late again. I shuffled into the class behind the two girls, not knowing if it was the right room. I figured that if they knew I was lost, they were probably in my class, though I was sure I hadn't seen them before. Besides, it wouldn't be the first time I burst into the wrong classroom late. The day before, I had run into my social studies class, sat down, and took out my books, only to realize that the room had become quiet and even the teacher was staring at me. "You don't belong in this class, young lady," the teacher said. Dear God, please let this be the right room this time. No matter how many times I entered that building, I got lost every single time. The new world of classes that changed locations every 45 minutes wreaked havoc on my school life. I could not make it to school on time. I wandered the 3 long New York City blocks to school in the morning, lost in my own thoughts. Every day, I stopped at a small candy store on 17th Avenue to buy 2 cowtails to eat on my way. It didn't matter how late I was, I had to stop. But being late in the morning was just the beginning. I was late to every single class period. Either I couldn't pack my things quickly enough to make it to the next classroom on time, or I got lost in the crowd and wound up in the wrong place, wandering desperately, trying to find my way. I continually showed up in the wrong classrooms at the wrong times. Keeping my schedule straight, remembering the locations of the classes, and the books needed for each subject was nearly an impossible task. After a long, humiliating day of school, I had nothing left. No brain power, no discipline. There was no way in the world homework was getting done. I suspect many autistic children have this difficulty. By the time they arrive home, school has sucked all the life out of them. This was the case for me. I was drained from trying to be where I needed to be, from trying to keep up with my things, and that didn't even consider the actual people around me. Junior high, middle school dynamics differed from elementary relations. There were always cliques, but middle school made them more pronounced. The girls I was friends with as a child, mostly because they were in the same class as me or friends of my mother's, now did not have to remain friends with the freak who couldn't remember where the computer class was after 6 months of school, who wanted to be seen with the girl constantly scrambling after her things, rolling down the halls. Although I executed a choreographed dance routine perfectly, I couldn't walk without tripping over my own feet. Gym class was always entertaining for other people in my class. I was the girl who could pirouette flawlessly, but would then stumble over an invisible line on the floor. Learning to ride a bicycle was a challenge that stretched well into my childhood. While the other kids on the block were zipping around by the age of 7, I didn't learn until I was about 10. Riding a bike with only back pedal brakes was manageable. You stop pedaling forward and use your feet to go backward to stop. Simple enough, but even then, I often crashed into poles and flew over the Johnny Pump on the block. Then came the nightmare of learning to use a bike with handbrakes. Picture it, a bright afternoon, the sun casting long shadows as I navigated the sidewalk. I'd be pedaling along, and suddenly I'd tip over sideways, going splat onto the pavement. Or, even worse, I'd squeeze both the front and back brakes with uneven pressure. And the next thing I knew, I was flying headfirst over the handlebars. Applying equal pressure with both hands was nearly impossible. I'd either press the back brake too hard, or I'd press the front brake too early or too forcefully, launching myself over the bike in a graceless arc. Bicycle riding was hazardous to my health. Have you ever heard the expression, "can't ride a bike and chew gum at the same time"? Well, that was me, literally. Not then and not today. Riding required my full attention. I had to use my legs to pedal and both hands simultaneously to brake. If you added chewing gum, eating candy, or talking, I'd hit the ground. When I first started dating my husband, he often suggested we go for bike rides. He loved biking, rollerblading, and various outdoor activities, which often ended in some interesting and embarrassing stories for me. One day, we took a ride down by the water. My brother John came along. We rode along the water and down under the Verrazano Bridge. You had to see her, my husband recalled during Thanksgiving dinner. I watched her riding in front of me. Without warning, the bike started tipping over to the side until she was on the ground. When I asked her what happened, she told me she did not know. She was riding and then she was on the ground. That's exactly how it happened. One moment I was upright, the next I was sprawled on the pavement, bewildered and bruised. If you like to laugh, I was interesting to be around. Being interesting, hard-headed, and independent worked in my favor since everyone usually laughed at the stupid things I did or got myself into. I became the class clown. It didn't happen on purpose exactly. I had the habit of not filtering my thoughts before they flew out of my mouth. I wasn't trying to be funny on purpose, nor was I trying to be insulting or to make fun of other people. But come on, if the English teacher came in to teach in leather pants, what did she expect? My flying thoughts were met with scorn and ridicule, usually by other girls or giggling and high fives that came from the boys in class. I developed a reputation for always saying what I thought and not caring how other people felt about it. The problem was, I didn't understand why this was even something to notice. Didn't everyone say what they thought? Why would you say anything else? Mostly, I didn't have to work hard for my grades. If I needed to learn something and was interested in it, I had only to read. Once I read the book, the information was usually branded into my brain. This came in handy when it was test time. In the lower grades, if I could do well on tests, my grades stayed up. That made sense. I took the test, passed usually with 100%, so I knew the work and I should get an A, right? By the 7th grade, I found myself in the principal's office more often. Are you noticing a pattern here? This time it was because I was being accused of cheating on my math tests. The accusation felt like a dagger to the heart. I wasn't cheating. I was simply solving the problems my way. But the teacher saw it differently. To be accused of cheating, to be given an F on a test I had aced, was an injustice I could not bear. The humiliation and anger boiled inside me. My mother often had to come up to the school because of my cheating and the yelling, screaming, and crying that followed. My behavior was uncalled for and inappropriate, they said. Do you want her to take the test again? My mother asked, her voice tight with frustration. That made me even angrier. Why should I have to do the work twice, just because they refused to believe that I knew how to do the work? Yes, but she must show all her work, the teacher insisted. I never understood why the math teacher did problems the way he did. Why did he have to go through all those meaningless, complicated steps to get the answer when he could have just asked me? I knew the answer, but I never knew how I came up with it. If I was forced to show my work and do the math problem the way they taught it, I couldn't do it. I arrived at the incorrect answer every time. Apparently, being smarter than the teacher and getting answers my way was unacceptable. I failed math class for the first time in my life. This taught me two things. Being smart didn't matter, and grades mattered even less because they did not reflect what you knew or what you didn't. They only reflected your ability to follow other people's ways of doing things, even if those ways made no sense. That was something I could never do. My greatest asset was my inability to fit in, my inability to conform, and my stubborn immobility. This inflexibility to change my mind once it was made up made me immune to persuasion. It made me strange. This is one difference I would never change, my immunity to peer pressure. Peer pressure was another concept I never could grasp. Doing things you knew were wrong to fit in or things you didn't want to do in order to what? Keep your friends? Look good? The one thing no one could ever say about me was that my friends made me do it. I never followed the crowd. I couldn't. I led, they followed, or I went alone. No one convinced me to do anything I didn't want to do. It simply wasn't possible. Once I decided, that decision was final and forever. Everything was black and white, right or wrong, good or bad, no middle ground. If I judged something wrong, it was wrong, and no situation or justification could make something wrong right. The key here, though, is when I judged something. Other people did not sway my morality or idea of, but also were not always in line with their idea of acceptable. My compass was fixed, unyielding, and it often pointed me in a direction all my own. There is only one sin, and that is theft. When you tell a lie, you steal someone's right to the truth. Khaled Hosseini, the kite runner. To me, lying to make someone feel good was not acceptable, and I couldn't understand why anyone would do that. If I asked you a question, it was because I expected you to answer me honestly. It didn't take long for my friends to figure out that if they wanted to know how they looked in a certain pair of pants, to ask me. But if they wanted to feel good about themselves or to hear that their hair looked fine when it was sticking up in the air, then I was not the one to ask. I didn't receive the manual, the one where these social rules were written that everyone else around me had. I often argued the reasoning for this stupidity. Why ask if you don't want an honest answer? If you don't want the truth, don't ask. I would rather you tell me I look awful before I walk out of the house than lie to make me feel better. If I look terrible, I could do something about it. If I can't at the moment, that is. But if you lie, you rob me of that chance. I simply could not understand the necessity of a little white lie. Lying did not come naturally to me. Chapter 10, Immune to Peer Pressure. Learning to Socialize. Immunity to peer pressure does not mean being unimpressionable. How do children learn to socialize? How do they adapt to the changing dynamics of their social life as they grow older? My friends could not change my mind once it was made up. But what made up my mind? I was influenced by books, television shows, family, and friends, much like everyone else, with one important difference. I felt no pressure to fit in. The things that I did needed to be my decision and mine alone. I would never do something simply because you wanted me to. She has a mind of her own, Grandma. Grandma was right, but my mind was not always brilliant. It often had some real harebrained ideas. Like the time Vanessa, my friend and partner in mischief, and I decided it was ridiculous to have to reapply lipstick every day. We reasoned that since nail polish didn't wipe off our nails, it shouldn't wipe off our lips, right? Lips painted with pearly pink nail polish to match her nails seemed like a great idea. Before going to sleep that night, we polished our nails and, yes, our lips. The smell of the polish was strong, almost overpowering, but we persevered. The cold, sticky lacquer on our lips felt strange, but we were confident in our genius. However, do you know what happens when nail polish dries on your lips while you're sleeping? You wake up with dry, cracked, bleeding lips. They were far from the pearly pink we had envisioned. Instead, our lips were a painful mess. To make matters worse, the only way to remove the polish was to pick it off, painful piece by piece, along with the skin on our lips, unless we used nail polish remover. The acrid smell of the remover stung our noses and made our eyes water, but we had no other choice. We did not have a good morning. Although our lip painting fiasco was painful, it was harmless. Some of our other ideas, however, were not so innocent. My father often sent me around the corner to buy beer and cigarettes. I never realized that children weren't supposed to be allowed to buy these items since this was always how it had been. One day, Vanessa and I decided we would hang out and drink some beer together. We knew we could buy the beer, and no one would ask if it was for my father or us. "How much do you think we should get?" Vanessa asked. "A 6-pack each?" I suggested. That was what our fathers always drank, a 6-pack in front of the television. But we wouldn't drink in front of the television. We would drink a few blocks over in an alleyway that ran behind the row of houses on 61st Street. We walked the 4 blocks from the store, carrying our 6-packs inside brown paper bags. When we arrived at the alley, we walked down the sloping driveway and sat on the curb in front of a row of garages. It was already getting dark, and the air was chilly. The damp, musty smell of the alley mixed with the sharp metallic scent of the beer cans as we popped them open. We talked and laughed, chugging down our cans of beer, which we agreed tasted disgusting. The taste, however, faded the more cans we drank, and soon we didn't notice the nasty flavor. We laughed, fell over, and giggled more, the world spinning pleasantly. "What are you kids doing back there?" A boy shouted from a nearby window. "We better get out of here," Vanessa said. "Run." We ran up the sloped driveway, leaving a mess of beer cans and crumpled bags of chips behind. We ran at least another block before stopping to laugh. We laughed so hard it became difficult not to pee our pants. We needed to get back to the house to use the bathroom and quick. The two of us walked up 20th Avenue back towards my house. The thought never occurred to me we could be in trouble or that we shouldn't have been drinking beer. I spent my entire life emulating and adopting different personas to see which fit into different social situations. Hanging out with friends and drinking beer seemed a good fit. The two of us stumbled to 64th Street, laughing before Vanessa got sick. We were almost there, only a block from my house. We had drunk those beers down so quickly that we had no idea what was coming. No idea that alcohol took about 30 minutes to work its way through your system. I suppose that was our 30 minutes. Vanessa had borrowed her aunt's sweater before leaving her house earlier that day. When I say borrowed, I mean she took it out of her closet without asking her first. Our heads were spinning, so we sat down on a small brick wall outside a storefront. Vanessa wound up with her head in the bushes as more beer expelled itself from her stomach. Laughter turned to crying. "Kim's sweater," Vanessa said, tears rolling down her face. "She's going to kill me." "We need to get back home, and then we'll wash it," I said. "No, she'll know I borrowed it. She'll kill me. I must get rid of it. Let's throw it away." The night had turned cold, but with a 6-pack of beer in each of us, we didn't feel the cold. We felt little of anything. When Vanessa borrowed that sweater that morning, she had no way of knowing it would wind up in the 20th Avenue sewer, covered in beer-induced vomit by the end of the night. Yes, that was what we were worried about. Not being in trouble for drinking beer, that was normal, but ruining a good sweater. Instead of washing it, our idea was to get rid of it by throwing it into the sewer. Can you see we were not thinking too clearly? I had to run up the block to get my mother. I never worried about her being mad. That thought never crossed my mind. Why would she be mad at me for drinking beer? They drank beer every day. It wasn't illegal. I guess the fact that I was not yet 13 years old never factored into my legal versus illegal equation. I considered the minor detail of alcohol being legal without applying it properly to the complete picture, namely our being underage. Vanessa was too sick for me to help her back to the house alone. At least my vomit waited until I was back home. I would like to report it was the first and last time I considered drinking with friends socially acceptable behavior. But that would be a lie. Maybe it was a lack of consequences that instilled the idea that alcohol was a good social tool to use. Maybe it was something that I was so familiar with because of my home life that it provided a comfort of sorts. That, coupled with the numbing effect it had on my senses, made it the tool of choice for many years. Instead of being in constant sensory overload, alcohol offered an interesting quiet, a dulling of my super senses. My junior high school and middle school years rushed by in a blur. I made many new friends and developed a tight-knit group. But there were Group 7 within our group. Many things were changing, probably too quickly for my brain to keep up. The unfortunate death of my best friend Vanessa's father changed everything. She changed more than I realized at the time, more than I probably understood. Her beautiful, carefree, and often little crazy spirit turned cold and angry. She wasn't the same person. I rarely saw her smile. As a child, I was sad for her, but I didn't think I understood. I couldn't help. I didn't know how to. Sad, grieving people made me uncomfortable because I never knew what to do. I never had the right thing to say. Is there even a right thing to say? I had no experience, no script to draw from, and so I too was lost. Even today, looking back, I feel sad for my friend, but I am sure that I do not feel this the way other people do. Not the way people think I should, and it is a source of deep internal guilt. How can I feel so disconnected, so clinical, so matter-of-fact about such events? What kind of person is like that? I must be awful. I still carry this guilt even though I know the truth of it. The truth about autism and empathy. Autistic people empathize with the strictest definition of the word, the intellectual identification with or vicarious experiencing of the feelings, thoughts, or attitudes of another. The problem is that during our youth, we have less intellect and experiences to draw from and may seem more aloof and uncaring. That is not the case. We care, we feel, we hurt, but sometimes we cannot show it no matter how much we want to. This may have been what happened back then. My heart hurts even now penning these words, thinking back to my friend and realizing that I was probably little comfort when she needed me most. It makes tears flood my eyes because I wish I could go back and find a way out of myself to let her know how much I cared about her, what she was feeling, and what she was going through. I know there was nothing different I was capable of. All I could do was withdraw, to pull a little further away and smile into the madness my life had become. I succumbed to that internal guilt, to that inner voice telling me I was a terrible, uncaring human. The autism literature says that we lack empathy, but with more life experiences to draw from, I wholly disagree. Empathy is about identifying with other people, seeing yourself in their reflections. As a younger person, I couldn't do that. I didn't see my reflection anywhere. There was no one else in the world like me. Only as an adult, after diagnosis, did I finally see my reflection. For the first time in my life, I found others who looked like me. I had something contextually sound to relate to, which made all the difference. Empathy for autistics is about relations. The person, situation, and feelings must be related to us or our experiences. We must consciously direct our intellect to sift through our experiences so we may understand what another is going through. It is difficult, if not impossible, to relate to something or someone who is disconnected from us. Even when there is a connection, our responses may not seem normal to others, but make sense to us. Despite a need for a situation to relate to myself, I stand firm on empathy. I do not lack empathy. I crave it. I search for it. I look for it. And I track down books, pictures, and paintings, hungrily searching and needing to find a glimpse, a reflection of me. This search is not a new occurrence. It is a search I began long ago. Middle school and the beginning of my high school years were a time of carefree oblivion, unenlightened and off-kilter. I assumed it was not me who was off, but the world around me. I had been searching for something I could never place my finger on. Even when I was unaware of my search, it did not go unnoticed by my friends. They didn't understand me or what I was looking for. The fact is, neither did I. I barely knew I was searching. The truth is, I was searching for me. Recently, an old friend stumbled upon my Asperger syndrome and writing I blog. She made this comment: "You seem to have found that thing you were always searching for and could never grasp. Doesn't everyone search in this manner?" I've never considered that others would not think, experience, and see life as I did. They confounded me with their thoughts and actions. I had never shared my diagnosis with my friend or with anyone. My own siblings have not been privy to what I had discovered about myself through my diagnosis. I'm not hiding it. I just don't share it. It doesn't come naturally. My journey has always been a solo one, with little need to include others. It is also a journey with little benefit from including others. To outsiders, this looks like I'm running around haphazardly, jumping into situations without thinking. But that's not true. I think about situations probably more than I ought to, weighing choices and endlessly analyzing potential outcomes. My not sharing my thoughts, ideas, or interests with others does not mean that I do not have them. I have often been insulted by such accusations as, "You don't think before you do something," or "You should have talked to us about it." Why? I truly cannot fathom why I would share my thoughts or discuss my actions before executing them. To my mind, this makes absolutely no sense. I have thought something through, decided, and acted on my decision. Isn't this the way everyone functions? Shouldn't it be? My failure to share may have been an integral part of who I am. I never asked for anyone else's input, nor did I want it most of the time. I worked out what to do on my own with no other to confirm my reasoning. To me, this is normal. Finding out what a group thinks before I make a decision is not me thinking for myself. To stand behind the decisions I make, I must make them myself and have the confidence to act on them. This confidence defined my adolescence, my need for no one, and my ability to think for myself. In a world that constantly tried to mold me into something I was not, my unyielding independence became my greatest strength. I learned that true confidence comes from within, not from the approval of others. This realization shaped my journey, allowing me to navigate life on my own terms, immune to the pressures and expectations of those around me. As I move forward, I carry with me the understanding that my path is uniquely mine. I am not defined by the world's standards, but by my own unwavering resolve to be true to myself. This is my journey, my story, and I will continue to walk it with the confidence that comes from knowing who I am and what I stand for. Chapter 11, The High School Hopping Aspie Finding My Path. If you liked being a teenager, there's something really wrong with you. Stephen King. Maybe Stephen King is right. My high school years were absolutely insane. But as crazy as it was, I have some of my fondest memories from this period of my life. Getting up every day, doing my hair, getting dressed, waiting for my friends to show up at my house in the morning to walk to the candy store. I spent my first semester of high school at Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR High School in Brooklyn. The first semester was filled with ideas, homework, hopes, and dreams that quickly were pushed aside. During freshman semester 1, I joined the student government, tried out for a play, joined the drama club, and the twirling team, none of which captured my interest enough to last more than a couple of weeks. It didn't take long to figure out that things were changing. I felt like an earthling walking in a sea of Martians. Today, I feel like I am from another planet, but back then, I assumed that I was the normal one, and those people around me must have been from somewhere else. Their ideas, emotions, and actions baffled me. I could never figure out what made people act the way they did, and others could not figure out what made me act the way I did. I hated FDR. That is what I told myself after just one short semester. I wanted to go to John Dewey High School to take part in their dance program. Dance was the only thing that held my attention, the only thing I cared about. Since I had not applied to the school during my 8th grade year, and I didn't live within the school zone, I needed a special variance from the school district to attend. The variance was denied. No, St. Dominic John Dewey for me. If I couldn't go to the school I wanted, then I would go to no school. During 7th grade, I briefly joined the cheerleading squad of St. Dominic's Church. A friend, Janine, who had cheered at St. Dominic's, introduced me to the squad. Janine and I became friends over the next couple of years. She went to a different junior high school than I did, but when high school began, we found ourselves at the same school. Beginning in the 2nd semester of freshman year, Janine walked to my house every morning before school if she hadn't already spent the night. We tried to look good for school. Nothing was ever right. My clothes were off, my hair was wrong, and everyone around me looked beautiful in my eyes. My self-image was faltering. If we were heading to school, we would have been late every single day. But we weren't heading to school. We were heading to the candy store. Yes, we left the house each day and spent our entire school day in the candy store, hanging out, then went home and repeated the same thing the next day. Years later, we often laughed at how silly our routine was. We could have stayed in bed and slept in. I never pretended to go to school. I could have saved plenty of beatings from my father if I had just made up a lie that I was in school. But I didn't. When he asked, I told him I didn't go. If I was going to stand by my decision not to go to school, then at least I would have to be truthful about it. Our time was spent lollygagging the days away at Sally's candy store or roaming around the campus at Kingsborough Community College. When the weather turned warmer, our days were spent lying on the beach or on rolls of aluminum foil we placed on the roof to help tan ourselves. We baked ourselves like chicken cutlets, covering ourselves with baby oil, iodine, or cooking oil, if that was all we had. There were not that many skin cancer warnings back then. By the beginning of sophomore year, I'd had enough of the candy store. That didn't mean I was going to FDR because my mind was made up, set in stone against it. I couldn't change that decision, even if I wished it. A friend from junior high, Robin, was attending a Catholic school. She went to Fontbonne Hall Academy. I could do that. I could wear a uniform. My insistence on going to Fontbonne Hall had nothing to do with academics and everything to do with becoming someone different again. I could be one of those girls, the ones who look cute in their Catholic schoolgirl uniforms, the ones who belong somewhere. I built this new image of myself up in my head, and when my parents told me they could not afford to send me to the school, I had a complete meltdown. I screamed and cried and accused them of not caring about me and not loving me. I threw things in a fit of rage I still did not grasp. This was the first time I can recall having a rage meltdown, followed by 2 days of sleeping. This must have scared the wits out of my parents, because after the 2 days of sleep had passed, they announced I could attend the Catholic school. The first day of school for me was in October of my sophomore year of high school. Even though I didn't go to many classes at FDR, I still popped into the room enough to pass the exams. Attendance was an issue. My test scores were high enough to fight for me to pass the class, even though I only attended on test days. I was a good test taker. I remember dressing in my brand new uniform, complete with tights, school sweater, and black shoes. I don't know exactly what I expected from the new life. Did I think everything would be different? People would be different? School would be different, just because I put on a plaid skirt? Apparently, I did, and was soon gravely disappointed. Instead of being a part of this group, a part of this new school community, I was more of an outcast than ever. The girls that went to that school were nothing like me. I suppose nobody was. My time in Catholic school did not last long. The first time my mother had to come up to the school was to discuss my tardiness. It was nearly impossible for me to arrive at school on time. It didn't matter what time I left the house. If it was late or early, I showed up at school late. It wasn't intentional. Stuff just always happened. If I wasn't falling on my way to the bus stop and tearing my stockings, I was leaving my books at home and needing to go back. More than once, the bus pulled to the curb, sending a wave of muddy water from a previous rainfall into my face and hair. On days I made it to the bus stop and onto the bus without incident, walking ended in my wandering the streets of Bay Ridge, wondering why I had turned up this block. No matter how many times I exited the bus on 4th Avenue and walked up to the school, I found myself lost in the streets. The minute I hit the avenues that were not numbered the way I was used to, I felt lost. Maybe I was just lost in my world again and ignored the street signs. Or maybe I was struggling with what I now know is called place blindness. Eventually, I found my route, and as long as I continued on the same route, traveling the same streets each time, I would not be lost. Having my route sorted let me arrive at school on time some days, which was a definite improvement. But by that time, I was already labeled. I was expected to be late, to be trouble, to not follow the rules intentionally. The walls were closing in around me, and I began longing to be free of that place. Rules without logic were ones I was incapable of following. It was test day, and a fever was not keeping me away from test day. Doing well on tests was the only thing that redeemed my school life. The day I showed up to take my biology regents exam was my last day at Fontbonne Hall Academy. This one nun hated me. I had her for my first period class, and since I was always late, I was the problem child. I can't tell you how happy I was not to have her proctoring the test. School rules stated that students may not wear jackets in class. All students must be dressed in proper school uniforms. The problem was that I was burning up with fever and freezing. The lousy, thin, navy blue V-neck school sweater was not keeping me warm enough. Explaining this to the proctor, she let me wear my coat during the test. My teeth were chattering while I filled in the tiny circles on the answer sheet that would be scanned into the computer system. My head ached and my nose was running, but I was almost done. Then I could go home sick. I didn't see the nun enter the room. "Wearing coats is not permitted in class," a squeaky voice screamed. The pencil flew out of my hands and broke on the floor when she snatched my arm to pull me out of my seat. "Get that coat off." My first period teacher stood in front of me. "What is she doing here?" The nun proctoring the test rose from her seat when the crazy woman glared at her. "I'll handle this," she said. "Let's go, young lady." When the tugging on my arm didn't have the desired effect, she grabbed a fistful of my hair to pull me from the desk. "Don't touch me," I screamed, and before I knew it, she had a fistful of my hair and I had a fistful of hers. That is exactly how we went to the office, both of us refusing to let goof the other's locks. I was not Fontbonne Hall material. That's what my mother was told that afternoon when they sent me on my way home. "Now what are you going to do?" my mother said. "Kathy, that nun should not have touched her," my grandmother said, but my mother didn't hear her. I sat at my kitchen table while my mother yelled. My father was happy not to have to pay the tuition bill any longer, but little else. Why was no one else upset that the woman pulled my hair? Why was I the one who was wrong just because I pulled her hair back? That makes no sense. Why were the rules different just because she was an adult? Shouldn't she have been made to act more appropriately? I was never given an opportunity to explain why I was wearing my coat. No one asked, no one cared. We had established that I would not go to FDR. That decision was final, and I was immovable. The law required that I go to high school. I would have been just as satisfied with not going to school. I could not even enroll in mini school. Mini school was a half-day GED program that required I be past my 16th birthday, which was still a few months away. My mother tried to force me to re-enroll at FDR, but I told them that if they made me go to that school, I would not show up. We will send the police to your house, and they will force you to come to school, a woman in charge of admissions said. Someone needs to blow up this school. This school sucks. I yelled and swiped my arm across the papers hanging off the front of her desk, sending them sailing through the air before storming out. I didn't say I would blow up the school or even that I wanted to blow up the school. I was just so angry that I felt like I could punch a hole through the wall. Everything was being blamed on me. It was always all my fault, and I was helpless to do anything about it. Apparently, you cannot say blow up and school in the same sentence. Now, I could not return to FDR even if I wanted to, which was fine with me. I was called down to the superintendent's office for District 20 schools and questioned about what I intended to do to the school. I did not intend to do anything. Would you consider sending her to an alternative high school? He asked my mother. But it was not a question at all. I had no choice, neither did my mother. I had to comply, do as he said, or pay the price, his words. When I asked him exactly what the price would be, he glared at me. I wanted to know. Maybe the price I'd have to pay would be worth it. Brooklyn College Academy, BCA, that is where we're going to send her, he said to my mother without taking his eyes off me. They can keep a good eye on her. BCA. It was an alternative high school on the campus of Brooklyn College. Even some of the college staff were unaware of its presence. The school was as optional as a high school could get. If I wanted to sit in the hallways of the college instead of attending class, that was fine. If I wanted to roam the campus endlessly, that was all right too. If I signed in when school began, the rest of the day was mine until it was time to sign out. I spent those days sitting in the hall reading books and wandering the campus. No one really cared what I did during the day. They only had to keep us kids out of trouble. I don't know how they accomplished that directive if they did not know where we were or how we spent our days. My 16th birthday was approaching quickly, and I was preoccupied with my upcoming Sweet 16 party. Putting school far out of my mind because once I turned 16, no one could force me to go to school any longer. Even mini school was out of the question since it met at FDR, and I was banned from stepping foot on that campus. Without the mini school program, I could wait until I was 17 and take the GED test on my own. Who needs school anyway? In July 1991, after my 17th birthday, I proudly signed up to take the GED exam. The test took 8 hours, covering all the subjects that I supposedly should have covered in high school. You know, the high school I didn't attend. I passed the test on the first try, a couple of points shy of the highest score possible. I took the SAT to see how I would do and scored in the 1400 range. I was told that was an excellent score. I left high school behind and enrolled in John Jay College of Criminal Justice in the fall of 1991, one full year before my peers were to graduate high school. Academics came easily. The rest of life, not so much. Chapter 12, Autism, widens the divide, life outside my bubble. The divide was widening, the divide that separated me from the rest of the world. In the years leading up to high school, I hadn't noticed it. I didn't feel it. I trudged through life in my world, bouncing around in my bubble. I didn't notice how different I felt from people around me, or how different my thoughts and ideas were. But as I traveled through my early teens, I felt it. The gap was broad and growing deeper with each passing year. I compartmentalized each section of my life in my brain. I remember having friends for a period and when that period ended, so did the friendships. I had difficulty incorporating more than one person into my life at a time, making it very difficult to juggle the complications of relationships. Even with my closest friends, I struggled to maintain balance. My two friends grew closer to each other, and I drifted further away. It was not intentional. They didn't exclude me, to an extent. I excluded myself. When I didn't understand the dynamics, couldn't relate to the situation, or flat out disagreed with their actions, I withdrew, removed myself, and disappeared. Relationships became more complicated, and that was a difficult thing for me to navigate. My inability to have more than one friend at a time, and my difficulty relating to others and keeping friends became more pronounced when I developed romantic relationships. Often, if I had a boyfriend as a teenager, my friends rarely saw me. It was, again, all or nothing. I was with that one person, to the exclusion of everyone and usually everything else. I didn't understand their need for time away or their need for time with their own friends because I had no such needs. Throughout high school, I was known for vanishing when a boy I liked came around. I gave no thought to leaving with him without telling my friends I was going. It never crossed my mind. I switched from friend mode to girlfriend mode. I couldn't stay in two modes at the same time. I thought no one would wonder where I was. After all, I knew where I was. Didn't they? An outsider looking in with a keenly trained eye may have noticed my mind blindness when I was a child, but I would not have. Looking back with a new set of eyes armed with the knowledge of my autism, I can clearly see just how much I didn't see. I didn't see past me. It wasn't an intentional self-absorption. I hadn't even realized I was doing it. Inside the gaping divide between what others perceived and what my brain processed was a dangerous place. This danger was greatest when I was most vulnerable, when I was developing my sense of self, my elusive identity, my self-image. I learned to socialize by emulation. Unfortunately, I learned about body image and what a real woman looks like in magazines, penthouse magazines. This caused mind-blinding damage to my self-image. I remember the first time I found my father's stash of magazines kept tucked in his nightstand drawer. They weren't exactly hidden since I could open the drawer at will and peer inside. You would think I'd be appalled, but I wasn't. I was fascinated and intrigued. Flipping through the pages, I viewed each beautiful woman with her perfect smile, perfect hair, tan skin, and smooth curves. One day I would look like that, and one day I did. I am thankful that back then, the magazines were not as explicitly graphic as they are today. However, they were graphic enough to damage my frail self-image. They set the standard for body image unrealistically high, and the reward for achieving this image was low and degrading. My short time wearing a Catholic schoolgirl uniform taught me one thing: short skirts attracted attention. The magazines reinforced this attention-getting strategy, and it wasn't just adult magazines. Teen magazines, fashion magazines, they all taught young girls the same thing. You must look like this. Whatever this was. Skirts became shorter, pants became tighter, tops lower cut, attracting more attention than any teenage girl should receive, let alone one whose danger radar didn't function properly. Beyond the obvious dangers of attracting too much attention from the opposite sex, and older ones at that, a much bigger unforeseen danger loomed: mind blindness. One of the first things I learned about my Asperger's diagnosis is that there are 3 core deficits that go along with this condition: lack of a theory of mind, executive dysfunction, and weak central coherence. There is also a host of other issues like sensory processing difficulties, being hyper or hyposensitive to outside stimuli like heat, cold, or pain. The theory of mind is the ability to understand that other people's feelings, intentions, and desires differ from your own, and then interpret, infer, or predict their actions. It is a fundamental understanding that their actions are based on their feelings. Autistic people often lack or have great difficulty with the theory of mind. They are said to be mind blind. Being mind blind makes you susceptible to deception. The mind blind, autistic teenage girl may not see the signs obvious to everyone else around them. They do not pick up on social cues, vocal intonations, or facial expressions. Or if they notice, they often will misinterpret their meanings. Picking up on social cues comes naturally to the neurotypical individual, a person who is not autistic, But for those with autism, this innate ability is missing. Missing social cues can be awkward in social situations, leaving you doing or saying the wrong thing at the wrong times. It may cause the autistic person to run over other people when talking, not waiting for them to finish. They do not pick up the cue that it is their turn to speak. There is often also no filter between brain and mouth. Whatever pops into the brain usually flies out of the mouth, making the autistic person blunt, sometimes seeming rude. There can be many consequences of missing social cues, but none may be more devastating, dangerous, and harmful than not seeing the signs within your own relationships, particularly ones with the opposite sex. Chapter 13: The Dangers of a Teenaged Autistic Girl and Her First Loves, Mind Blindness. First loves, obsessions, passions, special interests, call it whatever you want, can captivate and completely blind any young teenage girl's mind. Girls are swept away in first love, the knight in shining armor, and forever after. This is a glorious time of love, learning to love, loss, and pain. The time that mothers worry about their daughters and fathers buy shotguns. Some girls, caught up in the sweeping whirlwind of first love, don't see the signs of the upcoming crash at the end of the road. They love idealistically, but after the hurt and broken bones heal, they learn to take another look to watch for the road signs. Autistic girls not only miss the signs, they rarely see them the next time they're headed into the same brick wall either. It happened repeatedly. I missed the signs. I didn't see them coming. I was left blindsided, alone, and confused. I didn't see the warning signs. I didn't see the road posts. I barreled down love's highway at top speed with no brakes every time. I don't get hints. I need direct language. Subtleties are lost on me. If you are not completely direct and tell me something's wrong with the relationship, I will assume all is well. If all is well with me, then all is well with you. If it were not, you would have directly said something, wouldn't you? If something I did bothered you, or I did something wrong, you wouldn't pretend everything was fine, would you? I wouldn't. I always assumed that I understood people. I prided myself on being honest, upfront, and direct. If everyone else around me behaved in the same way, that meant I trusted you, and if I trusted you, I believed you. It was as simple as that. I was just 14 and attracted the attention of a boy older than I was. Smart, handsome, cool, and he could dance. What more did I need? The problem was he had a girlfriend. At least, it should have been a problem since his girlfriend was 18. I was only 14. I was honored that he would come to my house when she was at work and that he hung out with me during my days at the candy store. He was trying to figure out a way to break up with her gently for 6 months. I obsessed about him, seeing him whenever I could, even if just for a few minutes, sitting on my front porch at night. It may have continued forever, me waiting and believing if someone else didn't walk into my life and wipe him off the map. That is the way it worked with me. I didn't hide it. Sorry, I met someone else. Now, go away. I never thought to be deceitful or even gentle. I told the truth very matter-of-factly. If I moved on from one interest to another, they must have also, and I put them out of my mind. According to the DSM-4, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the diagnostic criteria for Asperger syndrome, AS, include having an encompassing preoccupation with one or more stereotypical and restricted patterns of interest that is abnormal either in intensity or focus. This is a core symptom of Asperger syndrome. I've had many special interests, preoccupations, passions, and obsessions through the years, beginning as a young 3-year-old. My 3-year-old self was preoccupied with baseball. My 15-year-old self with boys or precisely a boy. That is not an unusual preoccupation for a 15-year-old girl, but what we need to look at is the intensity and focus. When focused on an interest to the exclusion of everything else and everyone else in your life, is this not considered an obsession? For the autistic person, our obsessions and passions are soothing, a place to hide, decompress, and regenerate, a place of quiet peace. But what happens when a special interest, your obsession, is a person? Love can be joyous and healthy, but obsession is unwanted attention, smothering affection, and in the extreme, stalking. To make matters worse, the mind-blind teenager will usually never know if she steps over this line. How much is too much exactly? The first few months were perfect. We cruised the neighborhood with the windows down, wind in my hair and his, which was possibly longer than my own. My friends faded into the background of my mind. Nothing else mattered. No one else existed. I was in my one friend, one person allowed in my life at a time mode. Other people were far from my thoughts. I went to school, to the candy store, went to McDonald's where I worked as a cashier, and then hopped into his car at night to drive around. I wanted to stay roaming the neighborhood like that all night long, but he needed to meet his friends. Every night around 11 p.m., he dropped me off at home and left to hang out with the guys. At first, I tried to be accommodating to make him happy. I needed to be home before midnight or my father would flip out anyway, I told myself. But as time went on, it became harder and harder to let go, to understand this strange need for his friends. Why not just stay hanging out with me? What was wrong with me? I took it personally, not understanding that others may have feelings and needs different from my own. I couldn't see it. I couldn't understand it. His behavior made no sense. If you loved me, you'd stay. On New Year's Eve, we had a fight. He didn't stay. I called and left messages on his voicemail like a crazy stalker, hung up and redialed again. The return calls never came. What did I do wrong? For the next few months, I could think of nothing else. He wouldn't even speak to me, giving me no reason. I began dating someone else to keep my mind off things and keep myself occupied. He knew all about my obsession with my ex-boyfriend and how I desperately wanted him to dance with me at my sweet 16. Why that boy hung around me, I'll never know. I never realized that I was hurting someone's feelings. How could I if I was truthful with them? He knew that if my ex showed up at my sweet 16 party, it would be the end of things. I told him I would let him dance with me on my birthday if you know who didn't show up. I was still hoping. I had invited him, thinking maybe, just maybe, he would show up and surprise me. And he did. The night was a blur. We were back together, and that is how it would always be, wouldn't it? I considered no other scenario in my head ever. These relationships were all-encompassing. I wanted to spend every free moment together and assumed that he wanted that, too. Life at home with my parents was getting more difficult. I fought with my father constantly. He was violent when he was drunk, and I was antagonistic. I didn't care what he thought, what he did, what he said. I had no respect for him. My father demanded my blind obedience and respect, with a ridiculous notion in my mind. Respect needs to be earned, I told him. My father's response was always the same. I'm your father, and you had better respect me. That never worked. I couldn't pretend. I told him the truth, and it got me beat again. It was during that time I noticed my hyposensitivity to pain. If I retreated into myself and put on a calm face, I felt no pain. He could throw me, punch me, fling me down the stairs, and I stood and said, "Go ahead, do it again. Why don't you just kill me this time?" I had two responses to my father's violence, a withdrawal and calm, or violent fighting back. This night, after the explosion, he threw me out and told me not to come back, so I left. I only let the tears flow when I got to the train station up the block. My hands trembled as I dialed my boyfriend's phone number and sobbed into the receiver. His sister answered the phone. After hearing my sob story, she hopped in the car and picked me up. I spent the next couple of months sleeping on their sofa. I tried to join a new family. It made no actual difference that this family was not my own. They took me in, included me, and cared for me. It also didn't matter what my boyfriend thought about the situation. He never talked to him about it. I guess I was supposed to see the signs, get the hints, but I didn't. It only took him a couple of weeks to mysteriously stop speaking to me again. This was the second time he had done this, just cut me out without explanation or without talking to me. I thought he would talk tomorrow. Every day, I thought we would talk tomorrow. Months went by and tomorrow never came. I never once considered that he simply didn't want me there. When the family was preparing to move, I assumed I was going with them. His mom had a new daughter now. Me. I didn't understand the subtleties. Only a direct approach worked, and I was stunned when his mom had to break it to me after weeks of hinting. I was devastated. She couldn't allow me to live with them if her son didn't want me there. She was right, but how did I not see this coming? Was I so inside my head that I was constantly misinterpreting the people around me? It makes it difficult to learn from where you have been. It makes it difficult to generalize and problem solve. Leanne Holiday Willie, pretending to be normal. I did not learn from the situation. I did not see the signs the next time around. This was twice the same person shut me out without speaking to me, and I never considered it would happen again, but it did. About a year later, when I was beginning college, we were back together again, and I was back to my old self, misinterpreting, misunderstanding, and assuming his attentions were the same as my own. Together forever, every waking moment, sharing life and every breath, an adolescent, idealistic look at love and life, one I should have long since shed. I didn't change, he didn't change, and I am sure by now I need not tell you how that episode ended. Because if you guessed it ended much like the last two times, you would be correct. How could I be so stupid, so blind, so mind-blind? He flew off to Daytona Beach for spring break with his friends. Assuming he would be thrilled to see me, I surprised him. I drove 800 miles to be with him, to effect my surprise, and he pushed me away. He needed to be with his friends. He ignored me and would not speak to me at all. My teenage years were a series of blind sprints into the unknown, driven by the intensity of first loves and the blindness of my autism. Each heartbreak and misstep left me more confused, yet I clung to the idealistic notion of love and devotion. It took many such experiences to realize that while I could not change my innate tendencies, I could learn to navigate them better. Understanding my autism has given me the tools to approach relationships with more awareness and care. Even though the road is still challenging, I now have a clearer map to follow. Chapter 14, The Autistic College Student, Conjured Confidence, Failed Relationships, and Executive Dysfunction. I had no sense of self. I still struggle with this today, constantly having difficulty knowing who I am or what I want to be. It's disorienting. I jumped from persona to persona, from emulation to emulation, until I found something that worked. My self-image was in shambles, a mess I did not know how to clean up. I couldn't understand what was wrong with me, or why people pushed me away. Why was I never enough? Why did others want more than just me? I didn't need more than just them. I couldn't incorporate more than just them. The social scene during my late teens and early 20s revolved around bars and nightclubs. This environment would have caused immediate sensory overload had it not been for the alcohol. I made a habit of chugging down many drinks within the first few minutes of an outing. This way, I was free from the head-pounding music and all the voices talking at the same time. I danced on the dance floor for hours on end until I either couldn't stand or couldn't hold one more ounce of liquor. I didn't need to be out with friends. I could even go out alone and make friends, the kind I didn't need to ask their names or bother to get to know in the morning. My poor self-esteem was masked by a conjured self-confidence, proven by the attention of men. I was often said to be just like a guy by many of my friends. Modesty did not live in me. I didn't understand women. Females hovered in groups, giggling and wondering if they were getting a man's attention. I never wondered. No need to. I was direct. I saw no sense in playing games and wondering if a guy liked me. The party and night owl I played was confident. She didn't play games. If she saw something she liked, she went after it. Rejection had no effect on her. She simply moved on to the next guy she picked out. I had no genuine interest in these men, just for what I purposed them for. I couldn't be hurt because I was disconnected. Connections are confusing. Connections hurt. Dancing in puberty had been good for my body image. I rivaled some of those images in the magazines. I did not need to be bashful. Ace a female, however, I was socially unacceptable. Only men behaved in such crude ways. These separate gender roles, these double standards, baffled me. Why are things socially acceptable for men but not for women? Who made up these rules anyway? I've spent most of my college nights on the dance floors across New York City with whichever guy I fancied. I was uninhibited and popular, but not someone you would take seriously. I took none of them seriously and fiercely pushed away any man that would try to keep any part of me for himself. I was my own person, belonged to nobody, and would commit to no one. The minute someone became serious, I'd flee. Although I worked at breaking free of anyone who would try to hold on to me, I eventually found myself in love again. I should have known better, but this one guy fought harder than the rest. He persisted, even through my unspeakable cruelty. We only knew each other for a couple of weeks before we flew off for a week's vacation in Jamaica, pretending to be newlyweds. The shine of his knight's armor blinded my eyes, and the lure of happily ever after opened the gates that I should have slammed shut. Those walls were there for protection, after all. I just didn't realize the person I needed protection from was me. The two of us lived in a small apartment in Bay Ridge. We lived like a newly married couple, though we were not. It was a game of house. I suppose I was interesting and exciting at first, but when I let someone in, that one person was supposed to be the only person. I was adopted into his group of friends, who treated me like I belonged. There was no time spent apart if we were not at work. We bowled on teams together, went out with friends together, went to family outings together, lived together. So, how could I have missed it? "I'm moving back home," he said one day out of the blue. "What? What do you mean?" "I've been thinking about it for a while. I told my mother last night." A while? We'd only lived together for 3 short months. He still wanted to be with me. He just did not want to live together. I, once again, was dumbfounded. I couldn't wrap my mind around what I was being told. There were no signs, no evidence of issues in our relationship, and he sure said nothing. But none of that mattered. He left me alone in that apartment with rent due and nowhere to go. Getting what I wanted, people, came easy. Keeping them was impossible. If only I had someone who understood, someone who recognized the difficulties I was having, maybe I would have learned to read the signs. The problem with being constantly caught off guard was that I was left ripped out of my life. In an instant, everything changed with no warning. There was not time for me to adjust to a failing relationship, to resign myself to the way things were about to change, or to even try to work things out. I had no warning. Ever. By the time I found out things had gone wrong, it was way past the point of fixing it. Life was chipping away at my self-esteem, my self-worth, my self-image, one relationship at a time. My first semester at John Jay College of Criminal Justice went as smoothly as I could expect. I had no problems with the academics and had straight F's as across the board, easy peasy. But I did not have any college friends. Mostly, I didn't mind. I was living back at home, and I worked 2 jobs. Life was busy, and that hid my having been alone. A full course load at John Jay only took up 2 weekdays. The remaining 3 I spent working as a bank teller. On the weekends, I worked at a catering hall as a cocktail waitress. I was determined not to have to live back home for long. I had trouble staying focused and interested. I majored in forensic science, but chemistry didn't hold my interest. So I transferred to St. John's University in Staten Island, where I took several English, creative writing, and psychology classes. Girls all around me were pledging for sororities. They walked in groups, ate lunch together, and basically kept away from me. I only attracted the attention of boys. This act I already had down pat. Despite the attention, I focused on my studies. St. John's only outlasted John Jay by 1 semester. St. John's was also a bigger challenge than John Jay. Not because of the academics. I found the coursework to be more difficult at John Jay, but because the campus was larger. I had a recurrence of my first experience in junior high school and place blindness. The additional stress from constantly being lost and late for class contributed to my dropping out of college after 3 semesters. My brain was perpetually overloaded. Although I kept straight A's during these semesters, it took so much work on my part that I was completely and burned out. The course load and my growing responsibilities overcame me. I could not keep 2 thoughts in a row together in my mind. Part of what made college so exhausting was my proneness to get lost in the details. One detail of a lesson, lecture, assignment, or test question would grab my focus, and I would lose sight of the complete picture. If one word was wrong in a sentence or oddly placed, I was so consumed by that one minor detail, I lost sight of what the text said, making me must go back and reread the entire thing. I suspect that my autism bubbled up to the surface, highlighting many of the core deficits that those with autism spectrum disorders, ASDs, share. I clearly had severe deficits with the theory of mind, but college life made my weak central coherence and executive dysfunction noticeable. Central coherence is the ability to focus on both details and wholes. People with autism seem to have a heightened focus on details rather than wholes, a cognitive style termed weak central coherence. Compounding the problem was my inability to complete tasks, stick with a plan, and work toward a long-term goal. I struggled with the sequencing needed for the more complex tasks that working your way through college required, an example of executive dysfunction. Executive function pertains to how people monitor and control their thoughts and actions, which includes processes like working memory, planning, cognitive flexibility, and inhibitory control. Executive function is responsible for your skills and ability to goal, plan, sequence, prioritize, organize, initiate, inhibit, pace, shift, self-monitor, control emotions, and complete tasks. When a person with autism experiences executive dysfunction, they experience impairment or deficits in the higher order processes that enable them to plan, sequence, initiate, and sustain their behaviors towards some goal, incorporating feedback and making adjustments along the way. My constant failure to complete was clear in everything I tried to accomplish. It spilled over from my school life to my personal life and right into my adult working life. I had tremendous difficulty trying to figure out what was wrong with me, why I could never seem to finish anything I started. Shifting activities were a challenge, and I was terrible at pacing myself. I had two speeds, full speed ahead and stop. There was no in-between, all or nothing. My father thought my going to college was stupid, that I was wasting my time and his money only to learn nonsense. He said all I needed was street smarts, of which I had none, and college would not teach me that. Maybe he saw the dysfunction that I did not, or maybe he saw something that he could not describe. But he might have described me as something other than stupid. Going to college was stupid. I was stupid. All my ideas, thoughts, and dreams were stupid, and something to be mocked, something to be laughed at, a joke that I did not think was funny. Financial aid didn't cover the additional tuition expenses that transferring to St. John's University brought. So besides my aid and loans, I needed my father to sign for a parent's loan. He did, for the first semester, whining and complaining about how it was a waste of time. But after that, he refused. And if I wanted to continue, my finances were my problem. He never repaid that parent loan, and a few years later, the IRS confiscated his tax refund to repay the debt. Would you believe my mother brought it up again, 21 years later, remarking how I wasted money on something I never finished? Being a college dropout, I was thrust into the adult working world. With all my intelligence and bubbly smile, I would succeed there. Chapter 15, Asperger's and the Transition to Working Chaos, Finding My Place. I wish I found my niche. I found the place where I belonged. I found the place where I could be me, be productive, and be somebody. But navigating the world of working adults proved more difficult than I could have ever imagined. I've worked as a bank teller, cashier, server, bartender, lab assistant, undercover investigator, emergency medical technician, secretary, dance instructor, medical transcriptionist, correctional officer, and a writer. My experience spans marketing, web design, graphics, bookkeeping, accounting, and tax preparation. I've started and failed at more businesses than most people will ever try, but I've mastered and finished nothing. Young, energetic, and ambitious should have accounted for something, but it seemed like being at work sapped my energy. Friends and coworkers could work all day and play through the night, then still get to work on time the next day. Meanwhile, opening my eyes the next morning proved challenging. By the time I made it home from a day of work, interacting with the world around me, I was utterly exhausted. Staying in touch with friends, making phone calls, and socializing didn't even cross my mind. Working a full day, go home, sleep, and get up the next morning felt like a monumental task. Hyper-focusing on a task and learning quickly made me good at any job I took, at least for a while. Within a few short weeks of beginning a job, maintaining a proper schedule became impossible, and arriving late became the norm. As stress levels rose, keeping two thoughts together in a row became a struggle, and strange illnesses often followed. Panic and dread set in as mornings approached. knowing I needed to be up and at work in a few hours. Lifelong insomnia never let me get more than a couple of hours of sleep in a row. As dawn approached, the stress built. I should have been sleeping. By the time I fell asleep, it was almost time to wake, and then getting out of bed felt impossible. On the days I got up on time, keys, shoes, purse, or Metro card would go missing. Even on days I would have been on time, something always put me behind schedule. Falling way behind in life, the rest of the world zoomed past at blinding speed, leaving me far behind to choke on my own failures and guilt. Being young without many responsibilities made job hopping easy, much to the annoyance of those around me. Mostly I didn't mind because I was moving on, trying something new, starting over again. I gravitated to night jobs, bartending, and waitressing. These jobs brought in the most money for me at the time and negated the need to sleep at night and rise in the morning. Arriving on time at 8 p.m. was infinitely easier than 8 a.m., more in tune with my insomnia. Chapter 16, Damn That Shiny Armor, The Challenges of Finding Stability and Self-Worth. I was never more myself than when I was 6 years old, a lively little girl who talked too much, knew too much, spun round and round, and ripped her clothes off to run naked through the streets in comfort. She was still rigid and literal-minded, misunderstanding the world of people around her, but she didn't notice. She was carefree, free to be herself. Memories are marked with odd, quirky, stimming behaviors, but they were just an expression of herself, the way she saw the world and did things. That little girl knew what she needed, what she wanted, and what was comforting to her. The young woman I was becoming could not make the same boast. I was rattled and confused. Adolescence crept up on me and bound and gagged me when I wasn't looking. Adulthood threatened to choke the life from my soul. My happy stimming behaviors were replaced with mind-numbing alcohol. My intelligence was not being fed, and my self-worth relied on whose attention I attracted. I was on a downward spiral into the abyss of uncertainty. I was a weird child, but adults accept even weird children. A weird adult, most especially a woman, no one accepts, not really. I married when I was 23 years old, and by that time, believe me, I felt old, way past the age when I felt my life should have begun, but hadn't. While my friends were finishing college degrees or beginning their careers and settling into lives of their own, I was still floundering around trying to find something that fit me, but nothing fit me. Meeting my future husband marked a pivotal shift. I was attending a large church in Brooklyn. It was a Tuesday night in May 1995. I had just taken my physical for the New York City Police Department and had gone directly to the Tuesday night prayer meeting at church. It had been a long day. I had said many prayers to get me through that physical exam. Everyone should go to church sweaty in a t-shirt and stretchy pants. On our way out of the building, I saw him. I remember little else about what was going on around me. Damn that shiny armor. Here we go again. Mark was the opposite of me. Dark eyes to contrast my blue eyes. Brown hair starkly different from my light blonde. His nose and lips were full, mine pointed and thin, and his olive skin made my marshmallow complexion glow. I don't know how we met, really. I just remember looking at him. He was talking. I wasn't listening. When it was time to leave, I offered him a ride home in a car that a student lent me for the week. I was working at Arthur Murray Dance Studios in Manhattan, but was getting ready to leave that job because the next police academy class would begin at the end of June. Law enforcement, police work, forensics, investigations. That was where my interest was, where my heart always lay. Maybe it was justice, that naive belief in the system, good versus evil, right versus wrong. That has always been at the core of my being, a passionate morality, a clear distinction between right and wrong, where lines were crisp and there were no shady gray areas. He accepted my ride home versus making the long trek from church to his apartment. I am proud to report he was only a gentleman, and would you believe he got out of the car, thanked me for the ride, said goodnight, and walked away. I sat there slightly shell-shocked. Beep, 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 beep. He hadn't expected me to honk the horn. So what happened when I honked at the handsome stranger I had just given a lift home? He nearly jumped out of his skin. "You have a phone number?" I yelled to him, still halfway across the street. Stunned, he walked back to the car. Yeah, he stumbled over his words and put his hands inside his jacket. Oh, don't worry. Here, I have a pen. I was prepared. I wish it was magical from there. Love at first sight, but that would be a lie. On my part, the thing had been decided. I was marrying this one. He was handsome, polite, and genuinely nice to women. Mark was the kind of man who opens doors and pulls out chairs, an enormous change from the bar-hopping fools to whom I'd become accustomed. The problem, however, was that he was nice to women. I guess it is a rare commodity to have someone make you feel good, to act like they care about you and your feelings as a person. There were many things about the two of us that clashed immediately. He was non-committal, had too many friends, and was the chatty social butterfly. Everyone knew Mark. Everyone smiled at him, talked to him, especially the girls. If there was a woman within 20 feet of that man, they gravitated to him, and it drove me nuts. Not only did he attract too much attention from women, but it was also insincere attention, the attention I am incapable of giving. Flattery and lies are not a way of being nice. Lies are the opposite. Lies and flattery to stroke a man's ego to get something you want in return are not sincere. It's deceitful. I simply cannot tell you that you look great on days you do not. Despite these challenges, I was convinced he was the one for me. To tell you the truth, I don't even know what convinced me, but I knew it almost immediately. The problem was, he didn't. He wanted his freedom, his friends, and his roaming. That was unacceptable. All his friends were female, either current or past dating partners, which was unacceptable. For a time, we stopped seeing each other, but I saw no one else. In my mind and heart, I was committed even if we were apart. How could I say I loved someone and be with another? That idea is foreign, so I patiently waited for him to come to his senses. It took 2 years and 2 months for him to put a wedding band on my finger. There are ideas I get into my head, which get stuck in stone, that turn out to be good things. In the 2 years I'd known my husband before we married, I worked as a dance instructor for Arthur Murray Dance Studios in Manhattan, tried to get into the police academy, worked at a law firm, started a multi-level marketing MLM business, took a part-time night job in a Brooklyn dance studio, and worked as an administrative assistant for a limousine company. Each time, either I left my job for something I perceived as better, or I was let go because I did not maintain a schedule for any length of time. When I began a job, I was always a superstar. I could focus more intently than any other employee, learn faster, and get more accomplished, until I became overwhelmed. I remained unable to sustain these activities with any competency for an extended period. Depending on the work involved, extended could have meant months, weeks, or mere days. Life was beginning to once again become complicated. My one friend, at the time, moved halfway across the country a few months before my wedding. I was left to plan and look forward to my new life, seemingly alone. I felt sad, lonely, lost, and confused. I had my husband, who rapidly took that one friend's place in my life, but the transition was difficult. He didn't understand me. I didn't understand myself. For someone on the autism spectrum, finding a good fit in a job is tremendously important, as we take much of our self-worth and identity from what we do. More importantly, though, is recognizing when you have a good fit and sticking with it. I was not very good at either. Sticking with things was never my strong suit, not unless it was something I was intensely passionate about, a special interest. When I was young, baseball held my attention for many years. Dancing rapidly took over my obsession with baseball. Dancing until this point was probably my longest-running special interest. I began dancing in elementary school and continued throughout my early 20s, although at times other interests even pushed that to the back burner for a while. Only in hindsight can I see which job fits me and which did not. Most were not good fits, but one job was a better fit than most. I landed a job as an executive administrative assistant in a small limousine company. The title, however, is misleading. The company was small, and I was the administrative assistant to the CEO, which would have been a terrible job for me in a regular company. But in this company, the job entailed mostly working with the comptroller and tinkering with accounting software. I learned to work on computer programs quickly, so I navigated the company's programs with little to no training. I needed only to open a program and tinker with it for a little while to use it. I did not have to answer telephones or work with other staff. I was in a unique position in the company. I mostly worked alone or with the accountant. It was a good fit. Being a small company in Brooklyn, the job paid little, but at least there was no dress code. I could come to work however I chose. Jeans were common attire. The office was close to my home, about a 3-minute drive, and I could make my own hours, within reason. I was not penalized for being late. I loved the work and was left to do it. Best of all, my job didn't require me to talk to anyone. I should have stayed there, at least for a little longer than I did. I was newly married and finances were tight, so I looked for other opportunities, ones that paid more money. I landed a job in Manhattan as a receptionist. The pay was better, but not exceedingly so. Still, I was moving up in the world and going to work in the city, reasoning this position was a stepping stone within the company. What a mistake. Money does not compensate for misery. For starters, the job required me to be on a train at 7 a.m. to make it to my office before 9 a.m. My new husband and I lived almost at the end of the B line in Brooklyn, near Bay 50th Street. The end of the line was only one stop further, where you would reach Coney Island. From that stop to my office took over 1.5 hours. What was I thinking? The first couple of weeks went off without a hitch. It was new. I was on top of getting dressed in business attire, doing my hair, putting on makeup and heels, and leaving the house. Might I add at this point, I hate business attire, primping my hair, and cannot stand the feel of makeup on my face. I suppose it was only a matter of time until I could not stand wearing it any longer, and my appearance at work became sloppier by the day. I was exhausted, all the time. There weren't enough hours in the day to work, commute, and sleep. I could barely open my eyes in the mornings and drag myself out of the house. Despite my exhaustion, my brain has always worked best when I first wake in the morning. I have all my thoughts, dreams, plans, and inspirations. I suspect it is the time of the day I can function best because no one has yet pissed me off. I was intensely interested in business and finance, real estate, and mortgage rates. I loved to talk about ideas, investment property, and passive income, which my husband did not understand or care about. I used to chat his ear off in the mornings while I got ready for work, but he got away from me quickly because he needed to catch his train. Now, however, I rode the train alongside him, and there was no escape. Being married only a short time, less than 2 months, I was overjoyed to talk his ear off on our long commute. He, on the other hand, kept trying to get me to shut up. He repeatedly told me it was too early in the morning to talk about finances, while his eyes glazed over. I continued to ramble. As it became more difficult to get out of bed in time and get out of the house, he began threatening to leave without me. If he waited for me, he too would be late for work. I took it personally. He tried to get me to stop rambling on and on about things he couldn't care less about all the way to the city. I tried. I couldn't. He opened his book. I kept talking. He put headphones on. I got angry. The new job was making me sick, truly physically sick. That's right. I didn't mention what my exact job duties entailed. I was one of 3 front desk receptionists working behind a circular reception desk, the first people you see when you walk into the company. This company was a headhunting agency, and I got the job when I submitted a resume for them to place me somewhere. Since there was a receptionist opening, I was placed right within the company. Greeting people, first problem. Besides the meet and greet responsibilities, I had to wear a headset and answer a nonstop switchboard the entire day. While talking to visitors, I needed to simultaneously talk on the phone, answer questions, and transfer phone calls. I rarely got it right, often forgetting who the caller wanted to speak to or what they told me their names were. The 2 other receptionists were chatty patties. I hated the office politics, the ridiculous drama, and the gossip, so I spent most of the day not speaking to them at all, if I avoided it. Music blared in the background, phones rang, and hundreds of calls routed themselves into my headset, interrupting every possible thought I tried to grab hold of. This job was not a good fit. It was awful. The office manager took pity on me and let me work on a special project in the accounting department for a few days. I did too good of a job and finished my project early. Damn it, which only led to going back to my desk faster. Nights became sleepless and tearful, followed by mornings when I was sick to my stomach. I developed gastrointestinal problems, and after an endoscopy, I was diagnosed with irritable bowel syndrome, IBS. I was having difficulty functioning. I dreaded mornings and heading out to the train station to head to that job even more. I continued to feel exhausted all the time and was not enjoying my newfound stomach issues. At my second doctor's appointment, my doctor proclaimed, "You are depressed." I described my sensitivity to the sounds and lights in my office, my inability to keep two thoughts in my head, and difficulty staying on a schedule. I discussed my sheer panic at the prospect of meeting and greeting people all day long or having to keep a headset on over my ears. There was never any explanation given for my symptoms. Here, take this little blue pill every morning, and this one, and this one, and this one. Medication for my stomach, for depression, for inflammation, for pain. I left the pharmacy with a bag full. The first time I took Zoloft, I saw little blue monkeys. The doctor handed me a stack of prescriptions and sent me on my way, not telling me what I would feel like the next day when I obediently took my medications as directed. I arrived at work the following morning, late, with an extra bag full of prescriptions. I had taken none before I left the house because I was running late, and some said, "Take with food." I figured I would take my medications when I arrived at the office, after picking up a cup of tea and a buttered roll from the street vendor. 2 hours later, I had to go home. The room was spinning. I was nauseated, and I had tremendous difficulty keeping my eyes open. What did they put in these things? I called my husband, who was working uptown, and told him I was going home. I called him again when I found myself in the subway, scared to get on the train because the little blue monkeys were looking at me. He met me at the subway where I was frozen in place and then got me home. That is where I remained for the next couple of days in bed. When I returned to work after my illness, I was fired again. Thank goodness. Within a few weeks, my IBS resolved itself and I was no longer depressed, but I was once again unemployed. Oh, and I no longer took any more of those little blue pills. Chapter 17, Adult Autism Hurts, Painful Struggles of Adulthood. Childhood was fleeting. I entered the adult world, but try as I might to tread water, the current continued to pull me under. The world around me was changing swiftly. Old friends were growing, beginning careers and starting families while I floundered. Everyone had a direction, a dream, a focus, not me. I seemed to tumble where the wind tossed me, never truly recovering before the next gust sent me sailing again. I remember specific moments that marked this transition, like seeing my friends graduate and move away or starting their first jobs. These events felt like tangible evidence of the widening gap between us, making me feel increasingly lost and disconnected. Yes, adult autism hurts. It hurt when I raced to my car to make my next class, lost my footing, tumbled down the side of a grassy hill right after it rained, and rose covered in mud, dripping from my hair. I was a proper sight in my next class. That was a memorable entrance. My classmates reacted with a mix of shock and laughter, which only added to my embarrassment. It hurt when my high heel got wedged between the elevator shaft and the platform, nearly breaking my leg and getting hit in the head with the closing door on my way down. I worked the rest of that day with a limp, broken shoe, and torn stockings. At work, my colleagues tried to stifle their amusement, but I could feel their eyes on me, adding to my sense of isolation. It hurt when I fell into the only hole in the street, the one everyone else slid over with ease, and when I slipped on black ice and landed under a parked car. It was painful when I took one step, then tumbled end over end down half a flight of stairs, and somehow ended up with both legs up on the wall. It is a good thing that the townhouse was carpeted. It cushioned my fall. I was not as lucky when I tripped over my own feet in front of my Brooklyn apartment and flew down the concrete steps. The only thing that saved my face was the cheesecake it landed in. Neighbors who witnessed the fall rushed over, their concern mingled with barely hidden smiles, making me wish I could disappear. Adult autism burned when I pulled my coffee mug out of the microwave, applied too much strength and sent scalding liquid raining down on top of me. Or worse, when my fingers did not hold on to the mug altogether and it crashed into the kitchen wall. These accidents left me feeling clumsy and incapable, eroding my self-esteem further. It hurt when I misjudged the weight of the door entering the deli up the street and crashed face first into the glass, and when I pulled at the pizzeria door too hard, sending myself sailing backward. The deli owner looked at me with a mix of pity and irritation, a reminder of how out of place I felt in everyday situations. It hurt when my butt hit the floor and my groceries spilled out all over the sidewalk, or when I pulled at the cabinet door in my kitchen too hard, smacking myself in the head with it. It hurt last summer when I fell, face first, into a 1-foot kiddie pool on vacation while holding my son. My son laughed, thinking it was a game, but the onlookers' disapproving stares made me feel like a failure as a parent. But most of all, as an adult with autism, it hurts to feel completely and utterly alone. Why can't I keep my feet underneath me or apply the correct pressure when lifting an object? Why do I walk into a room like an elephant in a china shop or send the milk container flying across the room when it is too light? In a word, proprioception. Proprioception refers to one's own perceptions. It is an unconscious perception of movement and spatial orientation controlled by nerves within the body. Our proprioceptive system lets us locate our bodies in space, to be aware of where our arms and legs are in relation to one another, as well as where they begin and end. Proprioception helps us perceive the outside world, telling us whether our bodies are moving or sitting still. This system helps us perceive the amount of force needed to complete a task and then lets us apply it appropriately. It helps us measure and perceive distances, allowing us to move through our world without crashing into everything around us. Children and adults with autism often have difficulty with proprioception and very well may just be the thing that goes bump in the night and the day and at work and in the streets. Poor proprioception may likely be responsible for those many bruises, skinned knees, and torn stockings that plague our days. It's difficult to explain how those with Asperger's syndrome autism can be so clumsy in our day-to-day activities, but so adept when we are intently focused. I spent much of my life dancing. I could dance with the grace of a swan and fall down steps on my way off the stage. Dancing provided an escape and a sense of control. It was one area where I felt competent and even excelled, which made the contrast with my daily struggles even more stark. The difference is the intensity of our focus. We can, for a short period, intensely focus on crossing a balance beam to get to the other side. However, it is impossible to sustain that level of focus in all our activities 24 hours per day. I am sure I would never fall down again if I could focus on every step I took to the exclusion of everything else, with no distractions and no interruptions. While a normal person unconsciously perceives and is aware of each step they take, an autistic person must consciously think about and focus on perceiving what comes naturally to others. If I do not physically watch my feet taking each step, I wind up on the ground. This constant need for focus drains both mental and physical energy, leaving little room for anything else and making everyday tasks feel like monumental challenges. Alone. Yes, that's the key word, the most awful word in the English tongue. Murder doesn't hold a candle to it, and hell is only a poor synonym. Stephen King. I should have been happy, but I was hurting. I couldn't hold down a job. I was sick for no apparent reason. I was newly married but feeling alone. I never had much in common with my friends, and now that I was married and they were not, we had even less in common. Attempts to connect with them often ended in frustration and misunderstanding. To make matters worse, I was quickly discovering I had nothing in common with my new husband either. What the hell is wrong with me? Communication in our house was dwindling down to nothing. My brain was wide awake first thing in the morning and wanted to ramble on about whatever interested me. My husband had no interest in my interests, and I had no interest in his. Specific examples come to mind, like when I wanted to discuss a book I was reading, but he would rather talk about sports. These conversations often ended in silence, both of us feeling unheard. What were his interests anyway? I don't know. Maybe because it didn't interest me, it didn't register. Or maybe he had no interests I considered worthwhile. I hated walking around in the city. Destination, nowhere. I did not enjoy shopping, let alone window shopping. I found no purpose in looking around at things we may someday want to buy when I had no money to buy them now. If I went to a store, it was to buy something I needed, and even then, I usually was not happy about it. Mornings were not my husband's favorite time of the day, but by nightfall, I was too wiped out to think. I had nothing left in me to talk about, nothing that was important. If I'd had an overstimulating or stressful day, there was no way I was listening to what happened in his. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't listen to him ramble on about what went on in the office or focus on his feelings. Listening to meaningless nonsense about people I did not know or care about made me want to gouge my eyeballs out, or worse, his. No one else's views have any validity in your eyes, he said, because they are wrong. That was all there was to it. If the other person's opinion, idea, or view was wrong, it was wrong. There is nothing in the world to change my mind, nothing to make something that is wrong right. Nothing. Reflecting on this now, I realize how rigid my thinking was and how it contributed to our growing disconnect. Besides, isn't that the point? It was my point of view he continually invalidated. He could not understand what I was saying, so it had no validity. He blocked out my words, shut out my opinions, and cut off my spirit. Maybe I had made a mistake, maybe I was wrong, maybe this guy was all wrong for me. The constant invalidation took a toll on my mental health, leading to a downward spiral of self-doubt and depression. I had no one to talk to, at least that is the way I felt. No one to hold on to, or who would hold tightly back. No one to tell me everything would be all right. No one to say, yes, me too. I know how you feel. No one. I tried seeking support from online forums and support groups, but nothing matched the comfort of a real human connection. The isolation felt suffocating, and I struggled to find a way out. Chapter 18, Year 1 of Marriage sucked, from job losses to new beginnings. Within the first 4 months, he lost his job, started working 2 jobs, day and night, and then lost those 2 as well. I left a job that suited me for a better one, messed that one up, and got impossibly sick because of it. By our first Christmas, we were both unemployed. He looked for work. I looked for something else I could do with myself. In the winter of 1998, we bought our first computer, which is when I discovered I enjoyed tinkering with it, and I enjoyed typing. Maybe it was that repetitive, soothing motion it offers. I bought a learn-to-type program and obsessively taught myself to type 40 WPM, 60 WPM, 125 WPM. There was more running around my beady little brain than typing. I was taking a home medical transcriptionist course. Medical terminology came easily. The structures of the words were formed logically, often rooted in Latin. The course took me only 3 months in total to complete. Now, I had a skill. I set out immediately to find another job. A week later, I was working as a medical secretary and transcriptionist for an osteoporosis center. The center had 2 offices in Brooklyn, one downtown and the other in Bensonhurst, where I lived. Perfect. No long train rides into Manhattan. It lasted 3 weeks. "We are going to have to let you go," the office manager told me on Friday morning when I arrived at work. I didn't understand. I was not late. I'd arrived on time each day. My reports were produced on time and accurately. What was the problem? "You made a personal call from work, which is against our policy." What policy? Am I 3 years old that I am not allowed to call home to see if I needed to pick up a gallon of milk on my way home? I said, "And you were rude to patients." Rude to patients? When was I rude to patients? Again, I hopped on the train to make the trip back to our small apartment with my head hung. I'd lost yet another job, and this time I did not even know why. In the late 1990s, working from home was a dream. No one I knew actually did it, and others thought I was crazy for thinking I could make money without going to work in a job. This never made any sense. Having a job, working for someone else, making someone else rich, not only was not appealing, but was illogical. I was the only one in our house to see it this way. Determined, if nothing else, I would figure out a way. The one surefire way to get me to do anything is to tell me I can't. It could not be done. Maybe it was just stubbornness. Stubbornness that paid off. I began typing medical reports from home for a transcription company. I worked as an independent contractor, acquiring all of my jobs over the telephone dictaphone system. When completed, the reports were transmitted over the internet directly into the dictating hospital's computer systems. No getting dressed in the mornings, trudging through the streets in the cold, or dealing with people in an office. I worked alone. I had succeeded at something finally, and my confidence in myself was increasing. I had done what everyone said I could not. I made more money not working than going to work. That is how family, friends, and neighbors saw me, as someone who did not work because I did not leave the house to go to an office. How ridiculous. I worked. I worked harder for myself, longer hours, and only got paid for production. There were no paid sick days, no holidays or vacation time. If I did not work, I did not get paid. Simple as that, and it was fine by me. But to say I did not work, that was insulting. Other people could have a lazy day and simply show up at work and do the bare minimum. I could not. My newfound wings grew only to be clipped, nailed to the ground, and stomped upon. I thought things at home were improving. I thought we were communicating. I thought everything was fine. I never could understand the need to get out of bed at 4 a.m., to tinker on the internet before work, and then complain that you're tired and don't get enough sleep. I mean, that makes no sense. Stay in bed. Morning after morning, my husband would get up before the sun to hop on the computer and load up AOL. I didn't understand it, but I didn't question it. Why would I? Internet pornography crept into my life. I didn't want it. I didn't invite it, and I never saw it coming. What began as conversations in chat rooms escalated to pictures, videos, and illicit chats. My breath caught in my throat. I tried to speak, but could say nothing as I stared at the computer screen. Message after message from women wanting to chat popped up in the right-hand corner of the screen. Now I know why he was reluctant, panicked even, to give me his password so I could change a setting on our computer. The discovery brought back painful memories of finding my father's stash of magazines as a child. It had hurt then, and it hurt now. The images and conversations on the screen made me feel inadequate, like I was not enough for my husband. I could barely hear over the blood rushing through my ears and the thumping in my chest. I was frozen, my butt glued to my chair, but my fingers still worked, enough to dial the bastard's work number anyway. I screamed, I flung things, I cursed, I cried, and then I left. 2 months and plenty of counseling later, I found out I was pregnant with my first son. Again, life was changing fast. I was thrilled, over the moon. I have always wanted children, a family, a home filled with fun, love, and peace. I longed for the ideal romanticized family, full of smiles and laughter. My husband was sorry, all was forgiven, life was grand. Counseling had helped us work through some issues, but deep down the betrayal still lingered. I focused on the baby, hoping it would bring us closer. For a short time I rejoiced, and then Grandpa died. He didn't look well, he didn't feel well. Grandma set her tea aside, dropped me off at home, and drove Grandpa straight to the emergency room. That was the last time I saw him. My heart hurt more than it had ever hurt before, but I couldn't show it, not with other people around. I arrived at the funeral parlor early to sit with him alone. I sat there staring, no tears, just blank, numb. My best friend moved away, my grandpa was gone, my belly was full of life, but I was empty. It was time to run. I stood staring at the house, my house with the sun streaming through the trees. I was born here, and part of me died here. The haunting echoes of my childhood lingered in the halls. I could hear it. I wanted to run from it. I bit my trembling bottom lip, determined to hold back the tears. My stomach tightened when I looked at the empty rooms, my vanquished memories, the ones I'd thrust off to someplace new, away from where the air was infused with freshly baked semolina from the bakery up the street, away from where lunch was routinely a Sicilian slice from the pizzeria around the corner, or thinly sliced prosciutto and fresh mozzarella still hot from the vat, spread across crisp Italian bread. There would be no salumerias or delis in the Mississippi Delta, no fresh-baked cookies, Italian pastries, or ices in the summer. I took a last look at the 2-story brick house I'd grown up in, at the children running through the open Johnny pump, and then at the taxi waiting at the curb. The baby wiggled in my arms as if he knew more than I, at only 8 weeks of age. One tear escaped from my eye. Grandpa had stood in the same place I did, in the shade of the dogwood tree. He'd worn a smile from ear to ear when he overheard the news. 3 weeks later, he was gone. I tucked a sonogram picture into his pocket as he slept in his mahogany casket. That was the beginning of the end. My arms trembled as I looked up at the dogwood tree, my tree. Grandpa planted that tree 10 years earlier, right in front of the house. He tore up the patch of concrete himself and then built a white fence around his gift. "See, a tree can grow in Brooklyn," he said when he showed it to me. My husband's arm wrapped around my shoulder. "You ready to go?" I nodded and then watched him put the last of the suitcases in the back of the cab. The sounds of soft sobs drew closer behind me. I couldn't speak. My chest hurt and my feet felt cemented to the stoop. My father's tears always turned his eyes the brightest of blue. That day my eyes were gray. I knew I had to do this. A new life awaited us, a new job, a new house, a new baby, a new place. It was my idea. The sun shone through the trees, but days this bright should not be so sad. Deep breaths. I can do this. I can say goodbye to this place. Chapter 19, A Disconnected Mom, Navigating Motherhood Amidst Isolation and Autism. I sat in our 3-bedroom, 2-bath rented home in the Mississippi Delta, rocking back and forth on the edge of my sofa, holding my temples as the baby screamed. Dishes piled up in the sink, mail on the dining room table, toys sprawled across the living room floor, and piles of VHS tapes sat in front of the hearth. Clothes were heaped in the bedroom's corner, piled as high as the unmade bed, while the diaper pail overflowed. The curtains remained drawn to shut out the light, to shut out the world. He screamed, and he screamed more. If my son's eyes were open, he was screaming. Even if they were shut, he cried in his sleep. No one could explain it, not his pediatrician, the emergency room staff, my friends, or family back home, no one. He has colic. That was their answer, for an entire year. I was never so happy to have a job in my life, my husband said. He was happy. He got to leave the house. One bedroom was converted into a modest office with an unstable desk, outdated computer, dial-up internet connection, and a kitchen chair. I transcribed medical reports for Queen's Hospital in New York, transmitting my work over the internet. At least I still made money from home. I spent many nights trying to get those reports typed and woke in the morning drooling on my keyboard. The remaining nights, I cried myself to sleep. Working from home was great when I could hop in the car and have tea with Grandma, but as a house hostage in a strange land, it was devastating. I was disconnected from my life, disconnected from everyone and everything I knew. Far away from lunches with Grandma, away from my parents, my brothers, and all my childhood friends. Taking this autistic girl far from her home and family was a bad idea. Everything changed when I left home. Parts of me were lost, never to be recovered. Moving away from everything I knew and becoming a mother for the first time highlighted how different I was from other women. I suppose I didn't notice it as much at home because I was connected to people. I was satisfied being odd, weird, a little different, like my grandmother. Everyone who knew her knew me, and that made me seem not as odd. Maybe had I stayed, she would have known what to do about my baby's screaming or been there to tell me I was normal. She might have made me a cup of tea. That always made me feel better. Surrounded by proper Southern women who felt the need to tell me how they would not let my kid get away with this or that, or how he would eat what they put in front of him, did not help me. Other women ran their households with ease. Homes were immaculate, cabinets organized, bills paid, children fed, bathed, and in bed by 7 o'clock. Not a hair on their heads was out of place, while mine stuck out in every direction. Their makeup was applied flawlessly. They never left the house without putting on their face. The best I accomplished most days was slipping out of my pajamas and into my sweats, or a pair of jean shorts and a t-shirt. My idea of hair being neat was slicking it back into a ponytail. If the little flyaway hair stayed stuck down, I was good. I was sinking fast, drowning in my guilt and confusion while trying desperately to take a breath of sanity. There was none to be found. There was something wrong. Going back home would fix it. We moved back to Brooklyn just before my oldest son's 3rd birthday. He'd already proved to be an interesting child, picky about what he would wear or eat. He spoke a million miles a minute to any adult who would listen to him. For an entire year, the only things he ate were brown and served sausages and buttered crackers. It didn't matter how many people said he needed to eat his veggies. He would not eat them. Sausage and buttered crackers, that was it. If I tried to put a pair of blue jeans on him, he screamed and tore them from his body. Blue fireman pants were all he would wear. Blue fireman pants were blue active pants, the kind that were water resistant. We owned at least 10 pairs of the same pants. Making him look like he had more than one outfit was not worth the meltdowns. I endured the stares. When the screaming let up just after his first birthday, we moved on to him being the vomit kid. He didn't vomit because of odors as I had when I was a child. He produced projectile vomit any time we were in the car. 2 blocks from the house was usually as far as I could get without incident. To this day, he sits in the car with his head hung out the window like a puppy, knowing the inevitable vomit was coming. There were perpetual ear infections, asthma, allergies, and general madness. He was not an easy child. When we moved back to New York, he stopped speaking. Daycare workers could not speak to him, so we enrolled him in the Montessori school. There his teacher complained of not understanding him and that he did not get along with the other children. "Maybe Montessori is not a good fit for him," she said. My husband and I mistakenly thought that his lack of speech was the teacher's fault, or because of moving, or the difference in accents. We never realized that it could be anything more. Doctors, parents, and teachers missed autism in me, and I missed it in him. We enrolled our son in a private Christian school where he started pre-K. From the first day of school, every morning was the same. I dropped him off, and he screamed, cried, kicked, yelled, and held on to me for dear life. I felt like an awful mother. Less than a month later, his teacher wanted him evaluated because she could not handle him. She lost him one day, and the assistant principal found him roaming the halls. How did she not see him leave her room? She lost him another day because she forgot he went into the bathroom an hour earlier and never came out. The classroom was small, and the restroom was inside the room, a single-person restroom, much like the one we had at home. He loved to go into that bathroom and stay there, locking himself in. Or was he locking his teacher out? When he was not hiding out in the bathroom, he was sitting under the table by himself. He refused to sit with the other children, and his teacher accused him of not paying attention. He was paying attention because when I asked him any question about what they did in school that day, he had the correct answer. He refused to sit with the other children. I balked at the idea of an evaluation for my child when his teacher was incompetent, but I made the appointment. My son was taken into a room with 10 other children, all ages 6 and 7. My son was 4. He sat under the table, tinkered with his shoes, and basically ignored everything going on. This group session lasted 45 minutes, at the end of which the doctor pronounced that my son has ADHD and needed medication. I don't think so. That doctor never spoke to my son. He only said, "As you can see, he could not sit still." Hell, I could not sit still. It was mid-December, and I was pregnant with my second child when I got a phone call from the school. My son had locked himself in the vice principal's office and would not open the door or come out. His teacher sent him to spend the day in the office because she refused to have him in her classroom until I consented to putting him on medication. That was his last day of pre-K. I thought I could go back. I thought I could return to the place I loved, to the people I loved, and everything would be better. But in life, you can only move forward. You cannot go back. I did not perceive the passage of time. When I returned home, everything was different. My grandfather's glue had dried up, and my family fell apart. 50 years of memories sold to the highest bidder. The home I grew up in and loved was no longer home. Bars covered the windows that strange faces now peered out from. How can so much change in so few years? Grandma sold the house after we moved away. It was my fault because I didn't stay. Although everything was different, many things remained the same. I found myself employed, unemployed, and re-employed again. We struggled with finances, as did everyone around us, but my ability to cope with the added stress was dwindling. Going back was not the way I dreamed it would be. It seems as soon as I am in a new situation, I look for ways out of it, searching for greener grass, reaching for what is out of reach, looking for what I could not define. A change of location, job, and friends was always the perceived answer, and it was always the wrong one. Looking back through enlightened eyes, ones that now filter life through the lens of autism, I can clearly see how I take longer to learn from where I've been than others. The difficulty and often inability to generalize information and to apply it to future situations becomes apparent. I told myself that the disconnection and loneliness I felt when we moved to the Mississippi Delta was because of its location. It could not have possibly been that my loneliness came from being disconnected from all that was familiar, from all my friends, and from all my family. Moving to a cheaper cost of living location would provide more stability and happiness in my life. Happiness, an indefinable state, the elusive shadow I continued to pursue. I've had depression on and off for years, but if I found new places to live, I thought I could keep it at bay. If I kept moving, I could stay one step ahead of the depression that followed me, the depression that stalked me, threatening to cover me with darkness and suffocate the life out of me. If I just keep going, moving, changing, searching, I could outrun it, but I could not. The dark cloud that pursued me caught up. It ran faster than I did. It caught up with me in a new place, a new home, a new town in the countryside. It took me over in the living room, at work, and on the front porch. Depression sapped my energy, my ambition, my dreams, and my very will to take another breath. I fear depression intensely. It is by far the most painful illness I have ever faced. It slammed into me, ran me over repeatedly, and then kicked me in the head when I was down. I struggled for change, for understanding, to figure out what was wrong with me. No one knew, or at least they didn't guess correctly. Now overwhelmed by new surroundings, a new workplace, and new people with whom I didn't fit, my carefully constructed facade crumbled. I became lost in my world more often, trying to complete tasks at work, but becoming quickly overwhelmed. I lost track of my hours, of my days. Headaches began, the kind that I needed to rock through while holding my temples. The noises all joined, the humming of the fluorescent light bulbs, the sounds of people talking, the phones ringing. I heard the noises, but could not stop them from running together. Voices blended to where I had difficulty understanding the words being spoken. My speech became jumbled as I struggled to find the correct phrases, to pull from the correct database of words. I stuttered until finally I had no words. Tears fell, my breath quickened, and the world spun. My heart raced so quickly it felt like it would explode, like I would die. Chapter 20, Diagnosis. Crazy, when medication becomes the madness. Whenever I had difficulty articulating a problem, I wrote a list, an explanation, a description. Writing has always served me well and let me open up to the world when my verbal words failed me. After several doctor's visits, I was still having trouble telling them all that was concerning me. My clumsiness, my forgetfulness, my sensitivities to light, sounds, textures, and tastes, the overheating after showers, the water that felt like shards of glass hitting my skin. I tried to explain my loss of speech, my loss of words, but my speech failed me. The more stressful the situation, the more mixed up my vocabulary became, so I faxed the doctor a letter, a 7-page letter detailing my concerns. I included everything, from my clumsiness that led to countless bruises to my inability to tolerate certain sounds and textures. Soon after, I was sent for a psych evaluation. My doctor decided that I was depressed and gave me antidepressants. I couldn't argue with that first impression because I was depressed. I was again lost and alone, disconnected, and now overwhelmed as well. During one visit, I sat across from Dr. Collins, nervously wringing my hands. "It feels like my skin is on fire after a shower," I explained, "and I can't stand the sound of the refrigerator humming. It drives me insane." Dr. Collins adjusted his glasses and nodded. "These symptoms could be manifestations of anxiety or depression," he said. "We'll start you on an antidepressant and see how you respond." The spinning world that caused my heart to race, my brow to sweat, and me to hyperventilate was diagnosed as panic attacks. The anti-anxiety medication Xanax was added to my antidepressants. "Xanax should help with your panic attacks," Dr. Collins assured me, writing the prescription. Take it as needed, but be cautious with the dosage. I learned after the fact that the FDA warns if panic attacks begin or get worse while taking Xanax, the medication should be discontinued immediately. Instead of finding relief, my panic increased to the point where I was fearful of leaving the house alone. Dr. Collins doubled the dosage, unaware of the warning. The medication madness did not end with anti-anxiety and antidepressant drugs. Although doctors tried to attribute my neurological symptoms to depression simply did not explain my sensory processing issues. Dr. Collins referred me to a neurologist for further evaluation to rule out multiple sclerosis, MS. In Dr. Nguyen's office, I explained my symptoms again. I often feel like I'm walking on needles, I said, my voice shaking, and my coordination is getting worse. Dr. Nguyen ordered a series of tests, CT scans, MRIs, myelograms, spinal taps, a femoral muscle biopsy, a sural nerve biopsy, blood work, and visits to 3 specialists. The results revealed degenerative disc disease and peripheral neuropathies, which could not be explained. Your results are inconclusive, Dr. Nguyen said, looking puzzled. We can manage the symptoms, but I can't pinpoint a single cause. Back pain was something I had always lived with, and because of my hyposensitivity to pain, I rarely complained to a doctor about it. Now the medications dulled that hyposensitivity, letting the pain hit me full force. Muscle relaxers and pain medications were added to my already long list of medications. Taking antidepressants, anti-anxiety medications, muscle relaxers, and painkillers 3 times a day made it impossible to do anything, including keeping my eyes open for any amount of time. I began sleeping 16 hours per day. The solution, they gave me Provigil to wake me in the morning. That stimulant kept me awake for 48 hours, so they added trazodone, which would help me sleep. Anytime there was an issue or a complaint regarding my medications, another was introduced. Within a couple of months, I was a walking pharmacy. I wound up with several diagnoses, which explained different symptoms, but none that explained them all. Having an executive function impairment, the diagnosis of ADHD was added, along with Adderall to help me function. Several other medications, such as Cymbalta and Invega, were introduced, and then all this medication literally drove me mad. One night, I rummaged through trash cans on our street, convinced I would find something valuable to sell. I was out of my mind. The combination of medications caused a state of psychotic mania, leaving me running around the streets rummaging through people's trash looking for treasures I could sell, treasure to make me rich. The mania brought along with it one other thing, another diagnosis, bipolar disorder. My husband found me one night, sitting on the curb, holding a broken lamp I believed would make us a fortune. "What are you doing?" he asked, panic in his voice. "I found it," I said, beaming. "Our ticket to a better life." Seeing the fear and confusion in his eyes, I realized something was terribly wrong. I wish I could tell you more about this period, about how and why I started flushing the medications instead of ingesting them. But most of what I can convey is secondhand, events relayed in the aftermath of this destruction. I have little to no memory of this period, which lasted almost 3 full years. I have no memory of my children's birthdays, no memories of Christmas mornings, no memories of family vacations. They are gone, lost forever. The misdiagnoses caused doctors to prescribe medications I did not need. The medications had unexpected effects on me, which were then treated with yet more medications until I was out of my mind. None of the diagnoses were correct. None of them explained what was wrong with me. None of them could. In a final desperate visit to Dr. Collins, he sighed and looked at me with pity. "It might just be all in your head," he whispered. "We can't find a physical cause." There were days I accepted my life would never amount to anything. I was crazy. Professionals declared it. All my neurological issues, my sensitivities, my inflexible processing was a product of my imagination. Maybe I was a lazy, horrible person looking for an excuse for my behavior, a reason to keep everyone away. I pitied my husband, who was stuck with a crazy wife, and a terrible one at that. My poor children, stuck with a crazy woman for a poor excuse of a mother. It would be better for them if I was gone, disappeared, vanished into the fog. A year passed, during which I hardly ever left the house. I began cursing the mornings and the sun for rising. I rose each day angered that I still drew breath, that I was wasting the air my lungs sucked in. I lived in the deepest, darkest depths of hell, where depression lived and my soul died. No longer having any faith in healthcare professionals, and even less in mental health care professionals, I was left at the mercy of the dark demon I know as depression. I looked at my children, whom I loved more than anything in the world, and wondered how they would remember me, their crazy mother. What stories would they tell their friends over drinks? Would they only remember a woman who stared into space, lived in her pajamas on the sofa, crying while the mess piled up all around her? Would they remember anything else at all? Life had come to a screeching halt, a standstill. There was no air to breathe, not even a hint of wind to rustle the leaves of the trees. It was dead still. I was numb. I no longer felt anything. Life was coming apart, crumbling down around me. I guess something still stirred, though, deep in the depths of my mind. Something I did not know was nagging at me, haunting me, awakening my sense of injustice. Injustice. That is the one thing I cannot live with. The one thing I cannot accept. The unfairness of the doctor's statements that it was all in my head, but I felt it acutely. How could that be correct? It made little sense. All the things they claimed were wrong with me, all the diagnoses to explain away every symptom, none of it made sense. There must be one thing, one central cause for my pain, one explanation. I pushed these ideas from my conscious thought, focusing instead on myself. The problem must be me. I must try to change, to do something with myself, make something of myself, and find something I would like to do again, something I can enjoy, something I can obsess about because happiness is special interests. Chapter 21, Autism, helped diagnose my autism, discovering myself through special interests. I found my next obsession sitting at my kitchen table with my brother. He was online playing a game of poker. I played poker as a child with my uncles. They taught me how to play and let me sit with them when my parents went out on Friday nights. Babysitting me was easy. Just give me some cards and a stack of chips, and I happily played cards with the grown-ups. Those nights of playing poker in the basement of my grandparents' house with my uncles were a long time ago. I barely remembered how to play. I could not recall all the rules. Wanting to play again, and wanting to beat my brother, I decided it was time to learn again. One of the diagnostic criteria for Asperger's syndrome is in a category entitled Restricted, Repetitive, and Stereotyped Patterns of Behavior, Interests, and Activities, and encompassing preoccupation with one or more stereotyped and restricted patterns of interest that are abnormal in either intensity or focus. I clearly did not fit these criteria. I had no restricted, repetitive, and stereotyped patterns of behavior. My interests were not abnormal. Many people were interested in poker. Many people love playing poker, and some even play poker for a living. Why is my interest abnormal? In either intensity or focus, still, I could not see it. I wanted to learn, and the logical way to learn something is to study. So, study I did. I've been told that I have an obsession with knowledge, that when I want to learn something, I need to know everything about it. This is true, but I could not comprehend why or how this could be considered abnormal. If something was worth doing, then I had to do it all the way or not at all. I have no middle ground. If I am going to only half-ass do something, then I will not bother doing it. So I learned to play poker. I bought book after book written by professional poker players. Why do you need so many books? My husband asked, bewildered. I have an entire bookcase in my master bedroom full of poker books. It is my poker library. I subscribed to Bluff and Card Player magazines, joined several online poker rooms, training sites, and paid for private coaching. I studied cash game, sit and go, and tournament strategies. I played poker every waking hour I was possibly able. There were times I played for over 24 hours without taking breaks to eat, sleep, or use the bathroom until I was about to burst. While I played, I watched tournaments on television to study poker pros. On my television, there was always a poker tournament playing. I was either watching the World Series of Poker, the World Poker Tour, or Poker After Dark on NBC. An absence of live programming didn't stop me. I made certain to always have plenty of recorded episodes. When I wasn't playing, which was not often, or I was not watching live poker on television, I was watching movies about poker. My husband and 13-year-old loved Rounders with Matt Damon and Ed Norton, and luckily are the types who can watch and rewatch movies repeatedly. I belong to poker training sites and forums, which saved my husband from at least some of my endless ramblings about poker odds and strategies. "I think I finally understand pot odds," I exclaimed one evening. My husband smiled. "That's great, honey." But I could see his eyes glaze over. My computer software recorded tens of thousands of hands I physically played, letting me replay, watch the games, and study what I did that was right or wrong. I reached the point where I could comfortably play 10 tables at a time and keep track of exactly what was happening on each table, as long as no one spoke to me. Even when I could not be in the house playing, I brought my poker books and magazines to the pool and sat reading while the boys swam. I was dead serious about playing poker. And if I would play, I would know what I was doing. I was studying, nothing abnormal about that. What is so special about special interests? I can focus for hours and hours on end reading, writing, or playing poker. The rest of the world disappears. I can forget it exists. It calms me, and the stress melts away. When I'm focused on one of my interests, I lose track of time, forget to eat, and am annoyed at even the interruption of needing to use the bathroom. Interruptions invoke immediate anger. This is not a conscious response. It's my first knee-jerk reaction. I can't control it. Anger is the first response. I can, however, control my reaction to that anger. But that does not come naturally or easily. Controlling my immediate reactions is easier said than done. To other people, it is a mystery how I can focus so intently on special interests but have no sustainable focus for anything else. They don't understand that being absorbed by my interests is how I decompress. Focusing on and sustaining life activities, jobs, budgets, housekeeping, etc. takes from me. It is an exhausting struggle, a desperate attempt to tread water while drowning. Life drains my well. Special interests fill it back up. I need that time. I need that filling, that relaxing, that decompressing in order to accomplish the other tasks in my life. My special interests have changed throughout my life, and for a long time, this frustrated me. It fed the idea that I could never stick with or complete anything. Now I know it is normal for these intense interests to change, and I try to not feel so bad about myself for putting so much energy into something only to have it lose its awe. This is the thing about Aspie special interests or obsessions. They may seem abnormal to the neurotypical, those without autism, world both in intensity and focus, but to us, they are completely normal. Beyond being normal, our obsessions are positive, empowering, and necessary. What some may view as obsessive, odd, weird, abnormal, and troublesome is a necessary part of our happiness. Our interests let us decompress, calm down, focus our energy, and give us a reason to be excited about life, a purpose. An absence of obsessive interest leaves me feeling alone in the darkness. My poker interest brought me from the depths of my despair and had me looking forward to the next day, the next session. These special interests can be long-term, lifelong interests, span several years, as did my obsession with baseball as a child, or be brief, but they all have one thing in common: intensity. The ability of an autistic person to focus so intently and completely on a topic of interest is a gift, one of their superpowers. Cultivate, encourage, and cherish these interests because in doing so, you are cherishing the autistic person themselves. Although my poker playing gave me something to focus on deep inside, I still knew something was missing. Something was wrong. Something I could neither understand nor put my finger on. Something just beyond my grasp. I was floating in this life, purposeless and alone, searching for some explanation for being me. I had little sense of identity. I saw no one else in my world like me, no one who understood me, who thought like me. I used to feel special and wonderful when I was young, before the world showed me that everything I thought, said, or did was wrong. I lived in the blissfulness of youth without knowing how the world would not accept me. Back then, a precious few saw the sun rise and set on me, who didn't seek to change me, who only wanted to be a part of me. Those were the people long lost that I again needed to find. If I could not find them, then I suppose I could create them. If I could not make friends, I could create them upon the blank pages of my computer screen, in my legal pads, in the stories I had bottled up inside. I could write myself a life that I could live inside the pages of a book without having to interact with the real world around me, with a world that would not accept me the way I am. And so, I began to write. Writing became my new special interest, a special interest that took my life in a direction I never saw coming. Before I realized I had absolutely no idea how to construct a story or how to write properly, I penned an entire novel. Then, I wanted to learn how to do it the right way. The obsession began. I read book after book on the craft of writing. I was interested in writing fictional stories, novels basically, because I could write nothing short. I simply had too much to say and too much trouble letting go of my friends, the ones I created on the pages to keep me company. I enrolled in writing workshops and decided at 38 years old to make another attempt at college, strictly online, and pursue a bachelor's degree in English. It was this interest, this obsession, this obsessively seeking knowledge that brought me to my Asperger's diagnosis. I never saw myself. My thoughts, my ideas, the way I did things were unique. There was no one in my life quite like me, except for maybe my grandmother. I never saw myself on the pages of stories in fictional characters. In fact, I read very little fiction. I read to learn, to research, to study, to gain knowledge, never for entertainment. Life was not entertaining. During one of my online classes, we were assigned The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo by Stieg Larsson. I was immediately intrigued by the character Lisbeth Salander. One evening, I turned to my husband. "I can't believe how much I relate to Lisbeth," I said. "Really?" he replied, raising an eyebrow. "How so?" "She processes information differently. She's intensely focused on her interests and is often misunderstood by others," I explained. "It's like reading about myself." "That's interesting," he said thoughtfully. "Do you think she might have Asperger's?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but her character has certainly struck a chord with me. Fictional characters left me as confounded as real people. Even fictional people look nothing like me, until the day I enrolled in a popular fiction literature class. This was a class I was sure I could never enjoy. Reading and studying what was popular was never my thing. In fact, I didn't even recognize the books on the required reading list. Life in my bubble isolated me from the popular. Many of those books I would have never picked up to read, not unless I was forced to do so. The definition of popular fiction for the class's purpose was books that struck a chord within society and within the individual, touching the heart of humanity, the heart of a people I didn't understand and felt I didn't belong to. During the last weeks of the class, it finally happened. I found myself sprawled out upon the pages, meaning I came across a character that made perfect sense, a character whose logic and thought processes were very much like my own. To my chagrin, she confounded the rest of the class. In a heated discussion, one of my classmates, Sarah, exclaimed, "I just don't get why Lisbeth behaves the way she does. She's so unpredictable." I defended her. "Lisbeth's behavior makes perfect sense if you understand her way of thinking," I said. "She's logical, methodical, and extremely focused. It's not unpredictability, it's a different way of processing the world." Class discussions revealed their complete and utter misunderstanding of the character at hand, but I understood her. The character in the book had Asperger's syndrome. Up until this point, I had never heard the term, let alone had any idea it was a form of autism. I didn't connect the dots. It didn't occur to me that there may be a reason I understood her, a reason I felt an odd kinship I had never before felt. When my husband read the book, he proclaimed, "That's you." I, being unable to relate one situation to another, to take information and generalize that information, did not make the connection. I could not see it. There was simply no way I was autistic. "You really think I'm like her?" I asked. "Absolutely," he said. "The way you both think, your intensity, your focus, it's uncanny." I suppose the universe was trying to tell me something because the truth began to stalk me. Mostly, I pushed my similarity to the strange character out of my mind, but my husband was persistent. After doing some research, he really felt that I could have Asperger's. I had to admit that he made a compelling argument, and much of the information he read did sound like I fit the bill. Again, I pushed the thoughts aside. 2 semesters after I took that popular fiction class, I did a study on American idioms for an English language class. Idioms, metaphorical language, figures of speech have always driven me up the wall. As a child, I had a terrible time deciphering the meaning of this language. It made no sense. Meaningless turns of phrases were all they were. As I grew, I learned by memorizing the meanings of phrases, idioms, mostly by learning the origins of the phrases and explaining to people why their use of said phrase made no sense, which did not make me many friends. The research for this class's final paper brought me back to Asperger syndrome. I began researching how children learn idioms and often misinterpret their meanings or take the words literally. I had always done this, so it was the logical place to start, which is when I stumbled upon it once again. Very young children and those with autism do not understand idioms. Children, however, grow and learn, but autistic adults often find these useless turns of phrase confounding. I began to see myself, my thoughts, how my brain worked in these same autistic adults. That was twice in the same year I saw reflections of myself on the pages of books, and I had no choice but to start searching, to look under every rock for the familiar I could never find before. Another special interest emerged. Autism, Asperger syndrome, became one of my special interests. That meant I had to learn everything there was to know about it, read every book, every account, every blog entry about and by autistic people. For the first time in my life, I was no longer alone. I was no longer scared, no longer confused. I am autistic, and there are others like me. The journey, my journey to find myself, to find out what was wrong with me, had not come to an end, but to the beginning of my understanding of myself. Less than 1 month later, I received an official diagnosis. Chapter 22, Grieving My Diagnosis, The Emotional Journey to Acceptance. Denial, anger, blame, tears, and depression. I went through them all before finally accepting my diagnosis. Initially, I pushed the signs aside, denied the truth, trying to flag me down and get my attention. But I could not deny the facts. I went for neuropsychological testing and took the AQ autism quotient and EQ empathy quotient tests, which help in determining the likelihood of being on the autism spectrum. All the while, I told myself that I would just see what it says, for fun. Deep in the back of my mind, I was confirming what I had known, what I had seen on paper. I am autistic. I tried to deny it, but could not deny that I fit each of the diagnostic criteria for Asperger syndrome. I had been diagnosed with sensory processing disorder, SPD, which is prevalent in those of us on the autism spectrum. In the new diagnostic criteria, hypo or hypersensitivities are now a criterion. I could not deny that I displayed characteristically autistic behaviors as a child and as an adult, although I could not put a name to the behaviors before this time. I could deny my feelings, but facts, those were plain to see. I sat curled up on my recliner, knees pulled into my chest, the soft glow of the lamp casting shadows on the walls. Tears flowed down my cheeks as I read about myself in book after book about Asperger syndrome. The words blurred on the page as I saw my own experiences reflected in the stories of others. Why hadn't anyone seen it? Why didn't they tell me? Why was I in tears? I was glad to know finally what was wrong with me. What was baffling was why I cried each time I read another symptom that fit. Each time I read an account of how another autistic woman experienced life differently from the rest of the world, I cried. The experiences were like mine, but I had no idea they differed from the rest of the world's experiences. I had no idea that I processed sensory information, sights, sounds, smells, and touch differently than everyone else. I automatically assumed that if I heard all those buzzing sounds or smelled every single odor that lingered, then so did everyone else around me. I never realized that I was experiencing the world differently, but it explained why others looked at me like I had 4 heads when I explained it to them. During one visit, I sat across from Dr. Collins, nervously wringing my hands. "It feels like my skin is on fire after a shower," I explained. "And I can't stand the sound of the refrigerator humming. It drives me insane." Dr. Collins adjusted his glasses and nodded. "These symptoms could be manifestations of anxiety or depression," he said. "We'll start you on an antidepressant and see how you respond." My tears were tears of sadness. I grieved the life I didn't have, the life that I wanted, the life that could have been so different had I only known more about myself. My tears were tears of anger anger toward my parents for not caring enough to see me for me, for not bothering to bring me to the right doctors, for not understanding me. Anger at all the doctors who misdiagnosed me, who drugged me up with medication into insensibility and blamed me for being out of my mind. I was angry that these so-called professionals, and there were many who touched my life, did not see my autism. Maybe they did not want to see. There is no magic pill to cure autism, so they would not have used their prescription pad to make my symptoms magically disappear. I cried tears of relief because I finally knew that I was not completely crazy. Relief that my sensory overloads were not all in my head, as suggested by my neurologist, who should have known better. I was relieved to finally know that my difficulty interacting with the world around me and my inability to connect with other people was not a personal flaw, a personal failure. My realization of the truth was both a blessing and a curse. It was a blessing to know that all my failed attempts at socialization and making new friends in new places were not all my fault. A curse to finally realize that what I was trying and failing at repeatedly would not work the next time around. It would not change. I would not change. My loneliness may last forever, and that, my friend, is depressing. Children and adults on the autism spectrum are prone to depression. I certainly was. Research has shown that nearly 65% of people with autism or Asperger's syndrome present with symptoms of depression. The depression usually develops in late adolescence and early adulthood. This does not surprise me. Those are the years that social interaction and life demands change rapidly and can often overwhelm us. Because of the inability to express our emotions or communicate feelings of disturbance, anxiety, or distress verbally, depression is often missed until it is so severe that it hinders our ability to function. I faxed my doctor a list of symptoms because I could not verbalize them when I was in his presence. I thought I expressed my emotional state through the written word, but he thought that made me a little crazy. I faxed my doctor a list of symptoms because I couldn't verbalize them in his presence. During my next visit, Dr. Collins looked up from the paper, puzzled. "These are quite a range of symptoms," he said. "What exactly are you feeling?" I took a deep breath, struggling to find the right words. "It's hard to explain. It's like my skin is on fire after a shower, and I can hear every little sound magnified." He nodded slowly, but I could see the confusion in his eyes. An autistic person with depression may not appear depressed to a physician that only sees them once every couple of months because of their impairment in nonverbal expression. My medical records are filled with this two-word comment: inappropriate affect. Inappropriate affect is when a person is saying one thing with their words, but their facial expressions or body language are conveying a different story. When I finally found my words and explained my feelings of depression and despair, I did so, smiling. I was unaware that I was smiling. It was not a smile of happiness. More likely, it was anxiety slipping past my facade. When I am anxious, I usually smile and make jokes, most of which no one else in the room seems to get. In a heated discussion, one of my classmates, Sarah, exclaimed, "I just don't get why Lisbeth behaves the way she does. She's so unpredictable." I defended her. "Lisbeth's behavior makes perfect sense if you understand her way of thinking," I said. "She's logical, methodical, and extremely focused. It's not unpredictability. It's a different way of processing the world." Many doctors commented I conveyed joyful events looking gloomy, and I conveyed very troubling events and feelings that would bother most other people. But I was cheerful, almost giddy. The doctor who wrote this comment in my records determined I was simply lying. That because my affect was inappropriate, it was a sign that I was being untruthful. Nothing could have been further from the truth. At least 4 doctors, 1 general practitioner, 2 psychiatrists, and a neurologist noted that I displayed inappropriate affect consistently, and none put the pieces of my puzzle together. The general practitioner sent me for a psych evaluation. The first psychiatrist decided I had major depression and panic anxiety disorder. By this time I did. The second psychiatrist determined I was a liar, and the neurologist that I was crazy and my sensory processing issues were all in my head. I had tears of relief to find out, finally, the truth, to discover an explanation, a diagnosis that explained not 1 or 2 of my symptoms or behaviors, but all of them. Finally, someone saw me. Despite my feelings of relief at receiving a proper diagnosis, depression set in. The thoughts of all the needless pain, all the missed opportunities, all the things, if only I'd known I could have done differently, were hard to banish. The difference this time was that the depression did not stay long. I rapidly communicated with other people like me, with other autistic adults. I had never been a big fan of online communications, did not have a Facebook page or Twitter account, and had little use for technology like smartphones. But now all that has changed. The communities and friendships I have found online with other autistic adults helped me move quickly from depression to learning to accept my condition. The more I learned about autism, the more I needed to know. I researched and read a lot. Then I began to write. Writing, communicating what I could never say with my spoken words, has been a freeing and exhilarating experience. Writing is my form of communication. I may not call someone on the telephone. I cannot stand to talk on the phone. I may not visit, make play dates, or organize nights out with friends, but I will, if they are willing, write. I will write messages, emails, and chat online. It is the easiest, most honest way for me to communicate with the world. Chapter 23: Interacting with the World, Social Complexities and Face Blindness. Although I long for socialization like any other person, social situations often are overwhelming and hinder communication for many of us on the spectrum. A simple invite to a coffee shop can be an overwhelming experience for an Aspie, those of us with Asperger syndrome. The coffee machine frothing, customers placing orders, the door opening and shutting, letting in the distracting sounds from the outside are a few of the background noises that my senses cannot filter out. All the sounds come at me at the same time, all wanting my immediate attention. I desperately want to stick my orange and green foam earplugs into my ears, but that would be rude. Besides, they make me look like the bride of Frankenstein. I slip my hand into my pocket and squish them between my fingers instead. The cushiony feel of them between my fingertips makes me feel better, a stress ball and security blanket in one. Several women sit at the table sipping lattes and discussing their kids, the neighbor's new boyfriend, and the latest church gossip. It all sounds like noise, jumbled words that all blend, and I cannot home in on any one voice, any one topic, or any one conversation. I fidget in my seat. I'm lost and I can't keep up, so I say nothing. I have no voice. The sun shines through the glass, sending blinding rays directly at our table. No one else notices. I slip my sunglasses over my eyes. We are a tad too close to the restrooms, and when the door swings open, the faint smell of urine mixes with the smell of cappuccino in the air. My stomach churns, jumps, and I try not to heave. No one else smells it. The conversation fades into the background as I retreat into my world. I have nothing to contribute, no idle chit-chat to add. My mind is wandering, contemplating the next chapter, my next blog post, the mound of books I want to get back home to read. Back home to my computer screen. I love my computer. All my friends live in there. The people who I can talk to, the ones like me, the ones who understand me. My cell phone dings, and I smile on the inside. I steal a glance at the phone. Do not be rude. A little square green face pops onto the screen. I know I received a text message, another ding, a small envelope. An email is waiting. A tiny pastel blue bird chirps. A new tweet mentioned me. The royal blue F showing a new Facebook message or comment has my fingers tapping the screen, forgetting where I am. What do my virtual friends have to say? Their words are in black and white. I can read them, process them, take a breath, and think about what I would like to say. I respond in my time, without pressure, without chit-chat, with earplugs in, with quiet contemplation. They speak in turn, one message to read at a time, and if I miss a word, I can go back and reread it again. No strange looks for wearing my sunglasses indoors, or odd stares because I didn't get the joke. If I am overwhelmed, I need not respond right away. I can breathe. I can be me. In my virtual world, I have a voice. I can talk without worrying about how I sound if I spoke out of turn or unwittingly offended someone. I can put my words to the page in a logical order, say what I mean, and mean what I say. In my fake world, I am real, I am alive, and I have something worthwhile to say. In the real world, I am fake, voiceless, a mannequin, posing, pretending to fit in. I grasp for logic, meaning, and order, but there is none. The conversation has died down, but I hadn't noticed. Purses are gathered and coffee cups are cleared. We'll have to do this again soon, followed by a polite smile. Was she talking to me? Soon? How soon? When? Okay, I say. I sling the strap to my purple purse across my shoulder, unclip my car keys from the belt loop on my jeans, grab my phone from the table, stick it into my back pocket, and head for the door, glad that my coffee with strangers is over. I am exhausted. The next time I am invited to attend, I say I will, but don't show up. Everyone knows Jeannie, she just doesn't know them. That was the common phrase I heard in high school. A constant stream of hugs, smiles, and waves filled my days. I never understood how so many people whom I didn't know knew me. Prosopagnosia, also known as facial agnosia or face blindness, is a neurological disorder that makes facial recognition difficult or impossible. 2/3 of autistic children and adults have some face blindness. I live among those numbers. Do I know you? That is the question that runs through my head when someone I don't recognize approaches me in public. They call me by name, ask about my children, my parents, and my work. I know I should know this person, but I do not. When my husband and I were first married, we went to a large church in Brooklyn, New York, where I often spoke to people having no idea who they were. I didn't think there was anything wrong with me. I figured that in this large church, I never ran into the same person twice. Being greeted by hugs and kisses from strangers has always made me uncomfortable. I don't like to be touched. To add to my discomfort were the odd looks these strangers gave me when I introduced myself. Unnerving. When people approached us to talk, I assumed my husband knew them. We talked for a while, they left, and my husband would say, "You know them. I introduced you last week." You did? I met the same people at church each Sunday, talked with them, and still did not recognize them the following week. They looked at me like I was a lunatic when I introduced myself yet again. When the same scene played itself out repeatedly, I believed what I had been told my entire life. I was a lazy, absent-minded, self-absorbed airhead who didn't care enough about people to remember them. Or I was stuck-up, obnoxious, and too good for anyone and ignored people. Nothing could have been further from the truth. The first time I read about face blindness, I was stunned. I had another one of those aha moments, the moments where I had to look back at my life with fresh eyes, evaluating it through the lens of autism. It took 38 years for me to be diagnosed with Asperger syndrome, AS, a form of high-functioning autism, 38 years of confusing experiences. When I was a child, AS was not a known diagnosis in the United States. Although well known in Europe for over 20 years, it only became a possible diagnosis in the US in 1994, 3 years after I was out of high school and 2 years after I dropped out of college the first time around. What is wrong with me? Why do I have trouble recognizing faces? We do not see with our eyes, we see with our brains. All of us, with or without autism, see with our brains. Our eyes take in a snapshot, but our brains process all the information in the photo. It makes sense of all the patterns, categorizes them, and stores them for later use. Recognition. I cannot recognize familiar faces, but I never fail to recognize a tree or a cat or the shapes of clouds. Why? Several theories have arisen to answer this question. Maybe because we tend to not look people in the eye or focus on their faces, we have a hard time remembering them. It is said that autistics tend to be socially uninterested, that we don't care enough to remember people. Could it be an issue of weak central coherence? Those with weak central coherence usually focus on details but lose track of or don't perceive the whole. A tendency to focus on minute details, part of the face or specific feature, without taking in the whole picture, could be partially responsible for many autistics having difficulty with facial recognition. These theories seem viable. However, I believe there's more to it than that. Facial recognition is isolated in the right temporal lobe in the fusiform face area. Non-facial recognition happens on the left side of the brain. All other details, pieces, and patterns are processed on the left side of the brain. Why does this matter? Autistics usually do well on pattern recognition tests, significantly better than their neurotypical counterparts, but do poorly on facial recognition tests. The opposite is true for neurotypical people who perform well on facial recognition tests but do poorly in pattern recognition. In the autistic brain, the fusiform face area does not function the way other people do. This could explain why I wouldn't recognize you if you stood on your head, or would I? Tests showed autistics recognized faces they viewed upside down. Researchers found that the circuitry that recognizes faces only works on faces that are right side up. Upside down faces are routed to the left side of the brain to be processed like any other image. The upside down faces processed like patterns, and autistics recognize those facial patterns. "How did you know it was me?" a friend asked, pulling her mask from her face. Costume parties, for me, are like any other social gathering. If I knew you well, I recognized you. It did not matter what you used to cover your face. I recognized the contour of my friend's hands, her ring, the shoes we bought at the mall that summer, the way she stood and swished her head back and forth when she talked. I spotted her from across the room without hearing her say a word or knowing what costume she was wearing. Most people rely on facial features to recognize someone they know. I've always wondered why bank robbers wore ski masks but did not disguise the rest of the body. And I found it ridiculous that in superhero movies, no one recognized their loved ones because they wore a mask over their face. Don't all people rely on other details to recognize people they know? When I think of my brother, I can form a mental picture of his face in my mind. I have no problem recognizing people who I know well, but I can also bring up just as sharp a mental picture of his hands, or the way he has this one thick vein that rolls back and forth over his wrist bone. My oldest brother has hands like my mother's. My father's hands look like his father's, and my son's feet are like my youngest brother's feet. I would recognize the way the hair lies across my husband's arms and would recognize him even if he wore a mask. These details are as vivid as any face I can recall. For several years, I worked in prisons. My coworkers often wore uniforms and were stationed at the same posts day after day. Daily, I recognized them, said hello, knew their names, but if I saw them outside work, I did not recognize them. If their uniform was off, or they were not where they should be at their post, then I did not recognize them. I processed the whole situation. The person in uniform sitting behind that desk. I was not processing the person's face. Place this same person in the supermarket, at the post office, or in the school cafeteria eating with their children, and I did not recognize them. Many people have had the experience of seeing someone and not being able to place their face. They know the person who stands before them from somewhere, but can't remember where. Or they know the face and cannot recall a name. I too have had these experiences with those that I have had contact with often enough to recognize something about them. But more often than not, I simply do not recognize them. There is no inkling of familiarity, no spark of recognition. It is as if I am staring into the face of a complete and total stranger. When I see people out of context, somewhere I do not expect them to be, someone I have not seen often, or someone I have not seen in a long time, I will not recognize them. I will stroll past them in the supermarket, just as I would anyone else I didn't know. Many times this will cause people to think that I am ignoring them on purpose, when the truth is I didn't even know I knew them. I continually have difficulty recognizing my son's teachers at school, although I see them where I expect to, and that I've met them several times. This year, after discovering my face blindness, I set out to remember what my son's teacher looked like. The first time I met her, she must have thought there was something wrong with me. She spoke and I stared. I caught myself noticing the color of her hair and the style in which she had it brushed, her outfit, even her shoes, but I rarely looked at her face. I adjusted. I purposed to look directly at her face while she was speaking. Until this point, I was not consciously aware of how uncomfortable looking someone in the eye was, but I was determined, so I persisted. I studied her. I registered her blue eyes and her narrow nose, all individual features. If I could memorize these features, I would recognize her the next time I came to school. Unfortunately, my stare fest was unsuccessful. Not only did I not recognize the woman the next time I visited my son's classroom, but I also did not hear a word she said while talking to me. I was studying her, concentrating on her features, but her words never registered in my mind. I have absolutely no idea what she talked to me about. I left confused, exhausted, and uncomfortable from the effort, and it didn't even help me recognize her face the next time around. Frustrating. I do not know how much contact I need to have with a person for their face to be permanently branded into my memory, but I know it must be a lot. I must know a person well to recognize them even after a long absence. Apparently, just frequent contact is not enough to sustain a working facial memory. When I lived in a small town in South Carolina, I went to the same church for nearly 2 years. I recognized the people I had contact with at church often. I even recognized them in other places around town. However, several years later, living in a different South Carolina city, I ran into these same people occasionally, mostly at the mall, and had no spark of recognition. My husband and I usually stop, and he chit-chats for a while. I answer questions, and when we walk away, he promptly informs me of where I know the person from. I have become adept at chatting without letting on that I do not know who I am talking to or why they are talking to me, but I could be wrong. My husband says that I get that blank look on my face, and he knows immediately that I don't recognize to whom I am speaking. The knowledge of my autism has changed my perception and let me look with a new pair of eyes, with new lenses that filter everything through the knowledge of autism. That has been an eye-opening experience. Not a day goes by where I don't learn something new about myself, about my life, my mind, my senses, and my ASD children. Growing up without knowing what was wrong with me was painful, but nothing compared to navigating adulthood. Many of my autistic traits that were clear in childhood became masked in adolescence, but exacerbated in adulthood. When I was younger, I looked autistic. As an older adult, I again am beginning to look autistic. The stresses and pressures of an adult life, family, marriage, children, and financial burdens put pressure on my ability to cope. I suppose I may be just too tired to pretend to be normal, too tired to consciously stop each instance of stimming or every impending meltdown. I become more easily overloaded by sights, sounds, and smells than I was even a few years ago. My sensory processing issues seem more severe. As a child, I was carefree, happy, as I knew happy to be. But when I grew into a young woman, life got messy and continued to come unraveled as time went on. I had difficulty making friends, raising children, and communicating with my husband, largely because of my autism. Not that my autism itself was to blame exactly, but my misunderstanding of myself and my continual misjudgment of others. I still have difficulty understanding others and judging their actions and motives, but now I have a microscope to look at a situation with a microscope that I know how to properly configure to evaluate my life. The beauty of finally receiving a proper diagnosis is that I have connected to the world, to people like me, to other Aspies. I have shared my experiences without eyebrows raised and people looking at me like I am from Mars. I now treasure these people who not only listen to my rambling, but help me understand more about myself and to know for the first time in my life that I truly am not alone. The knowledge of my autism has helped me in so many ways. For a person with autism or Asperger syndrome, not knowing anything is torture. So finally having a name, a definition that I can apply to myself has helped tremendously and been of incalculable worth. My boys now know I'm an Aspie, and to my 2-year-old, I'm still just mama. To my 8-year-old Aspie son, I'm still just mom. To my 13-year-old Aspie son, I am part mom, part superhero. According to him, my super senses are superpowers. I am still the same person my husband fell in love with and married, but now we are learning more about autism together. We are learning how to communicate and understand each other better. Our life is not perfect, but the veil of darkness and misunderstanding has been pulled from our eyes. I will never be normal, as in neurotypical, but I am normal for myself. Now more than ever before, I am learning just who I am, which would not have happened without my official autism diagnosis. My differences define me. My quirks are now explainable. Knowing why something affects me the way it does lets me cope and sometimes even counter some of the more negative traits that come along with my autism. I have Asperger syndrome. I am an Aspergirl. I am a mom, I am a wife, and I am an individual who sees things uniquely. I am like you, only different because I am me. Now, I know being me is not a bad thing. I rejoice in my aspiness, and if you are on the spectrum or someone you love is, you should too. 10 years later. In the decade since I first bared my soul in twirling naked in the streets and no one else noticed, life has been an extraordinary journey of growth, loss, and achievement. Completing my BA in English and creative writing and later an MFA in writing popular fiction has not only honed my writing skills but also deepened my understanding of storytelling and self-expression. Homeschooling my 4 boys has been both a challenge and a blessing, providing an intimate look at their growth while navigating the complexities of their individual needs. Today, 2 of my boys are adults, navigating their own paths in life, while I continue to homeschool the younger 2. Our move from South Carolina to New York and then to Florida marked new chapters filled with sunshine and new beginnings. Now, as we prepare for an even more exciting move to Italy, I reflect on the incredible journey we've had and the adventures that lie ahead. Losing my grandmother, my father, and my dear childhood friends Teresa and Daniela has brought profound grief, but also a deeper appreciation for the fleeting nature of life and the enduring power of memories. My writing career has flourished beyond my wildest dreams, from winning 21 book awards to seeing my works translated into Italian, German, French, and Spanish. I've found a global audience for my stories. My foray into middle grade fiction, literary women's fiction, herbal medicine, and historical novellas has been met with both critical acclaim and heartfelt reader responses. As I continue to navigate this ever-changing world, my journey with autism remains at the heart of everything I do. The challenges and triumphs of the past 10 years have only reinforced my belief in the strength and resilience that lies within all of us. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Twirling Naked in the Streets and No One Noticed, written by Jeannie Davide-Rivera, narrated by Isadora Blythe.